Fated to find you again. Summary.
Carrie Matthews lost her husband, Dante, almost 2 years ago in a plane crash. His body was never found. For over a year she was a mess, depressed and heartbroken with having lost the love of her life. But with the help of her husband's friend, she was able to face life again. The business she and Dante started became a success. It was an art gallery, where many of paintings were done by him along with some local artists. What will happen when the husband she thought was dead shows up 18 months later? What will Dante do when he comes back and think that she had moved on with his best friend? He may not be the same man that he was before the accident. Will they be able to rekindle their love, or is it the end? The story begins when they first meet in high school.
Chapter 1. How it all began. First several chapters will be about their life together before the drama.
Carrie Dunn, Dante Matthews and Hal Cooper all went to the same high school in South Carolina. She was starting her second year of high school when she and her parents moved here from Washington, D.C. The two guys were seniors when they met. Dante and Hal were on the same football team, and it was at one of the games where he first saw her. Dante had just scored a touchdown. When he looked into the bleachers at the cheering crowd, his eyes went to a petite brunette, one he had never seen before, but he felt drawn to her. When the game was over, he placed his hand on Hal's shoulder and had him look over to where the brunette was sitting with another girl. "Who's that girl?" he asked, staring at her. Hal shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. She must have just started here, but she sure is pretty. I'm going to go over and say hi to her," he said, shoving his helmet into Hal's hand. As he walked over to the bleachers, some of the cheerleaders kept stopping him. He was always getting hit on by them and the other girls from school. When he was finally able to get away from them, his heart dropped when he found that she had already left. Back in the locker room, and after they were showered and dressed, Hal went over to him. "So, how did it go with the new chick?" "I didn't get a chance to talk to her. By the time I got away from those damn cheerleaders, she was gone. I've got to find that girl and ask her out before some other jerk does. It shouldn't be hard if she goes to this school." Since it was Friday, he would have to wait until Monday to see her again. He was hoping she went to the same school. He would have asked the girl she was with if he knew her. The problem was he didn't know her either, and she had disappeared. "Hey, are you going to the after-game party at Freddy's?" Hal asked, nudging him in the arm. "I don't really feel like it," he replied, shaking his head. "Oh, come on. You scored the winning touchdown. You have to go, Dante. You can't mope around all weekend thinking about a girl you might never see again. She might not even be going to this school. There's going to be a lot of hot babes at the party. If you come, I'll let you have the first pick," he said, laughing out loud. "Oh, what the hell? Why not? I'll borrow my old man's car and we'll leave around 8, Hal said, waving goodbye to him as he headed out of the locker room. Later that night, he put on a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt along with his black leather jacket and met Hal outside. Getting into the vehicle, they drove off. "I don't plan on having more than one beer, so if you drink then I'll drive us home." "Damn, this party is already rocking," Hal said when they got out of the car and went around back. Empty beer bottles were scattered all around and couples were necking. He grabbed 2 beers, handing one to Dante. They no sooner took a sip of their beer when some girls walked up to them. Hal put his arm around the one girl. "What say we find a quiet place to get acquainted?" When the girls smiled at him and nodded, he turned back to Dante. "Excuse me for a while. Go mingle," he said, and with his arm around the girl, they headed off. A cute blonde touched his arm, smiling at him. "Would you like to find somewhere quiet where we can talk?" He looked at her, knowing that talking was the last thing on her mind. "No thanks, sweetheart, but I'll see you around," he said as he walked away. 2 hours later, he was getting bored. It was hard trying to talk to a bunch of drunks and dodging the girls who kept throwing themselves at him. He went looking for Hal and found him standing with some other guys, so he went over, wanting to leave the party. "Hey Hal, let's get out of here." He gave Dante a drunken grin. "I would have thought you'd want to hang around since your little brunette is here." "What? Where is she?" he asked, feeling a bit excited. "I don't know. Last time I saw her she was inside talking to Cal." He rolled his eyes at him. "Why didn't you come and tell me she was here?" "I can't let her be alone with that jerk," he said, taking off rush towards the house. Inside there were more people and he had to go through the rooms to find her. He was about to give up when he spotted them. Cal had her cornered, trying to get her to drink some whiskey straight from the bottle. "I don't want any," she cried out, pushing the bottle away from her mouth. "Come on, baby, just one drink to loosen you up," he said, trying to force some into her mouth, but the bottle got knocked from his hand. "What the fuck?" he cursed out loud, slurring his words. She said she doesn't want any. Now get lost before I lose my temper. He hated it when guys treated girls this way. It made him want to pound the guy's head into a cement wall. Cal staggered backwards. "She's not worth it," he said and walked away. He turned to her, seeing she was upset. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home," she said, looking at him. She recognized him from the game, and was told he was the star player. He was even better looking up close, and she felt as though she could get lost in his green eyes. "Would you like me to drive you home?" "No thanks. I came with Carla, so I'll go. Tell her I'm ready to go home." "Carla Foster, I don't think she'll be wanting to leave," he said, pointing over to the sofa, where she was necking up a storm with another guy. "I'll be happy to drive you home. Just let me get my buddy and we'll go." "You're a buddy." "No thanks." "Why? What's wrong?" "I've heard stories about how a girl gets in a car with two male strangers and she gets raped. I'm not going to be one of them. First, my buddy is too wasted to try anything, and second, I'm not that kind of guy. Now I could take you home, or you could stay here and wait for Carla, who from the looks of things won't be going anywhere for a long time." She looked over at her friend and knew he was right. She couldn't call her parents to pick her up, as they didn't know she was going to a party. They would never have let her go. They were a bit strict, and her father was the new minister in town. "All right, but you better not try anything. I know self-defense." "I'll keep that in mind. Wait right here." He left her while he went to get Hal. Finding him, he had to keep his arm around him to stop him from falling over. Going back to her, he motioned for her to follow, which she did. He managed to get him into the back seat. Shutting the door, he turned to her before opening the passenger door. "By the way, my name is Dante Matthews, and yours?" "I know who you are." When she saw the way his eyebrows shot up and looked at her, she didn't want him to think she was asking people about him. "I mean, everyone knows you are the school's football hero." She cleared her throat nervously. "I'm Carrie Dunn." "Den, are you related to Reverend Dunn?" "Yes, he's my father." He opened her door for her to get in. "I doubt he'd be happy knowing you're here, so I'd better get you home." "Is your friend going to be all right?" she asked, looking into the back when Hal let out a loud groan. He chuckled. "Yeah, but he's going to have one hell of a hangover in the morning." "Does your father know you went to a football party?" He kept looking over at her. She was so cute with her long brown hair pulled into a ponytail. "No," she answered, looking at him horrified. "You won't tell him, will you?" "I won't, but you really shouldn't go to those parties on your own. They can get a little out of hand. So how do you like living here?" "It's all right. Haven't met many people yet." When they got to her place, he got out of the car and walked her to the door. He had an urge to kiss her, but knew if he tried she would probably slap him, so he would wait until she got to know him better. At the door, she stopped and turned to him. "Thanks for bringing me home and rescuing me from that guy." "Anytime. So I guess I'll see you at school." He turned to leave but stopped and turned back to face her. "I was wondering if you'd like to go see a movie tomorrow and go for a bite afterwards." She blushed when she looked into his eyes and had to look away. "I can't. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that my father thinks I'm too young to date." "Then perhaps I should talk to him. Maybe get him to change his mind." "He won't," she said, wishing she could go out with him. "What time will he be home tomorrow?" "He usually gets home around 5. "I'll be here," he said, giving her a smile as he walked back to the car. Getting inside, he started the engine. "So did you kiss her?" Hal asked, sitting up and looking out the window and watching as she went inside. "She sure is pretty." "Yes, she is, and no, I didn't kiss her." "Well, why not?" "She's not that kind of girl, and I want to take it slow with her." "Why?" he asked, slurring his words. "Because she's the girl I want to spend the rest of my life with." "You're crazy, man. You're too young and you have college to attend soon. Dan, you got your whole life ahead of you, so stop talking crazy." "Oh God, you better pull over now. I'm going to be sick." Finding a deserted spot, he pulled over just in time as Hal opened the door and jumping out spilled his guts. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he looked at Dante. What's so special about her anyway? He leaned against the car, staring into space. "It's kind of hard to put into words. It's like when I look into her eyes, I get lost in them. When she looks back at me, my heart starts beating so fast and I get this warm feeling inside. I just know she's the one for me." Hal stood next to him, leaning against the car so as not to fall over. You just met her today and you sound as if you're in love with her. You do know how crazy that is, don't you? I know it sounds crazy, but I do think I'm in love with her. He looked over at Hal. I better get us home, he said as they both got into the car. When are you going to see her again? I'm going over to her place tomorrow and ask for her father's permission to take her to the movies and pizza. Are you kidding me? Who asks for permission these days? Her father is old-fashioned and a minister. I'm doing it out of respect, hoping he'll see that I'm a good guy and will let me take her out. You know how. It wouldn't hurt you to be more respectful towards the girl's father that you go out with. Hal shakes his head. Sometimes I swear you belong in a different time. One where you had to court a young lady with a chaperone following you around. You're just way too nice for these times. I respect the opposite sex. You ought to try it. When they got home, he pulled the car into the driveway and made sure Hal got inside safely. He then went next door to where he lived with his parents and two sisters, 10-year-old twins, Jane and Joyce. He went around back, entering through the kitchen. His father looked up from his paper when he saw Dante walk in. You're home early, son? Yes, he answered, taking a juice box from the fridge. Can I ask you something? Anything, son. Take a seat. Chapter 2. What's on your mind, son? Is it about a girl? Why would you think that? Dante asked, taking a sip of his drink. It's always about a girl at your age. He Saturday down across from his father. How did you know Mom was the one for you? Charlie Saturday back and folded his arms across his chest. I met your mother right after finishing law school. She was the daughter of my first client, and the moment I laid eyes on her, my heart started beating fast and my hands got all sweaty. Boy, when she smiled at me, I just knew right then and there that she was the one for me. He leaned forward. When you find the one, you'll know it. So who is she? What? He asked, looking back at his father. Who is the girl that's got you grinning like a man in love? Carrie Dunn. But I just met her, so maybe it's just a crush. But Dad, you ought to meet her. She's so beautiful and sweet. Her dad is the new minister and he's strict. I doubt he'll let her go out with me. Do you really like this girl? Yeah, Dad, I do. Well, if she's worth fighting for, then don't give up. If I were you, I'd go see her father. Let him get to know what a nice young man you are. Yes, that's what I am planning to do tomorrow. Thanks. I'm turning in now. Night, Dad, he said. Getting up, he headed to his room. He went to his closet to find something nice and respectful to wear for meeting the Reverend. First, he thought about wearing a suit and threw that idea out the window. He didn't want the man thinking he was overdoing it. He then decided on a pair of dark dress pants and a white shirt. The next day, he took a long shower, combed his hair back, and headed to the Dunn's residence. He took a deep breath before pushing the doorbell and was thrilled when it was Carrie who opened the door. Dante, what are you doing here? I'm here to ask your father's permission to take you out tonight, he answered, smiling brightly at her. Who's at the door? A man's voice called out as he walked up behind her. Dante became nervous when he looked at the man. He was tall with silver gray hair and was still wearing his collar. He held out his hand to the Reverend. Hello, sir, I'm Dante Matthews. I go to the same school as your daughter and I was wondering if I could have a few words with you. Come in, young man, we can go into my den. He looked at Carrie. Be a dear and make us some tea. You have a lovely home, sir. Thank you. Please sit. I have heard about you. You're the football hero I've been hearing a lot about. Are you planning on continuing it as a career after school? Sir, I love football, but it's not what I want to do forever. I will have to play during college, as I got in on a football scholarship. My real passion is art, and I hope to open an art gallery one day. You sound like a smart young man. So tell me what you wanted to talk to me about. It's about Carrie. I'd like your permission to take her out tonight, to a movie and a bite to eat afterwards. He watched the man's facial expression. He was hoping to get some clue as to what he was thinking. You are a good-looking boy, and being a football hero, you have girls falling all over you. I'm sure you've been playing the field, but my Carrie is innocent and she's never dated. Now her being sweet and innocent may be a challenge for you. One that appeals to you? Sir, all due respect, you don't know me. I'm not a player. Yes, I'd dated plenty, but had never taken advantage of a girl and never will. My father raised me right to respect the opposite sex, and I respect your daughter. As far as her being sweet and innocent, that is what draws me to her and I want to get to know her. But if you tell me I can't date her, then I will respect your wishes. But I'm hoping you'll give me a chance to prove that I'm not a bad guy. Just then Carrie walked in carrying a tray with some tea and homemade cookies. She looked from Dante to her father as she sat the tray down. "Carrie, do you wish to go out with this young man tonight?" Her heart was racing. She wasn't sure if this meant that he was going to let her go out with Dante or not. "Yes, Dad, I'd like to." "Then you better go get ready," he said, seeing the smile that crossed her face. "Thank you, Dad," she said, glancing over at Dante before leaving the room. Carrie waited until she was out of the room before running up the stairs to her room. Being this was her first date, she was nervous. She picked out her white summer dress and a pair of gold earrings, and letting her hair out of the ponytail brushed it. After applying just a touch of makeup, she was ready to go. By the time she got downstairs, her mother had joined them in. "Have a good time, dear," her mother said, thinking how pretty her daughter looked. Reverend Dunn walked them to the door, turning to look at Dante. "Seeing that it is a Saturday night, I'll extend her curfew to 11 o'clock. Make sure you get her back on time." "I will, sir," he said. He then walked with her to the car and opened the door for her. "I hope my father didn't give you a hard time." "No, he was pretty cool." "Well, you must have made a good impression on him." "What makes you say that?" "Because he had always said I couldn't date for another year. I'm really surprised that he let me go with you tonight." He smiled at her. "I'm glad he agreed. I thought we could go to an early movie, and then grab a pizza later, unless there is something else you'd rather do." "No, that sounds good to me." When they got to the movie theater, he paid for their tickets and got them some popcorn and a soda. He picked seats near the back where there weren't too many people around. As she watched the screen and reached for some popcorn, she noticed he was staring at her. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked, smiling back at him. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to stare, but you look so beautiful and I would really like to kiss you." She swallowed the lump that was lodged in her throat and felt her heartbeat racing when he put his arm over her shoulders. She closed her eyes when his lips landed on hers. It was her first real kiss, and it made her feel warm throughout her entire body. Her hand automatically went around his head when she kissed him back. He couldn't believe how good and sweet her lips tasted. He only intended on giving her a quick kiss, but once his lips touched hers, he couldn't stop. After several minutes, he reluctantly pulled away, smiling when he saw how her eyes were closed and she was breathing heavily. "Wow, you're a great kisser," he said when she opened her eyes. She wanted to say something witty, but she was lost for words. His kiss woke up something inside of her, and she liked the feeling it gave her. "This movie really sucks. Would you like to go and have a bite to eat, or do you want to stay and watch the movie?" "You're right. This movie does suck. Let's leave," she answered. Standing up, he holds out his hand for her to take, and he held it as they left the theater and walked a few doors down to the pizza place. He knew he could have let go, but he liked how her hand felt in his. They went and sat down at a table in the corner. The place was crowded with high school kids, and everyone said hi to him when they walked in. He ordered a soda for both of them and a pizza with the works. "I thought you were going to the movies," Hal said, flopping his bun down beside Carrie and turning to look at her. "Kai, you sure look pretty tonight." "Hal, we're on a date here," Dante said, not happy that Hal just came over and sat her down. "Okay, man, relax. I just wanted to say hello. I'll see you later, bro." "It was nice seeing you again, Carrie," he said. Getting up, he winked at Dante. "I'm sorry about that. Hal's a good guy and means well." "That's okay. I get the feeling that you two have been friends for a long time." "Not really that long. We started high school together, and his family moved next door to mine around the same time. We became very good friends. He likes to kid around a lot, so beware." When the pizza arrived, they ate and talked, getting to know more about each other. "So what do you do when you're not playing football?" "I work part-time in my father's law firm, running errands, getting them coffee and doing other odd jobs. I also paint as often as I can." "Paint, as in houses and stuff?" she asked between bites. He chuckled a little. "No, I'm an artist. I paint pictures." She was intrigued. "What kind of pictures?" "Anything and everything. Nature, people. I would love to show you some of my paintings." She started to giggle. "What's so funny?" he asked, loving how her face lit up when she laughed. "I've seen movies where the guy would invite the woman up to his place to see his sketches, only he didn't have any. He only said that to get her alone so that he could seduce her." "No, I swear I'm telling the truth. Besides, my family will be home, so you will be perfectly safe with me." "In that case, I would love to see some of your paintings." she said with a smile on her face. He told her all about his family and his twin sisters. He also told her about his scholarship to college and his plans for the future. Of course, he left out his plans for the two of them, not wanting to scare her off. When they were done eating, he paid for the food and they left the crowded restaurant. "It's still early. Would you like to go for a walk?" he asked, hoping she would say yes. "The park is just down the street. We could go there," she said, happy when he took her hand in his and started walking. Once they got to the park, she sat her day on the swing while he pushed her. After several minutes, he stopped the swing and pulled her to her feet. Putting his arms around her waist, pulled her close. "I want you to know that I had a great time tonight, and if it's all right with you, I'd like to kiss you again." "It's all right with me," she said in a quiet and meek voice. He lowered his head and, placing his lips on hers, gave her a long and passionate kiss. He felt her arms going around his neck when she kissed him back. When he broke the kiss, he looked at her and smiled. "You are an amazing kisser. I could kiss you all the time without stopping." "It's getting late. I think it's time you should be getting me home." She felt the same way. He was a great kisser. She liked the way he made her feel, and at the same time it was a little scary. When he kissed her, she felt things that she had never felt before. Her body was responding to him in a way that she wasn't used to, and yet she liked the way it felt. "Yes, I don't want to be late getting you home, or your father won't let me take you out again." "You want to go up with me again?" she asked, then felt silly for doing so. "Oh yes, I do. That is, if you want to go out with me again." "I'd like that," she replied, putting her hand in his as they walked back to his car. She couldn't believe that a gorgeous football player wanted to be with her. He was nothing like what she thought a football player would be like. She always thought that they were conceited and stuck up, and only had eyes for cheerleaders or the popular girls in school. When they pulled into her driveway, he got out and insisted that she wait for him to come and open her door. Taking her hand, they walked up the steps and stopped when they reached the door. "I guess I'll see you at school on Monday. I had a great time with you, Carrie," he said, pulling her in for another kiss. Only when the front porch light flickered on and off did he pull away. "That will be my dad. I'm so sorry about that," she said, mortified that her father would do something like that. "Don't be sorry. He's your father and he's only worried about you. Good night, Carrie. Sweet dreams." When he walked away, she went inside and into the living room where her father was sitting. "Dad, did you have to flick the lights on and off? You're only 16. Sweetheart, I'm your father and it's my job to protect you. Dante is a good boy, but he's still a man. I just want you to take it slow and not rush into anything." She went over and hugged him. "I know, Dad, and I will. But I'll be 17 soon. I love you, Daddy. Good night." "Carrie." "Yes, Dad. Did you have a good time tonight?" "The best. He was a perfect gentleman and I'd like to go out with him again. Can I?" "We'll see. Night, sweetheart." Chapter 3. Dante was excited to get to school on Monday, and that was to see Carrie. Walking into the school and over to the locker where she was standing, he ignored the girls who were trying to get his attention. "Morning, beautiful," he said when he got to her. Looking back at him, she smiled. "Morning. Our class schedules are different, so I probably won't get to see you, but maybe you could come to watch football practice after school." "I'd love to. It'll be nice seeing you in action again." "Great. I'll be looking for you," he said, giving her a kiss before walking to class. She blushed when he walked away. She never expected him to kiss her right there in front of everyone. Some of the girls were giving her dirty looks. Others looked at her with admiration, mixed with a touch of jealousy. Being a new girl in school, she didn't have any friends yet, but being a preacher's daughter, she was used to not having many girlfriends. When she was done with her classes, she went to the football field and took a seat up in the bleachers. Even though it was just practice, they still wore their uniforms. She figured it was to get them hyped up for the big game on Friday. Her face turned red and her heart skipped a beat when he stopped playing to look up into the bleachers, and when he saw her, he waved. After practice was over, he ran over to where she was, motioning for her to come down. When she got closer, he hated that the railing was separating them. "I'm glad you made it. If you want to hang around, I'll give you a ride home." "Okay," she said, wondering if he was going to kiss her. "Great, I won't be long." Leaning closer, when she did as he asked, he cupped the back of her head and kissed her. "Wait here," he said before rushing off to shower and change. She sat her day back down, taking out her notebook. She figured she'd do some homework while she waited for him. Back at the boys' locker room, Dante dried off. putting on his clean clothes when Hal smacked him in the bum with his wet towel. "You jerk," he snapped at him. "Lighten up, bro. I'm just kidding around." "I know, it's just that I'm in a hurry. Carrie is outside waiting for me to give her a ride home." "You really are hooked on that girl, aren't you?" He smiled at Hal. "I told you, someday she's going to be my wife. I'll see you later," he said, giving him a light punch in the arm. Reaching the bleachers, he sat her down next to her. "Sorry I took so long. Are you ready to go?" She put her notebook away and stood up. "You weren't that long." Giving her a smile, he takes her books and carries them for her. "With practice, school and work, I don't have a lot of time to date," he said, opening the car door for her. She felt like her heart was breaking, thinking he was telling her he couldn't see her anymore. "That's all right. I had fun while it lasted." He pulled the car over to the side and turned to look at her. "Wait, do you think I'm ending things between us?" "I guess so, but there really isn't anything between us to end." He reached over to move a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek. "That's not what I was getting at, and I think there is something amazing happening between us." "Then what did you mean?" she asked, feeling a little better. "Just that I don't have a lot of spare time, but I also want to keep seeing you. I'm worried that you'll get tired of waiting around for me and start seeing someone else." "I think you'll be worth waiting for," she said. Moving closer, she leaned over and kissed him. "I know this is going to sound so old-fashioned, but would you go steady with me? Be my girlfriend?" "Aren't we moving a little fast?" she asked, her lips still tingling from their kiss. "I know we hadn't known each other very long, but it feels right." "Dante, wouldn't you rather go out with someone your age? I mean, I'm sure you have been with someone. You know, actually, I'm a virgin and I am saving myself for when I get married. I'm not asking you to go steady to get into your pants, but I do want to be able to tell people you're my girlfriend. I'll never pressure you into having sex. My father will never let me go steady with you, or anyone." "Then we won't tell anyone. Will you keep it our secret? So Miss Carrie Dunn, will you be my secret steady?" "Yes," she said, nodding her head. He pulled her into his arms, giving her a sweet and tender kiss. Breaking the kiss, he drove her home and walked her to the door. "I'll call you later tonight." Over the next few days, he dropped by her locker to say hi and to steal a quick kiss. At night he called her before she went to bed. Friday night was the big game, and he asked her father if she could attend a party afterwards. He had to assure him that they wouldn't be drinking and that he would have her home early. He was surprised when the Reverend said she could stay out until midnight. The night of the big game, she jumped from her seat when they won the game. Before the victory dance, Dante looked towards her, pointing to her before he was buried deep underneath some of the players. She went and stood with the other players' girlfriends while they all waited for their boyfriends to shower and change, and then it was off to the party. When Dante came out of the room, she ran into his arms and hugged him. "I'm so proud of you," she said, giving him a kiss. Once again, he was the team's hero, winning the game for them. "I won because of you. You are my good luck charm," he said, his arms still around her. "Why don't you two get a room already?" Hal's voice yelled out as he slapped Dante's back. "I'm riding over to the party with Cynthia. If I play my cards right, I might get lucky tonight." "You're such a pig," Dante said with a chuckle. The party was in full swing by the time they got there and the bouncy was flowing, but they each just had a soda. At some point during the party, the guys watched the playback of the game that someone had taped while the girls stood in groups talking. She just happened to look over at Dante and saw a girl with long red hair talking to him. She had never seen her before, so she asked the girl next to her who she was. "Oh, that's Cassandra. She's been obsessed with Dante for a long time." "How come I haven't seen her before?" "She's been gone for a few months. Word around town is that she went away to have a baby. No one knows who the father is. Some people think it could be Dante's." Seeing the look on Carrie's face, she covered her mouth. "Oh God, I shouldn't have said that. It's just a rumor. They only went out once, but then again she went out with every guy on the football team." Looking over at Carrie, he saw her run out. Pushing past Cassandra, he ran after her. Catching up to her outside, he grabbed her arm. "What's wrong?" "Go back to your old girlfriend," she snapped, pulling her arm from his grip. "Girlfriend? What girlfriend? You're my girlfriend." "Yeah, well, what about Cassandra?" "She's not my girlfriend. Never was." Seeing the doubt written all over her face, he knew he had better explain. "We went out once, a long time ago." "Were you the one that got her pregnant?" "God, no," he said, putting his hands on her shoulders. "But you had sex with her, didn't you?" He lowered his head. That was something he wasn't proud of. "Carrie, please, it was a long time ago and it only happened once and I used a condom. If she had gotten pregnant, it wasn't by me. I hate to say it, but she slept with every guy on the team. I was told she's still obsessed with you." "I don't know about that. All I know is I love you." Her eyes went wide as saucers when she looked at him. "You love me?" He cupped her face in his hands, staring deep into her brown eyes. "Yes, I'm so madly in love with you." "I love you too," she said, throwing her arms around his neck. He gave her a passionate kiss before releasing her. "It's still early. Let's ditch the party and go back to my place. I still have to show you my paintings, but I should warn you, my sisters will still be up and it can be a real pest at times." "I don't mind and I'd love to see your work." When he got to his place, he took her straight to the garage where he had a small workshop set up. She walked in and looked at all the paintings that were hanging on the wall. Some were up against the wall. "These are amazing," she said, looking at them. "You really are talented. But what is hidden under the sheet?" she asked, pointing to the one on the stand. "It's a special project I'm working on." "Can I see it?" "All right, but I don't want you thinking I'm some kind of weirdo or a stalker," he said. Pulling the cover off, he stood back to watch her expression. She moved closer, eyeing the painting. "This is me, but I never posed for you." He went up behind her, putting his arms around her waist. "I did it from memory, the moment I saw you in the bleachers that first day. Do you like it?" She stared at the picture. It was so lifelike. "I love it," she said, turning around to face him. "You have great talent and someday you will be famous. These paintings, I bet you could make a lot of money from them." "I'm hoping to someday. I want to get a large collection made first and my plan is to open up an art gallery. I will also sell paintings from other artists, and since you are taking business courses you could help me run the place." "Me, do you think we'll still be together then?" "Care Bear, I plan on spending the rest of my life with you." She snickered at the nickname he had just now given her. She rather liked it. "Why, you are so sure of yourself." "I love you," he said, pulling her into his arms, laid a passionate kiss on her. It was getting pretty hot and heavy, until they heard giggling coming from the doorway. Pulling apart, they saw the twins standing there, laughing up a storm. "You two go back inside," Dante yelled at them, but it wasn't in a mean way. "Mom saw you coming in here with your girlfriend. She says it's time she and Deb met her," said the one twin. "No time like the present," he said. Taking Carrie's hand, they left the garage and went inside the house. "Mom, Dad, I'd like you to meet Carrie, John." "Hi, dear. It's nice to finally meet you. Our son has told us so much about you. Can I get you something to drink?" Ruth asked her. "No thanks, Mrs. Matthews." Charlie shook her hand. "These two rugrats are Jane and Joyce, our little twins." "We're not little," they both said at the same time. "Dante showed me his paintings. You must be very proud of him." "We are extremely proud of him. He's been painting since he was around 5 years old. He has a rare gift and heaven knows where he got it from. None of us can draw or paint to save our lives. I hear your father is a minister. I want to invite you and your parents over to dinner next week. Whatever day is good with them," Ruth said. She already liked this girl. "I'll ask them and get back to you." After visiting for an hour, she said it was time she was getting home. Saying goodbye to the family, she walked with Dante out to his car. "Your family is very nice." "Yeah, I like them," he said, chuckling. "You know, it's only 11 o'clock. You don't have to be home for another hour. Would you like to go for a drive before going home?" "Okay," she answered. They drove down to the river where teenagers went to park and make out. Turning off the engine, he drew her close. His mouth came down on hers. He couldn't get enough of teasing her, and she was becoming more aggressive when she kissed him back. Things were starting to heat up. Not realizing it, he lowered her down onto the seat and climbing on top of her, he continued to kiss her. She closed her eyes, letting the feel of him on top of her, and she could feel the hard bulge inside his pants pressing against her. She moved her hands under his shirt, feeling his rippling muscles, and she felt her panties getting wet. She groaned in disappointment when he got up. "You didn't have to stop," she said, sitting up. He rolled the window down in an attempt to cool off. "Yes, I did. I was close to losing control. I'd better get you home." "Are you angry with me?" she asked when his mood changed. "No, I am angry with myself for getting carried away, and for what I was about to do to you." I know you want to wait and I respect that. I love you, he said, giving her a kiss before driving off. Chapter 4. The following week Carrie and her parents went over to have dinner with Dante's family. After all the introductions were made, they all sat down. The adults had wine and the others had soda. They were both happy that their parents got along so well, and they continued to talk while they ate the roast his mother made. I must say that it's refreshing in this day and age to meet such a nice and polite young man as your son. I know my Carrie is safe going out with him, Reverend Dunn said over dinner. Yes, we're very proud of him, and we just found out that he's been accepted into Michigan State on a football scholarship. When Charlie said this, Carrie looked at Dante. Her heart sank. Michigan State, that's so far away. She knew he would be going away to college, but she was hoping it would be close by, like North Carolina, which was only a couple hours' drive from where they lived. Oh, but Michigan has the best art and business program around, and they have given him a scholarship and he will be playing on the team. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. He'd be crazy to pass it up, Ruth said, beaming with pride for her son. I was going to tell you after dinner, Dante said, knowing she was upset. I'm happy for you. I really am, she said, her eyes filled with tears. They had been together for a while now and their school would soon be out, getting them the summer together before he would be off to college. She still had 2 years left before she would be going off to college, and she was hoping she could go to the same one as Dante. Knowing she couldn't sit there without breaking down, she got up, excused herself, left the room. She opened the front door, and even though it was raining, she didn't care as she ran out and down the street. I'll go after her, Dante said. Getting up, he went to find her. He ran down the street after her in the pouring rain, calling out for her to stop. Reaching her, he grabbed her arm to stop her from walking away and turned her to face him. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were going to college in North Carolina. Michigan State is like 12 to 14 hours away. I'll never see you. He cupped her face in his hands. I was going to tell you, and I know it's far away, but I'll come home every chance I get. Every holiday, I'll call. We'll Skype. I don't want to be that far from you, but it's an opportunity I just can't pass up. I love you, Care Bear. We can make this work. She shook her head. You'll find someone else, someone who will let you have sex with them and you'll forget all about me. No, I love you and want to marry you someday. I give you my word I will remain faithful to you no matter how long it takes. Baby, we have the whole summer ahead of us and I want to spend every minute with you. I'm going to miss you, she said, her tears mixing with the rain that poured down her face. She couldn't imagine not seeing him every day. Her heart was breaking. I'll miss you too, he said, putting his arms around her waist, drew her in for a kiss. As the rain drenched them, they continued to kiss passionately. The world around them ceased to exist at that moment. When he broke the kiss, he looked lovingly into her eyes. I'd better get you home and out of these wet clothes. Realizing how that sounded, he cleared his throat and smiled at her. What I meant to say is I'd better get you back to my mother's place, so that you can get into some dry clothes. I'm sure she will have something that will feed you. I feel so foolish for running out of the house like that. Your family is going to think I'm crazy. Taking her hand, they start walking back to the house. No, they won't. They love you and will understand. Back at the house, his mother took her upstairs and got her some dry clothes to put on. Oh, sweetheart, you're freezing. Take a nice shower to warm up. Mrs. Matthews, I'm sorry. You must think I've lost my mind running out in the rain, the way I did. No, dear, I can see how much you two love each other, and it was a shock hearing that he was going so far away. But if you two really love each other, then the distance won't matter, and it's not forever. Time was flying by way too fast. It was time for Dante's prom night. He wore a dark suit and had bought flowers for her. Standing at the door, he rang the doorbell. For some reason he felt nervous. Reverend Dunn showed him into the living room, where they waited for Carrie to come down. Dante stood up when she entered the room. His palms felt sweaty and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Wow, you look so beautiful, he said, handing her the flowers. Thank you, and these are lovely. She felt the warmth racing through her body when she looked at him. He looked so handsome in his suit. She handed her flowers to her mother to put into some water. Being it was a special night, her parents agreed that she could stay out as late as she wanted to, but she had to promise to be good and not do anything she would regret. Hal and his date were waiting out in the car, since they were all going together. When they got to the dance, the guys went and got them some punch, and when the music started up, Dante took her onto the dance floor. He held her tight against him. their hearts beating against each other's chest. After the prom was over, a bunch of them went over to a hotel, where some of them had rented a room where the real party was. The footballers were loud. Some started getting drunk, but Carrie and Dante only had one beer each. Hal had disappeared into the bedroom with his date. One guy came up to them, handing over a key. "The room next door is empty if you two want some alone time," he said, staggering away. "Would you like to go, just to talk?" She nods. Taking his hand, she followed him out. When he closed the door, she looked over at the bed, feeling nervous. "I don't want to talk." "What do you want to do?" he asked, thinking she wanted to leave. Putting her arms around his neck, she pressed her body up against his. "I want you to make love to me." "Care Bear, you don't really want to do this." "Yes, I do. I love you." "I love you too, but you always said you wanted to wait until you were married. I think you only want to do it because in a couple of months, I'll be going away to college. I know you worry that I might cheat on you while I'm away, but I give you my word I won't." "Oh God, you don't want me?" He cupped her face in his hands. "Oh, I want you. If only you knew how much. I don't want to wait any longer. I want you now," she said, kissing him. Her kiss became demanding, her tongue dancing inside his mouth. She could feel his excitement. Backing up towards the bed, she pulled him down on top of her as she laid down. Their mouths moved in perfect rhythm. His hand went under her dress and between her legs. He could feel how wet she was. He felt her hands moving over his bare chest. He couldn't recall when or how she had undone his shirt. His shaft was hard and throbbing. She began moaning and squirming as he stroked inside her. His mouth sucked lightly on her neck as he brought her to an orgasm with his fingers. She felt this jolt of electricity coursing through her when she orgasmed. "Dante," she moaned. Her dress hiked up around her waist. "Make love to me. I want you inside me." Getting up, he pulled her dress down, handing her the panties he had removed. "I know how much your virginity means to you, and how you want your wedding night to be special. We can't do this. Not yet," he said, trying to get his breathing under control. She sat her day up. "But I want you now." He went and sat her day next to her, touching her face with his fingers. "I want you to, but we are going to wait. I promise once we are married, I'll make the wait worth your while. Let's get out of here and go to the pizza joint and share a milkshake." As hard as she tried to change his mind, he wouldn't budge. So she finally gave up and went with him. Being she didn't have a curfew, they drove to the river and talked between necking. They made plans for the future. She would finish high school while he continued his education in Michigan, and they would spend holidays together. He told her how he signed up for flying lessons, hoping to own his own plane someday. The summer flew by and he continued to paint, but he stopped working for his father's firm so that he could spend time with her. He sold some of his paintings to pay for the flying lessons, but refused to sell the one of her, saying he was taking it to college with him. That way he could see her every day he was away from her. When the night before he was to leave for Michigan came around, she was a mess. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying so much. No matter how much he tried to comfort her, it wasn't working, which tugged at his heartstrings. He didn't want to leave her either. It was tearing him apart, and he was having doubts about going. "I can't do this," he said. Taking her in his arms, he kissed her long and hard. "Do what?" she asked, sniffling. "Leave. I'm not going. I'll go to college here, and that way we won't have to be apart." He looked at her, wiping her tears away. "I love you too much to leave you." She was shocked and realized that she was not the only one suffering. He was hurting just as much as she was, if not more. There was no way she could stand in his way. She would have to grow up and let him go. "Dante, you have to go. I'm sorry about the way I've been behaving, and I can't be selfish. It hurts so much that you are going, but I'll be all right as long as you come back to me." "Care Bear, I can't go." She grabbed his chin and made him look at her. "You're going. Will you wait for me?" he asked, knowing she was only being brave for him when in fact her heart was breaking. "You know I will," she answered, giving him a kiss that showed how much she loved him, knowing that once he was done with the college, they would start making plans for the future, get married and start their own art gallery. The day he and Hal were leaving was a sad day for everyone. Even the twins were sad that their big brother was leaving. He saved Carrie for last to say goodbye to, taking her into the garage to say a private goodbye. They stood there, just staring at each other as tears fell down their faces. He wiped his tears away, still keeping his distance from her. "I want you to know how much I love you, and I plan on asking you to marry me when the time is right. I will not betray you while I'm away. You are the only girl I want to make love to. That night after the prom I wanted to make love to you. It took every ounce of willpower to stop. I still haven't gotten used to those cold showers," he said, chuckling. She couldn't stay put another second longer. Running towards him, she wrapped her legs around his waist when he picked her up. Their lips locked in a passionate kiss. They only stopped when a car's horn started blaring, knowing it was Hal letting him know it was time to head to the airport. "I guess you have to go now," she said, trying not to cry. "Yes, walk out with me," he said, taking her hand. "I will call you all the time and we'll Skype. I'll be home by the next holiday." The guys said goodbye to their families, and before Dante got into the car he pulled her towards him. With everyone looking on he gave her a long kiss. Hearing the twins giggling, "I love you. You are the love of my life. I want you to enjoy this coming school year, make friends and get involved in things." He gave her one last kiss before getting into the car and driving off. She waited until they were out of sight before breaking down and started crying, as she ran back into the garage and Saturday on the ground, bawling her eyes out. Chapter 5. After he was out of sight, she ran back into the garage and Saturday down on the ground, her head buried in her arms as she cried. Moments later she felt a hand on her shoulder, and looked up to see her father sitting down next to her. She rested her head against his chest when he wrapped his arms around her. "It's all right, baby. You'll see him soon. Daddy, I love him so much and I feel so empty inside. I know you love him, and he loves you too. What if he finds someone else or we drift apart? I don't believe that will happen. Something tells me you two will be together forever. Some people are just meant to be. I know you're hurting really bad right now, but I promise you that it will get less painful as time goes by." "You really think so?" she asked, not sure if she believed him or not. "I do. Now let's get you home," he said. Getting up he helped her to her feet. Something told him it was going to be a long time before she got back to normal, if ever. That night as she lay in bed she waited for his call. He had said he would, but it was getting late and she thought he had forgotten. Just as she turned off the lights her phone rang and she quickly grabbed it. "Dante, I thought you weren't going to call after all. I'm so sorry, baby. I was busy getting moved into the dorm, and then the coach scheduled a last-minute meeting. I just got back now. Baby, I miss you. I miss you too and I am counting the days until you get back." They talked for over 2 hours before hanging up. She thought hearing his voice would make her feel better, but it only got her missing him all that much more. Harriet was on her way to bed, and when she passed Carrie's room she could hear her crying, so she knocked once and then entered. Being a mother, it broke her heart to see her only baby in so much pain. Going over, she sat her on the edge of the bed and put her arms around her. "It's okay, baby. You will see him soon." "Mom, I miss him so much. I can't stand being apart from him." "I know. I wish I could take your pain away. It's going to be all right. I promise. Now you try and get some sleep. Things will look better in the morning." After leaving her daughter's room, she went to hers and got into bed next to her husband. "I'm worried about her. She's heartbroken." "It's just a crush. She'll get over it," Thomas said, turning out the lights, hoping to put his wife's mind at ease. "It isn't just a crush. She really loves that boy and I believe he loves her too. I just hope that he doesn't end up breaking her heart. School will be starting soon and maybe she will meet some more friends. Take her shopping tomorrow for some new clothes. That might cheer her up a little." The next day Harriet convinced her to go shopping, but she could see that Carrie's heart wasn't in it. After a couple of hours and a few outfits later they headed back home. Dante kept his word and called her every night before she went to bed, and when school started she would stand by her locker, expecting him to come sneaking up behind her, stealing a kiss. She did make a couple of friends but never went out. She would just stay home and study. Thanksgiving was only a few days away, and Dante was coming home for the holidays. She was anxiously waiting for him to get back. She had her hair and nails done, and without her parents knowing she went on the pill. The day that Dante and Hal got home, he said hello to his family. He got into his car and drove over to Carrie's place. He parked the car and turned off the engine, just as the door to her house swung open and she came running towards him. Opening his arms, he picked her up off her feet and gave her a very long and passionate kiss. Tears rolled down her cheek when he set her down on her feet and she looked up at him. "I've missed you so much. I can't stand us being away from you for so long." "I feel the same way, Care Bear. Let's take a ride down to the river," he said, opening the car door for her to get in. They found a secluded spot to park. Turning off the engine, he pulled her into his arms. His mouth came crashing down on hers. He had missed her so much. She felt so good in his arms, and her lips were as sweet as ever. He lowered her down onto the seat, laying on top of her as they continued to kiss. She could feel his arousal pressing into her, and was disappointed when, after a few minutes, he got up and pulled her up into a sitting position. "You didn't have to stop," she said. Her fingers started undoing the buttons on his shirt. Opening his shirt, she ran her hand over his muscular chest. "Yes, I did have to stop. If I hadn't, things would have gone too far. That's okay. I wanted to. I've missed you so much, and I want you to make love to me." "Carrie, what are you saying?" "I'm saying I don't want to wait. I want you to take my virginity. I want you to make love to me." "I can't. I know how important it is to you to remain a virgin until you are legally married. Don't get me wrong, Care Bear. I want you to, but I'm willing to wait. If you are worried about me getting pregnant, don't be. I'm on the pill." He sat her back. Holding her hand, he stared out the window. "You're making it really hard for me, in more ways than one. I'm sorry. I won't make love to you in a car, and not before we are married." She shifted her position so that she was straddling him, his shirt still open. She placed her hands on his chest and her lips on his neck. "Are you sure I can't persuade you? If you were worried about doing it in the car, my parents are away for the day and won't be home until later tonight. We could go there." He tilted his head back, loving how it felt as she kissed his neck. His snake was hard and straining against his pants. "Carrie," he moaned softly as he closed his eyes. He put his hands over her breasts. Even though the material of her dress, he could feel how firm they were. He wasn't sure how he found the strength to stop what was happening, but he did. "Don't you want me?" she asked, her voice cracking when she held back a sob. He tucked her hair behind her ears. "Of course I do. I have never wanted anything or anyone more than I want you right now." He made her get off him, then he did his shirt back up. "Let's go get a bite to eat. I'm starving." They ended up going to the burger place, and just as they sat her down, Hal came walking in and flopped down next to Carrie. They ended up having lunch together. Hal moved closer to her and put his arm around her shoulders. "Do me a favor, will you, sweetheart?" "What?" she asked, giving him a smile. "Tell this party pooper to stop moping around while we're at college. All he does is study and paint. I can't get him to go anywhere except to a football game." "Hal, first of all, you can take your arm off of my girl. Second, I have no desire to go to parties." Hal raised his arm, removing it from her. "You're missing out on all the fun, but that's your choice, I guess." He happened to look across the restaurant and saw a girl he used to date. "Wow, there's Tiffany. She looks smoking hot. I think I'll go over there. Maybe if I play my cards right, I might get lucky again." Giving Carrie a quick kiss on the cheek, he got up and walked towards the young lady he had his eyes on. "He'll never change," Dante said, shaking his head. "So you don't go to any of the parties?" she asked, but was secretly glad that he didn't. The thought of him going out and meeting girls made her feel sick to her stomach. "I'm there to study, not to fool around. I don't need parties or bouncy. All I need is you. How about you? What have you been doing while I've been gone?" "Well, I've been very busy going out with a different boy every night of the week. I've been going to a lot of parties and getting drunk and not remembering what I've done," she said with a smirk on her face. "You what?" he asked, feeling that anger rise inside him. She started giggling and reached for his hand. "I'm just kidding. All I do is go to school and study. It's no fun going anywhere without you. Even school is boring now that you're not there anymore. I keep expecting you to show up at my locker." Her eyes got all teary when she looked back at him. "I don't think I can handle you being gone for 3 to 4 years. You could apply to the same college. That way when you're done with high school, you can go to the same college that I do." "That's still 2 years away," she answered, sniffling. He really didn't know what to say to her. 2 years may not seem long to some people, but for them, it seemed like an eternity. Carrie and her parents were invited over to Dante's home for Thanksgiving dinner. The twins were excited to have their big brother home, and they took a real liking to Carrie. They liked it when she paid attention to them and when she braided their hair. After dinner, Dante and Carrie snuck out to the garage, where he showed her another painting he was working on. It was one of 2 lovers standing on a beach in a passionate embrace. "This is so beautiful. I just know that someday you're going to become a famous painter." He went and put his arms around her waist as he stood behind her. "You can't see their faces, but it's you and me. This one and the one I painted of you. that I still have over my debt at college. I will never sell. She turned around so that she was facing him. I hate the thought of you leaving in a few days. I'll be back before you know it for Christmas. I'm never going to make it 4 years without you. If you apply to the same college as me, then it will only be 2 years, he said, pulling her close. He kissed her. He never wanted to stop kissing her, but when his sisters came running and they pulled apart. What are you doing out here? Jane and Joyce both said at the same time. None of your business, Squirts. Go back into the house and play with your dolls. I bet they were kissing, Joyce said to her twin sister. Dante started chasing them and they ran squealing back into the house. He turned back to her and walking over pulled her roughly into his arms. Now where were we? She put her arms around his neck, her face only an inch from his. She said quietly before placing her lips on his. I believe this is where we were. 20 minutes later, they went back into the house to join the others for dessert. Well, it's about time you two came back. Whatever were you doing out there for so long? Ruth asked. They were kissing, the twins said at the same time, making Carrie blush. Okay, hush now you two, their mother said, dishing out the pie and coffee. So how is school going for you, dear? She asked Carrie. It's good, Mrs. Matthews, she answered, looking over at Dante. After a couple more hours, Reverend Dunn said it was time for them to go home since it was getting late. When Dante asked him if it would be all right for him to drive Carrie home a little later, he agreed. Driving to the park, he turned the radio up and getting out of the car went over to open her door. Taking her hand, he pulled her into his arms. Wrapping them around her waist, they started dancing under the moonlight. I plan on making you my wife when we're done school. She looked up at him and smiled. So you are making plans for our future, are you? I am. We'll get married and open up an art gallery. I'll paint and you can take care of the business part, since you will be taking a business course. After the business takes off, we'll start having kids. Kids? Just how many children do you want? I don't know. 3 to 5, he said, nibbling on her ear. Are you proposing to me now? She asked, smiling when he sucked lightly on her neck. Nope, not yet. When I do propose to you, it will be romantic and with a huge diamond, not in some park. He moved from her neck to look at her. I hope when I do ask you that you'll say yes. We'll see, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Very funny, lady, but you will. I'd better get you home. It's getting late. He placed his hand on the back of her head and drew her closer for a kiss. It was killing, and knowing he would be leaving in a couple of days. Being away from her felt like a death sentence. His heart ached every day and night for her. Maybe he could think of a way for them to be together sooner. Chapter 6. The day he was to leave to go back to college, Carrie baked him some chocolate chip cookies to take with him. She used her mother's car and drove over to his place. She was told he was upstairs packing and that she could go right up. He was just coming out of the bathroom shirtless when she walked in. Her eyes took in his chest, still a little damp, and she swallowed hard. I made you some cookies, she said, setting them down on the bed. She noticed his bags were already packed and knew he was getting ready to leave. I was going to come over to see you, he replied. He saw her lips quivering and knew she was close to crying. She didn't want him to see her cry. She wanted to be brave and send him off on a happy note, but seeing him, she couldn't stop the tears that filled her eyes and flowed down her face. Covering her face with her hands, she told him how sorry she was for being such a baby. Going over, he put his arm around her waist and pulled her close as he wrapped his arms around her. I hate to see you cry. You don't have to say you're sorry and you're not a baby. I love you so much and I hate leaving you. He held her tight. He could feel her heart beating against the beating of his own heart. Not wanting to crush her delicate bones, he finally loosened his grip, letting her breathe. Lifting her chin up, he smiled at her. Let's sit down and I'll try one of the cookies. I hope they taste all right. It's the first time I made them from scratch, she said. Taking his hand, they went and sat on the bed. He takes one out of the container and decides to have some fun with her. Taking one bite, he starts making a gagging noise, grabbed his throat and collapses on the bed. She jumped to her feet, leaning over him. Oh my God, Dante, have I poisoned you? She cried out. Then when he sat her up, laughing, she shoved him back down on the bed. You jerk, that wasn't funny. I hate you, she said and went to walk away, but he grabbed her hand. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her onto his lap. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just having some fun, he said, stroking her cheek with his hand. They're really good, he said. Picking it up, he starts eating it. Are they really good, or are you just saying that to make me happy? I mean it, they're delicious, he said, flipping her over onto her back. He placed his lips on hers. His kiss turned passionate, moving his hand down her body. When he broke the kiss, he smiled down at her. But you taste better. They both jumped off the bed when they heard one of the twins calling him and ran into his bedroom. Mom says lunch is ready and that Carrie should stay and eat with us. Tell Mom we'll be right down, he said, reaching for his shirt. He puts it on. Go on. What are you waiting for? He growled at Jane. Were you to kissing again? She asked, eyeing the cookies. Can I have one? She asked, forgetting about the question she had just asked him. No, it will spoil your lunch. Now scoot. When she left, he turned back to her. I'm sorry about my sister. She's really a good kid, just a little nosy. I think they're adorable. He went over, placing his hands on her shoulders. We don't have to have lunch here. We could go out, just the two of us if you want. It's all right. I'm sure your family wants to spend time with you before you leave. I have been taking a lot of your time up lately. She put her arms around his waist, moving in closer. But I wouldn't mind another kiss before we go down. It'll be my pleasure, he said. His kiss was one of love, full of passion and hunger. After they had lunch with his family, they went for a walk, ending up in the park. He only had 2 hours before he had to leave for the airport, so he was going to make every minute count. Pinning her up against the tree, he kissed her. He kept kissing her, only stopping every few minutes to get some air. Dante, I love you. I love you too. I'll call you every night. And when we hang up, I'll be dreaming of being in your arms while I sleep. He cupped her face in his hands. I have to get back now. Hal will be there waiting for me. They walked back to his place in silence, holding hands. When they got there, he put his bag into the car, said goodbye to his parents, gave the twins a hug. Leaving Carrie for last, he went and put his arms around her. I love you. Don't be sad. I'll be back for Christmas. I know. I'll be here waiting for you. I love you so much. Call me tonight. I will, he said, giving her a kiss before getting into the car. They stayed on the lawn, waving to the guys until they were out of sight. Would you like to come in for some tea? Ruth asked, feeling sad for Carrie. Thank you, Mrs. Matthews, but I think I'll just go home. Once she pulled into the driveway, she turned off the engine and just sat her there. Harriet was looking out the window and saw her daughter and knew she was crying. She wanted to go to her, to comfort her, but she knew Carrie needed time alone. The days passed and her parents were worried about her. They could see she was depressed. She hardly ate, slept a lot, and came straight home from school. She turned down every invitation that came her way. No matter how many times they tried to help her, nothing helped. It was only when it was time for Dante to return did she perk up, putting a smile on her face. They were beginning to think that their relationship was not healthy for her. Every time he had to leave for college, she would fall into a deep depression. Back in Michigan, Hal came into Dante's room, a big smile on his face. Guess who I have a date with tonight? He said, grinning ear from ear. I haven't got a clue, he answered, picking up his pen and started studying. Cairo. Good for you. Glad she decided to lower her standards, he said, chuckling. Ha, very funny, Hal said, smacking his arm. Anyways, she has this friend who's really hot, so they were wondering if you'd like to go out with us. I've got a girl back home. That's just it. She's back home and you need to get laid. He slammed his book down and glared angrily at Hal. I'm not about to cheat on the woman I love. Dante, you've been going with her for a long time and you haven't banged her yet. What the hell are you waiting for? I love Carrie. She's a virgin and we're waiting until we get married. Damn man, that's a few years away. Dante smiled back at him. She's worth the wait. You go and have fun. From what I've heard, they're into threesomes. Right up your alley. I like that idea. You know, Dante, you better hurry up and marry that girl before your snake explodes with all that build-up sperm. I guess you always have the Palm sisters to take care of that for you, he said, laughing at his own joke. After Hal had left, he grabbed a beer from the mini fridge and sat her down to think. He was missing Carrie like crazy and was wishing he had made love to her when she wanted him to. Feeling bored, he headed out to the campus bar to have a drink and to watch the game on their big screen TV. There were only a handful of people in the bar, so he took a seat close to the TV. He ordered a beer when a woman with short dark hair came over, and without asking she sat her down beside him. He had seen her around campus and she was always flirting with him. Hi, mind if I join you? She asked, placing her hand on his thigh. Right away he removed her hand. "Sorry, babe. I'm spoken for. I've never seen you with anyone," she said. Her ruby red lips stuck out in a pout. "My girl's back home. So she's not from around here." "Nope," he answered, taking a drink of his beer. "Since she's not here, I don't see any reason why you and I can't hook up for a night of raw, hot sex. I promise you that I will do to you whatever you want me to. She'll never have to know you fooled around." He looked at her. She was beautiful, but he felt no attraction toward her. "I'll know. Now why don't you buck her off and find someone else to _𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒐𝒏 you?" he said angrily. As a rule, he would never talk to the opposite sex that way, but she wasn't getting the hint that he wanted nothing to do with her. "You're a prick," she snapped and got to her feet. "You're probably gay anyway," she said and stormed away. "Whatever makes you feel better about being rejected," he said behind her back. Sitting there, he came up with a plan. When he went back to Carolina for Christmas, he was going to ask her to marry him and bring her back here when he returned. He had a lot of planning to do. Had to find a high school close by for her to go to, and he would check into couples housing on campus. The hard part would be convincing their parents to let them marry. He would sell one of the paintings he was working on and buy her an engagement ring. Over the next few days he studied hard and finished his painting. He took it and a couple of his other paintings and set up a stand outside the building where he lived. It was his lucky day when one of his professors bought one of his paintings. A few hours later, someone bought one of the other ones. He had made enough money to buy her a ring. It wouldn't be an expensive one, but he figured he would buy her a better one when he could afford it. Again he was in luck. When an opening for a couple's apartment opened up, he signed the papers and found a high school close to the college. Now all he had to do was propose to her and convince her parents and to let them marry. He couldn't wait to get back to South Carolina to see her. Hal came to his room and without knocking just walked in. Seeing the tiny box on Danny's dresser, he picked it up and opened it. "Holy crap, is this an engagement ring?" Dante sat back in his chair with a smile on his face. "That's right. I'm going to ask Carrie to marry me. I've already found a place to live and a school for her to go to." "Wait 1 minute. Aren't you rushing into this? And what if she says no?" "We're in love. She won't say no." "Dante, there's no way Reverend Dunn is going to let his daughter get married. She's not even 18 yet. If you want to get engaged, go ahead, but just wait a couple of years or so before you marry the girl. Carrie will be 18 soon and I don't want to wait. If you're truly my friend, then you will back me up on this." Hal began pacing back and forth, running his fingers through his hair. "I think you're crazy, but of course, I've got your back. That is as long as you let me be the best man." "Of course, you will be the best man. Don't say a word to anyone until I've had the chance to propose." He had everything set up. It didn't hurt that his father was a wealthy lawyer who was very well known. The head of the school was more than happy to help Dante get a place to live on campus. Dante was both excited and nervous about going home and proposing to Carrie, but his worst fear was facing their parents. He knew there was going to be an argument, lots of long lectures, and they would probably say no. Carrie would need to get her parents to sign something, giving her permission to marry. If worse came to worse, they would run off and get married anyways. When the plane landed, they grabbed a cab and drove home. He couldn't wait to see her, to hold her in his arms and kiss her. She had become his whole life. Without her, his life was empty, but knowing he was so close to seeing her again cheered him up. Even Hal noticed how much happier Dante was now that they were finally home. Hal went to his house, while he went to say hello to his mom and dad and twin sisters. 20 minutes later, he was on his way to see Carrie, calling to let her know he was on his way over, and that he was going to take her for a drive. Chapter 7. He drove to her place with the window down. For being December, it was a nice day. Maybe a little cool, but he needed the crisp, fresh air to calm his nerves. When he pulled into her driveway, she came running out and into his arms. His arms wrapped tightly around her, as he kissed her with the hunger of a man who loved his woman with all of his heart. Needing air, she broke away from the kiss. "I've been going crazy waiting for you to get here." "I'm here now. Come with me," he said, opening the car door for her to get in. "Where are we going?" she asked, holding his hand. "To the park," he answered. Taking her hand, he brought it up to his lips and kissed it. The closer he got to the park, the more nervous he became. When they got there, he got out, went around to her side and opened the door, holding out his hand for her to take. Just from looking at his face, she knew he was nervous about something. She became worried, thinking he was bringing her here to break up with her. Saturday when he asked her to. Lowering her eyes, she felt the tears coming. Did you bring me here to break up with me? She asked, a sob making her voice crack. He got down on his knees and reached up to touch her face. Oh my God, no. Why would you think that? You are acting so strange. Hadn't spoken a word to me since we got in the car. So I thought you were breaking up with me, she said, a tear rolling down her cheek. Care Bear, I love you. I brought you here to ask you something, and I've never done anything like this before, so I am a little nervous, he said, reaching into his pocket took out the ring box. I can't stand being apart from you, and I want us to be together forever. He opened the box and showed her the diamond. Carrie, Alice Dunn, will you make me the happiest man alive and be my wife? She stared at the ring, her mouth wide open. There was no question in her heart as to whether she would marry him or not. Yes, I'll marry you, she answered, her head bobbing up and down, and watched as he placed the ring on her finger. He got up and pulled her to her feet, giving her a long kiss. I know it's really small, but I promise, when I can afford it, I'll buy you a much bigger and better one. She placed her arms around his neck, staring into his eyes with love. No, I don't want another one. This one is just perfect. He saw her shiver and mentally slapped himself. She only had a thin sweater on, and it was starting to get cold. Taking off his jacket, he wrapped it over her shoulders. Let's go in the car and I'll turn the heater on. Once they were in the car, she held her hand up to admire the ring. I just love this, she said, then turned to look at him. As happy as I am about being engaged, it won't stop me from missing you when you leave to go back to college. You won't have to miss me. What do you mean? She asked, looking at him curiously. You can come with me. Come with you? My parents would never agree to let me go. I still have to finish high school and then college. I want to go with you, but I don't see how. If we're married, you could. Married? You want to get married now? Yes, I don't want to wait. I checked out the high schools and there's one not far from my college. You could finish there, and if you want, maybe we can get you into the same college as me. I also have put down a deposit on a couple's apartment on the campus. Her heart was filled with joy. You really have given this a lot of thought. Are you sure you don't want to wait until we're finished school? I love you, but if you're not ready, I'm willing to wait, he said, wondering if he had jumped the gun. Maybe she didn't want to marry right away. She threw her arms around his neck when she straddled him. Oh, I'm ready. I want to marry you and go with you, but there's no way my father would ever agree to it. I'm not 18 yet, so legally I can't marry unless my parents agree. He ran his hands up and down her legs, loving that she was wearing a skirt. Then we will have to convince them to let us marry. Then let's go and talk to them now, she said, and when she went to get off him, he wouldn't let her. He held on to her, not letting her off him. No, we have to be smart about this. We'll wait until Christmas, when my family and I come over to your place for dinner. After we eat and they've had a couple of drinks, we'll tell them then. So until then, you better not wear the ring. We can't risk them seeing it right now. She looked at it and frowned. But I don't want to take it off. He placed the palms of his hands on each one of her butt cheeks, loving the feel of her bum in his hands. I know, but it's only for a couple of days. All right, she said, agreeing as she leaned down, kissing his neck. She felt his arousal and started grinding against him. Take me somewhere private and make love to me. Nice try, but we are going to wait. But why? We're engaged and going to get married, so what's the big deal? I can't give you a lot right now, but the one thing I can give you is a special night on our honeymoon. Please be patient, sweetheart. You will just have to suffer the same as me. Well then, take me for a milkshake then, she said with a little bit of irritation in her voice. When they got to the pizza place, Hal was there and waved them over. Dante ordered him and her a milkshake and an order of fries to split between them. Well, let's see the ring, he said, grabbing her hand. Took a look at it. It looks even smaller on your finger, he said, laughing at his own comment. She pulled her hand away from him and gave him a dirty look. It's not small. It's beautiful and I love it. He held up his hands in surrender. All right, seriously guys, I am very happy for you too. Now maybe Dante will stop moping around and start having some fun. Just don't say anything to anyone. We're going to wait until Christmas to tell our parents. No problem, Dante. My lips are sealed as long as I'm still your best man. You got a deal, pal, he said, reaching over to shake Hal's hand. After eating and leaving the pizza place, they went for a drive. Finding a secluded spot, he parked the car. They both climbed into the back seat and started making out. Even though they were going to wait until their wedding night to make love, it didn't mean that they couldn't fool around a little. Things were starting to get a little hot and heavy. She undid his shirt and took it off him. He had removed her top and bra and lowered her down onto the seat. Her hands moved up and down his back. She moaned when his mouth went to her breasts and he started kissing over them. Then he placed one in his mouth and started sucking on the nipple, making her squirm and arching her back. His neck was hard, crying out for release. They were both breathing heavily. Their hearts were pounding hard inside their chest. She could feel her panties getting damp and her core was dropping. He knew he had to stop now before things went too far. "Don't stop," she begged when she felt his hand going between her legs and then stopping, pulled away. He pulled her up into a sitting position and grabbed her bra and shirt, handing them to her. "Just be patient a few more days, and then I promise you I will never stop again." The windows were all fogged up, but by the time they had gotten dressed, it had cleared. He drove her back to her place, and she invited him in, which he accepted and ended up staying for dinner. She had remembered to remove the ring and tucked it in the pocket of her skirt. After having a delicious meal of roast beef, mashed potatoes and corn, they went into the living room and had coffee and apple crumble pie. Her parents asked him how college was going. "My classes are good, and I'm keeping my grades up, and I still have plenty of time to paint. Now football, it's not going as good as I would like it to." "Why is that, son?" Reverend Dunn asked. "College football is a different game from high school football. Here I was a star, but there I feel like I'm getting lost in the game." "Were you planning on making football your career?" "No, sir. I have bigger plans for the future. As you know, I'm a painter. What I want is to open up my own art gallery and show my work and the works of other local artists." He thought this was the perfect opportunity to let her father know that he had big plans, that he wasn't just a jock. He was hoping when he told the Reverend it would help when he and Carrie confronted them all about getting married. "I have seen some of your work. You have a great talent, and I just know that someday your paintings are going to become famous. For such a young man, you have goals for yourself. I like that." "Thank you, sir. And Mrs. Den, thank you for another delicious meal, but I really should be getting home now. I promised my sisters that I would take them shopping to get Mom and Dad a gift." Carrie walked him to the door. "I will see you tomorrow, won't I?" He pulled her into his arms, putting her up against the door once he had closed it. "Do you really think that I wouldn't be seeing you?" "Just making sure," she said, leaning in to kiss him. "You could come with us tonight and go shopping. The twins wouldn't mind. They like you. I think the twins have been missing you, so it's probably better that it's just the three of you. I can wait until tomorrow to see you." After a few more minutes of kissing, he finally walked away and got into his car. Rolling the window down, he called out, "I love you." The twins were anxiously waiting for him to get home, both giving him the stink eye when he was late. "I'm sorry I'm late, girls. Are you ready to go?" When they didn't answer back, he knew they were angry, but he also knew how to make them happy. "Oh, so neither one of you is talking to me. That's really too bad. I was going to take you for ice cream afterwards, but never mind." "We're talking to you," they both answered, each one wanting to go for ice cream later. He chuckled. Offering them ice cream always worked. After the girls got what they wanted for their parents, they turned to Dante. "Aren't you going to buy a present for Carrie? You girls really like her, don't you?" "We love her. You should marry her," they both said at the same time. He had to hide the grin from the girls when they said that. If only they knew. "What do you think I should get her?" "Jewelry," Jane said, smiling at him. "A pretty necklace," Joyce piped up, not wanting her twin to get the last word. "How would you two like to help me pick out a necklace for her?" After picking out a gold heart necklace, he took the twins out for ice cream. He knew their mother would not be happy knowing they had ice cream this late at night. Later that night, before he went to bed, he called Carrie. "Hi, baby. What are you doing?" "I'm in bed thinking about you," she answered back. "Are you wearing something outside, like a black see-through nightie?" "Actually, the only thing I'm wearing is the ring you gave me." She heard the sharp inhaling of his breath when he gasped, "You're naked?" "Yes, I am, and did you know that you had left a mark on my right breast?" "I'm really sorry about that. You're not really laying there naked, are you?" he asked. He had only seen her naked from the waist up, but could only imagine how she must look totally nude. "Yes, I am laying under the covers naked." "Why?" he asked, feeling himself getting hard. "I want to get used to being naked at night, so that once we're married I don't feel uncomfortable." When he didn't answer, she asked him if something was wrong. I'm picturing you naked and I'm getting really turned on. I think I better go take a cold shower. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, baby. I love you," he said and then hung up, heading straight to the shower. Laying back down on the bed, she smiled and looked at her ring. Only a couple more days before they told their parents that they wanted to get married, and she prayed that they would consent and give their blessing. She also knew that no matter what they said, she would still become his wife, even if they had to run off somewhere to do it. Chapter 8. Christmas morning was here. Dante got up, showered, and after getting dressed he headed downstairs. Everyone else was up and waiting for him. The twins were dying to open their gifts and kept telling him to hurry up. He watched his sisters opening their presents with huge smiles on their faces. It got him thinking about when one day he would be a father and would watch his own kids. Once the gifts were opened, he went and called Carrie. He couldn't wait to see her, and knew this would be the last time they would be apart. In a couple of days, they would be married, and he'd wake up to her every morning and go to bed every night with her in his arms. After the family had breakfast, he headed over to see Carrie, telling the others he would see them when they got to the Dunn's place later that afternoon. He had roses for Harriet and cigars for the Reverend. His gift for Carrie was inside his pocket. They went downstairs to the basement to have some alone time, saying they were going to watch some TV. He liked the space where they spent most of their time when he came over. It was small but cozy and very nicely decorated. Sitting down, he put his arm around her, and when she turned her head to him, he kissed her. "I had a Christmas present for you," he said when the kiss ended. "You already gave me something," she said, taking the ring from her pocket, placed it on her finger. "I met this old woman once, and she told me that a man should never give an engagement ring as a gift, birthday or Christmas. She said it should be the gift of love for the one you want to spend the rest of your life with. So here is your real gift," he said, handing her the small gift-wrapped box. "It's so beautiful," she said, taking the heart necklace from the box. "Will you do it up for me?" she asked, turning her back to him, lifted up her hair. After doing it up, he kissed the back of her neck. "I love it, thank you." They stopped necking when they heard her father coming down the stairs, carrying a couple of beers. "I thought Dante and I could watch the game. Maybe you could help your mother with dinner." "Sure, Dad," she answered, getting up. She looked back at Dante before walking up the stairs, and saw him pointing to his ring finger. Realizing she was still wearing the diamond, she discreetly removed it, putting it in her pocket. The guys were watching the game, having a beer together, and a couple of hours later, Carrie came down to tell them that Dante's family had just arrived. "Mom says you're both to come up now." "Okay, sweetheart, we're coming," her father said, giving her a kiss on her cheek. He saw the way the two were looking at each other, and knew they wanted a few minutes alone. "Don't be too long or your mother will start yelling at you to come up." When they were alone, he took her into his arms and kissed her. "Do you still want to go through with this? Telling them we're getting married?" "Yes, but I'm a little scared of what they'll say," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. "We'll do it together," he said, taking her hand. They walked upstairs. When dinner was over, the three went and did the washing up, while the men and the twins went into the living room. The twins played with the toys that Dante's parents had bought them. Later they all Saturday talking. Dante and Carrie looked at each other, getting ready to tell their parents. They both stood up, and he took her hand in his and looked at both sets of parents. "Mom, Dad, Mr. and Mrs. Den, Carrie and I have something to tell you." "What is it, son?" his father asked. Everyone turned their attention to the two standing before them. Dante cleared his throat before speaking, tightening his grip on her hand. "I've asked Carrie to marry me and she said yes." Both set of parents didn't say anything. They just stared and watched when she took the ring from her pocket and Dante placed it on her finger. After the initial shock wore off, her father got to his feet and stared at them. "Married? You're both too young to get married. She's not even 18 yet. We may be young, but we are in love and want to get married." "Joyce, Jane, go downstairs and watch TV," Ruth said. She didn't want them to hear what was going on. "Sit down," Thomas said, looking at Carrie and Dante. Dante's father spoke first. "You can't get engaged. You have to finish your education first, and Carrie still has to finish high school. You're both too young and we won't allow it." Dante stood up and faced his father. "You won't allow it. You can't tell me what to do. We love each other, and no matter what you say or anyone else, we are going to get married." "Well, my daughter is underage and I will not give my written consent for her to get married. If you want to marry, then wait until you are both done with your education, and then you can get engaged," Thomas said with an angry look on his face. Dante looked back at him. "All due respect, sir, we don't want to wait. I love your daughter and she loves me. I give you my word that I will love and take care of her for the rest of my life." Carrie and Dante were sent into the kitchen, so that both sets of parents could talk amongst themselves. Knowing that things weren't going well, Dante put his arms around her, holding her close. "We both knew that they would put up an argument. I'm sure once they talk it over they will come around. I had never seen my father this mad. He had never raised his voice before," she said, feeling upset and afraid that they wouldn't be allowed to get married. It seemed like ages before her father called for them to come back into the living room. "We've all talked it over and decided that if you both are determined to marry, then we will agree to let you be engaged and can marry when Carrie finishes high school," Thomas said, and the others nodded in agreement. "We don't want to wait. We want to get married before I head back to college." "Dante, what is the hurry? Is she pregnant?" his mother asked him. "No, mother, she's not." Carrie's mother finally spoke. "Let's say we agree. What's going to happen if she does get pregnant? There goes her education, and yours too. You'll have to quit school and get a job. Think of your plans for the future. There is no hurry to get married. What's a couple of years? Mom, Dad, we love each other and don't want to be apart. I can finish high school in Michigan and attend the same college as Dante." "How will you live and where?" his mother asked. Dante explained everything to them, how he had found a place for them to live, the high school near his college where she could attend. He told them how he was making money from his paintings and told them about their plans, how they would finish their education, open up their own art gallery, and after the business took off they would then start a family. Carrie's mother got up and went over to her, taking her face in her hands. "I know you love him and I know what it's like to want to be with the man you love. You both are very smart and intelligent people, but you could get pregnant and all your plans would go out the window." "I won't get pregnant, Mom. I'm on the pill." She never meant to tell them that. It just came out. "Carrie, no," her mother said. "Oh God, it was a mistake letting you go out with a boy 2 years older than you. You're too young to have lost your virginity." "Mom, Dante's not like that. We haven't done anything. I'm still a virgin." "Well, thank God for that. It's not too late then. I forbid you to see this boy anymore," her father said angrily. "Daddy, you can't mean that. I love him." Dante couldn't bear to see her cry, so he went over to the Reverend. "I'm sorry, sir, but you can't keep us apart. If we have to, we'll run away and get married. I really don't want to do it that way. I would like for us to have our parents with us when we get married. Sir, please give us a chance." He looked over at his daughter. His heart melted when he saw her tears. "Do you really love this boy that much that you would run off and marry him without our permission?" "Yes, Daddy, I do." He looked over at the other parents. "I don't want to see them running away and throwing their future away. I say we agree to let them marry." Carrie grabbed Dante's hand. "Dad, thank you." Letting go of him, she ran over to her father and hugged him. Ruth and Harriet looked at each other. "I guess we better hurry and arrange a small wedding for these two," Harriet said, feeling her eyes tearing up. It was agreed that her father would be the one to marry them. It would be a small wedding, with only the family and a few close friends. After the church ceremony, they would have a small get-together over at the Matthews home. They would serve a light lunch and Carrie's mom would make the cake, something she did for others. They only had 5 days to get everything organized. His parents left to go home, so he and Carrie went for a walk. They stopped when they got a block away and he took her into his arms. "We did a Care Bear. We're getting married. Are you having second thoughts about it?" "No, I love you and I want to marry you." Leaning her up against a tree, he kissed her. He poured all of his love into that kiss. He couldn't wait until she became his wife. He would love and protect her with his life. "I better not keep you out till later. Your father might change his mind about letting us get married." He walked her up to the door, giving her a kiss. "Merry Christmas. I love you." Over the next few days, they were all kept busy with the wedding plans. Her parents gave them some money to buy wedding bands as a wedding gift. Her mother took her shopping to buy a simple white dress to wear. Dante and Hal bought a new suit to wear. His mother hired a caterer to prepare the light lunch. One of Hal's friends was a disc jockey and agreed to play the music. It took a lot of hard work on everyone's part, but finally, everything was ready. The night before the wedding, they were sitting on the front porch. "You could have let Hal throw you that bachelor party. I wouldn't have minded," she said, but was secretly glad that he turned it down. She had heard what went on at those parties and she would have been hurt if he had gotten drunk and made out with the stripper. I didn't want one. I've been to a couple of them and I don't like what goes on. I would and will never do anything to jeopardize our happiness together. You're the only one I want to see strip from me. What he said to her made her love him even more than she already did. I'll let you in on a secret. I really didn't want you to have a bachelor party. I think I would have killed the girl if she tried to touch you or give you a lap dance. Oh, I see my baby has a jealous streak in her. Trust me, you will have nothing to worry about. I only have eyes for you. Just then her father came out. Carrie, it's getting late, sweetheart, and you have a big day tomorrow. I think you should say goodnight to Dante. Okay, Dad, I'll be right in. Reverend Dunn looked over at Dante. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, son, he said and went back inside. He took her hands in his. I can't wait until tomorrow. Thank God there is only one more night that we will have to sleep apart. Are you ready for what's to come? She blushed, knowing that he wasn't just talking about getting married. He was referring to their wedding night. I'm a little nervous, but I'm looking forward to it. I have been for so long now. Dante, I want you to know how much I love you. I love you too, he said, pulling her into his arms. He gave her a kiss that showed her how much he loved her. After he was gone, she went inside and saw her father, so she went over to him. Thank you, Dad. What for, sweetheart? For letting me and Dante get married. We really do love each other and I know we can make this work. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy, and if this boy can do that, then I will be happy too. I still think you're too young, but you are not a child any longer. You're a beautiful young lady. Good night, honey. Good night, Dad. I love you, she said. Going over to her dad, she gives him a big hug. When she had walked away and he was alone, he shed a tear. It hit him hard that she was no longer his little girl, but a grown woman who was about to become someone's wife. Chapter 9. The morning of the wedding, Carrie woke up early. She couldn't sleep as she was excited to be marrying Dante. It wasn't going to be a big fancy wedding, just something small and casual. Even though her dress was a plain white dress, it still looked really nice on her and she knew Dante would love it. She went downstairs and into the kitchen. Her mom was there, doing the finishing touches on the cake. Mom, it's beautiful, she said, going over to get a closer look at it. Thank you, dear. I'm glad you like it. Pour me a cup of coffee too and we'll sit down for a nice long talk. She felt she had to have a heart-to-heart talk with her before she was married and leaving home. Mom, you aren't going to give me the sex talk, are you? Oh gosh, no, she answered, blushing. I just wanted to let you know that despite your age, I'm happy for you. Dante is a good man and I have no doubt that he'll be a good husband to you. It's just that it won't be easy, being married and finishing your education. With his studies, playing football and painting, you might not have a lot of time together. You'll have to be patient with him. He will also be under a lot of pressure. I know, Mom. We talked about all of that. We both know it's not going to be easy, but we love each other. I believe, and so does he, that we are better together than apart. I'm going to give you some advice. Pick your battles. Don't fight over the little things. To have a good marriage, there has to be trust and communication. If there's a problem, talk it over. Keeping secrets will destroy a marriage. One more thing, trust each other when it comes to the opposite sex. Being overly jealous can drive the other person away. Mom, thank you, and I will take your advice to heart. She was so glad that her mother didn't want to talk about sex. She learned enough from sex education at school and in books. It also helped to hear about it from the girls who have already had sex. I think I'll lay down for a while before getting ready. She must have fallen asleep when she felt her mother shaking her awake. Wake up, sweetheart. You have to get ready for your wedding. Good Lord, girl. You've been sleeping for almost 3 hours. She opened her eyes and saw her mother leaning over her. I didn't sleep much last night. What time is it? She asked, rubbing her eyes. 11 o'clock. She jumped out of bed. She had to shower, change and fix her hair. Oh Mom, I've overslept. I got so much to do. You take a shower and I'll fix you a bite to eat, Harriet said, rushing out of the room. 3 hours later, she stood in front of the mirror, making sure she looked all right. Her hands shook as she did up the necklace Dante had given her. She was a nervous wreck. You look so beautiful, her mother said, walking into the room and over to her. Thank you, Mom. Your father is waiting downstairs to walk you over to the church. I'll see you there. And Carrie, I'm so happy for you. When her mother left, she took one last look at herself before going downstairs. She was glad that the church was just across the street from where they lived. She was also happy that her dad would be walking her down the aisle and then would be performing the ceremony. Thomas turned to her when she entered the living room and his eyes teared up. "You look so grown up, so beautiful," he said, going over, gave her a kiss on the cheek and a big hug. "I hate losing my baby. Dad, you're not losing me. I'll always be your little girl." "Yes, you will, and I'll always be here if you ever need me. I guess we better go. Don't want you being late for your own wedding." Dante and Hal were in the back room, waiting for the service to start. Seeing how nervous he was, Hal pulled a flask out of his pocket and handed it to Dante. "Take a swig of this. It will help to calm your nerves." He took it from Hal's hand and took a long swallow. "Thanks. I needed that. Do you really want to get married?" "I'm just saying, there are so many women out there. Wouldn't you like to experience making love to different ones? Now you won't be free to play around." "I don't want anyone else. Carrie is the only one I want. I love her and can't wait until we're married. I'll leave those other women to you," he said, fixing Hal's tie. When they heard the music playing, they went out and stood at the front of the church. The twins were standing up front when he saw her walking up the aisle. It felt like butterflies were dancing in his stomach, and his heart did a flip. She looked like an angel as she walked slowly towards him. Her eyes stared into his, and she had a huge smile on her face. When the Reverend placed her hands in Dante's, he quickly put on his robe and started the ceremony. "You are a vision of beauty. I love you," he said, wanting so badly to kiss her. "I love you too," she said, feeling her eyes watering up. The church was so quiet when they said their vows that they had written, bringing tears to everyone's eyes. Then when they were pronounced husband and wife, and he was told he could kiss the bride, he pulled her close to him. His mouth came down on hers in a long and passionate kiss. They all gathered outside of the church. Pictures were taken and congratulations were given. He kept his arm around her waist, never wanting to let her go. It was now time for everyone to go back to the Matthews house. Hal drove them back while they Saturday in the backseat necking. "Are you two forgetting that I'm here? Save it for the wedding night, guys," Hal said when he glanced into the backseat. "Sorry, pal, but I can't keep my hands or lips off of my beautiful wife." "Well, you better try, Dante. We're here now, and I don't think the Reverend would appreciate you mauling his daughter in public." When they got out of the car and went around to the back of the house, she was in awe. "Dante, I didn't realize your parents were going to go to all this trouble," she said as she looked at all the flowers and tables set up. There was food, alcohol, and the disc jockey was setting up to play music. There was even an area where they could all dance. Both sets of parents came over when they got out of the car. "Mrs. Matthews, thank you so much for going to all this trouble," she said, giving her mother-in-law a hug. "You're welcome, dear, but your mother helped me. We did it together." She went over and hugged her mother. "Thanks, Mom. You both have made this day even more special." The meal was buffet style. Once everybody had filled their plates, they all sat down at their designated spot. After eating, speeches were made. Both fathers made a heartwarming speech, ones that had Carrie tearing up. Hal was his usual playful self, making jokes, but halfway through his speech, he became serious. He went on to say how Dante told him when he first met Carrie that he was going to marry her. "I honestly thought my friend had lost his mind, but once I got to know Carrie, I could see how he fell for her. She's not only beautiful but also smart and has made my friend very happy. Now hopefully he will lighten up and stop moping around." After saying a few more words, he raised his glass of champagne and toasted the couple. Dante also made a speech, and ended it by pulling her to her feet and giving her a long, passionate kiss. When the music started, he took her hand and led her to the dance floor. Others soon followed. "Are you happy, Mrs. Matthews?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I'm extremely happy, Mr. Matthews," she said, pulling his head down closer. She gave him a kiss. "I love you so much." "I love you too, baby," he said, kissing her back. Throughout the night, she drank non-alcoholic punch, out of respect for her parents, since she was not of age, but Dante did let her have a few sips of his champagne when they weren't looking. The cake was finally brought out, so Dante and Carrie held the knife together on the cake and waited until their pictures were taken before cutting into it, feeding each other the first bite before slicing it up for the guests. "Oh my God, this is the best cake I have ever had," Dante said between bites. Mrs. Dunn was beaming from ear to ear. It always made her happy when someone complimented her on her cakes. "Thank you. I'm so glad you like it." Mrs. Den, you really have to teach Carrie how to make cakes like this. But then on the other hand, that might not be a good idea. Why not? Carrie asked, frowning at him. Because if you can bake like this, I will be fat in no time. She leaned over to whisper in his ear. Well, I wouldn't want that. I like your body just the way it is now. I like yours too. And I can't wait to see all of it later tonight. He whispered back in her ear so that no one else could hear him. Seeing that it was New Year's Eve, everyone stayed late to bring in the new year. When the countdown began, Dante pulled her into his arms, and when midnight struck, he teased her with all the love and passion he had inside him. Happy New Year, Care Bear. I love you. Happy New Year, my husband, and I love you too. I'm sorry I couldn't take you on a honeymoon, but I promise you that someday I will. It's okay. We're married and we don't have to be apart anymore. That's all that matters to me, she said, giving him another kiss. I hope it's not going to be too awkward for you to stay here at my parents' until we go back to school. Not at all. I love your family and they always make me feel so welcome. Just then the parents walked over to them. His father spoke for them all. We know you don't have time or the money to go on a honeymoon, but we all decided to chip in and get you a 3-night stay in the honeymoon suite at the Morocco Hotel. Your bags have been packed and they're in the taxi that's waiting to take you there now. The newlyweds gave each other a surprised look. They weren't expecting this, but it was a wonderful surprise. Thank you so much. You all have done so much for us already, Dante said. Going over, he shook his father's hand and the reverends, then he gave his mother and his mother-in-law a hug and kiss. Carrie did the same. Well, go on, you two. Get out of here now and Happy New Year, they all said as they walked them over to the cab. Hal followed them, and before they got into the car, he shook Dante's hand and turning to Carrie gave her a hug and stole a kiss. Be good to my buddy and I'll see you both soon. Dante jokingly pulled him away from her. Well, of course, you will be seeing us soon. We are all going on the same plane back to Michigan, you goofball. Hal pulled him over to the side. He reached into his pocket and slipped something into Danny's pocket. I kind of figured you'd forget to buy some. Enjoy your wedding night, friend. When they got into the cab and drove off, she turned to him. What did he put in your pocket? He reached inside and pulled out a box of condoms. Do we really need to use them? I am on the pill. That's up to you. I don't want to, but I will if you want me to. Maybe we should. We don't want to get pregnant until we're done school and we start up our business, she answered nervously. It dawned on her that tonight they would be making love for the first time since they've been together. Sure, they have fooled around. He had used his fingers to give her an orgasm, but they had never actually had sex. Are you worried about what's going to happen when we get to the hotel? He asked, sensing she was nervous and maybe a little afraid. A little, she said quietly. I won't do anything if you don't want me to. If you're not ready, I can wait. She took a hold of his chin and stared him straight in the eyes. I'm a little nervous, but this is what I have been waiting for since I first met you. I want this. I want you. You shall have me, over and over again, he said as he put his arms around her and placed his lips on hers, giving her a kiss that had her moaning into his mouth. Chapter 10. When they got to the hotel, they checked in the bellhop, carried their bags and showed them to their room. Dante picked her up bridal style and carried her inside when the man opened the door, setting their bags down. Thank you, he said to the man, handing him some money while she went to check out the suite. This place is amazing, and look, they send us champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries, she said, turning to look at him. Walking over to him, she reached up, undoing his tie. Why don't you take off your jacket and pour us a glass of champagne while I slip into some more comfortable? He put his arms around her waist, pulling her so close it took her breath away. All right, but don't keep me waiting too long, he said, giving her a kiss that got them both hot and bothered. When he finally released her, she backed away, blushing as she felt his hardness pressing into her. I won't be too long, and take off your shirt. I want to see what is mine, she said as she picked up her bag and headed into the bedroom. Slipping out of her dress, she put on the SI lingerie that she bought for this night. Taking a deep breath, she went and stood by the door and tried to sound SI when she spoke to him. Seeing his back shirtless and his toned muscles, she felt herself getting wet. Hi, hubby, she purred. He was taking a sip of his drink when he turned around, and when he saw her, his jaw dropped open, spilling the champagne down his front. Holy shit, you look so hot, he said as his snake swelled, getting hard. His eyes moved over her body. The nightie was see-through and he liked what he saw. She walked over to him, Seeing the liquid that was dripping down his chest, she stuck out her tongue, running it over his chest, licking off the champagne. She continued moving her tongue up his neck until she reached his lips. "It tastes even better off of you. Do you know what you're doing to me?" he asked, closing his eyes as she ran her tongue over his lips. "I have a pretty good idea," she said, putting her arms around his neck as she kissed him. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he moved her back a little, looked down at her lips, and before she had time to say anything, he put her up against the wall, pinning her hands above her head. His lips came crashing down on hers. He rubbed up against her as he devoured her lips in a heated passion. He used one hand to hold hers and his other hand moved down her curves. Moving down her leg, he slid his hand slowly back up to between her legs. He rubbed over the crotch of her panties, feeling them getting damp. His breathing was heavy, his voice coming out raspy when he spoke. "I must slow down. Take my time with you, as this will be your first time. I don't want you to take it slow. I want to feel your passion," she said, her one hand pulling his head down to kiss him, while her free hand went to his pants and undid them, pulling the zipper down. "Take me. I've waited long enough," she said, moaning. With his pants down around his ankles, he kicked them away. His hands grabbed the hem of her top and pulled it up over her head, tossing it to the floor. Attacking her lips with his mouth, he cupped her ass, pulling her up as she wrapped her legs around his waist. He carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. Laying on top, he starts by kissing her neck, moving down her collarbone. His heart was beating fast and his breath hitched in his throat. When he looked at her breasts before taking one in his mouth, he moved his tongue over the nipple before sucking on it, loving how hard and erect it was. With her legs on either side of him, he felt her rubbing up against his hardened snake as she arched her back, moaning while her fingers tugged on his hair. He switched to the other breast. His one hand moved down and inside her panties, sliding a finger inside her. He became more excited when he felt how wet she was. "Oh, Dante," she moaned loudly when he began playing inside her, his finger going deep as he stroked her. She wanted to know what it would be like to have him inside her, wanted to be his wife in every sense of the word. "Please, no more teasing. Get inside me. Make love to me." His body was lightly coated with sweat as hers was, giving her a deep and passionate kiss. He got off her and removed his briefs. He looked down at her when he stood there naked, his body standing at attention, and smiled when he saw her staring at it. "I love you," he said as he hooked his fingers in the waistband of her panties and slowly pulled them down. His eyes took in her perfect form, the way her cat was coated with her juices that came out when he finger-food her. He placed his mouth on her ankle, moving up her inner thighs, and leaving soft kisses along the way. He kissed her all the way up her stomach and her chest, until he got to her lips and embedding himself between her legs. He kissed her. He reached down and placed the blunt tip of his snake at her entrance. "Dante," she gasped, knowing what he was about to do. She was both nervous and excited at the same time. Hovering over her, he looked down into her eyes. He could see she was a little scared and wanted to put her at ease. "I will go slow and give you time to adjust to me. It might hurt at first but will only last for a few seconds. You're so beautiful and I love you." "I trust you," she said, looking back at him with so much love for him showing in her eyes. It was not easy for him to take it slow. He had waited so long to make love to her. He wanted to surge right in, but he guided his shaft into her slowly. Hearing her gasp, when he moved all the way in and started moving up and down, he saw the pained look on her face when he entered her, but it soon turned into a smile, and she started moving her hips to the beat of his thrusts. He placed his mouth over hers as he started going faster. The sound of their pleasure grew louder. It felt like he was in heaven being inside her and feeling her arms going around him, moving her fingers up and down his back. Knowing that she was okay and was not in pain, he started thrusting faster and deeper. Hearing her moans of pleasure, he let loose and gave it all he had. Buried deep inside her, he felt her walls tightening around his hardened snake. Their damp bodies moved together as one. It was like fireworks going off when they both started SMED together. Breathing heavily, he let out a grunt and collapsed on top of her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Once they had caught their breath, he lifted his body up and looked down at her. "Have I told you how much I love you?" "Yes, you did, constantly, but I like hearing it. I love you too." "I didn't hurt you, did I?" "No, you were so gentle. I felt just a little pang for a second, but then it felt so good. But then again, I just knew it would with you." "Would you like a glass of champagne now?" he asked, sitting up. "Yes, I would love a glass," she said, pulling the covers over her breasts. When he saw her covering up, He grabbed the sheet and pulled it away from her body. "We are married now. You don't need to hide your body from me." "But I feel so exposed," she said, giggling. "That's the point, Carrie. You have a great body and I don't want you to hide it from me." When he got out of the bed and started to pull on his pants, she cleared her throat. "What?" he asked. Holding his pants in his hands, he looked back at her. "If you expect me to be naked in front of you, then you must return the favor." Smiling, he dropped his pants. "You're right," he said. Leaving the bedroom, he returned moments later with 2 glasses of champagne and the chocolate-covered strawberries. Getting back in bed, he handed her a glass and set the bowl of strawberries between them and raised his glass to her. "To us. I promise to always love and cherish every moment we have together." "Me too," she said, leaning over, gave him a kiss. "Are you scared of moving away and starting school in a new place?" "I admit it is a little scary, but I'm looking forward to spending my life with you. It's also exciting moving to a new place and meeting different people. As long as I'm with you, I know I'll be all right." Taking the glass from her hand, he placed it on the nightstand along with the strawberries. Lowering her back down onto the bed, he climbed on top of her and smiled at her. "Are you ready for another round?" Cupping the back of his head, she pulled him close, their noses touching. "I was hoping we would do it again." Several hours later, they woke up, tangled in the sheets. "We sure have made a mess of these sheets," she said, feeling embarrassed about the mess. He stroked her cheek tenderly, knowing how she was feeling and wanting to make her feel better. "This is the honeymoon suite. They are used to this kind of thing. Let's go take a shower together, and then we'll go out and have breakfast in the dining room. That way room service will be able to come in and make up the bed." "Wait, you want us to shower together?" she asked, feeling her face turning red. "Yes, together. Come on, it'll be fun," he said. Taking her hand, he led her into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Stepping in, he reached out his hand for her to take, and when she did, he pulled her in. His arms went around her. His mouth went on hers as the water flowed over their naked bodies. Like all newlyweds, they spent 3 days in bed making love. Each time was more passionate than the last time. She was over her shyness and got really turned on by how possessive and dominant he was in bed. She had read a lot about different positions and things they could do to spice up their love life. She suggested they bring handcuffs and a blindfold into the bedroom, which he gladly agreed to. "Yes, we definitely have to get some of those and we'll try it. I would love to have you tied up and at my mercy," he said, throwing her back down onto the bed and getting on top of her. He really liked the idea of what she was suggesting. Sadly, their time at the hotel was up, and had to head back to Dante's parents' place where everyone would be waiting for them. They, along with Hal, would be taking a late flight back to Michigan. When they got back to Danny's parents' place, they had lunch waiting for them, and both sets of parents were there along with the twins, who were excited to see them. Carrie and her mother had packed her suitcases before she went on her 3-day honeymoon, so she was all ready to go. After they all had lunch together, they Saturday around talking, until Hal came over later that evening to drive to the airport with them. Getting Dante alone, he gave him a light punch in the arm. "So how was the honeymoon?" "Oh man, it was great. We had a great time." "Well, judging from that smile on your face, I'd say the SX was great." "Be careful, Hal. That's my wife you're talking about," he said, then smiled. "But yeah, it was amazing. Making love to the woman that you love is so much better than just having sex with someone. I hope that someday you can find the love of your life." "Well, I'm in no hurry, pal. Too many hot babes out there to ban. I'm not ready to give that up yet. Maybe I never will be." After saying all the goodbyes and the hugs and kisses, the 3 of them got into the taxi and headed to the airport. She was anxious to see where they were going to be living and to start the new school. Chapter 11. Please don't jump all over me for the Google thing. It's just made up on my part. We'll say it was just before Google took off. All fiction. Dante held her hand during the flight as she slept. He didn't blame her for falling asleep. He had kept her up late during their stay at the hotel. He couldn't help snickering to himself as he watched Hal hitting on the blonde flight attendant only to get shot down. Hal came in Saturday down in the seat next to Dante, sulking. "I think she's a lesbian," he said grumpily. "Do you think maybe she just wasn't into you?" "Nah," he said, looking at Dante and smirked. "Looks like you have gone and wore her out," he said, looking over at Carrie, who was still fast asleep. Dante turned and glared angrily at him. "I'm only going to tell you this one last time. Don't talk about her in a disrespectful way or our friendship is over. She's not one of your bimbos, that you pick up and drop after getting what you want. She's my wife. How's face dropped. He had never seen Dante this angry and knew he had crossed the line. All right, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. When the plane landed, he leaned over, kissing her lips softly to wake her up. We're here, sweetheart. She looked so adorable when she looked back at him, rubbing her eyes. Can you walk or should I carry you? I can walk, she answered, snickering and rolling her eyes at him. Taking a cab, they dropped Hal off at the dorm, and then went to their couple's apartment at the other end of the college. Paying the driver, he carried their bags inside, and when he got to the door to their place, he set the bags down, unlocked the door, and picking her up, he carried her inside. Welcome home, Care Bear, he said, giving her a key when he sat her down. Oh my, this really is tiny, but countsy, she said as she looked around the small room. There was a small living room that could only hold a sofa and TV. There was an even smaller kitchen off to the side. She went and checked the other 2 rooms. One the bathroom and the other one was a bedroom. It too was small and held a double bed and 2 small dressers. He walked over to her, putting his arms around her waist. I know it's small, but I promise that someday I will buy you a big house with a huge backyard for our children to play in. She put her arms around his neck. It doesn't bother me that it's small. We're together and married. That's all I care about. But we need to go and get some groceries. There's nothing in the fridge or cupboards. Give me a minute to change. Moving from his embrace, she renews her pants and undoes the buttons on her blouse. She then sees him watching her. His eyes sparkled and he wore a side grin on his face as he watched her. What? She asked when he moved closer to her. We can go shopping tomorrow. Right now I want to christen the bed, he said. Picking her up, he felt her legs wrapping around his waist as they started kissing. He carries her over to the bed as she slides her shirt over her shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. Lowering her down onto the bed, he climbs on top of her, his mouth and hands exploring every inch of her soft curves. Later they lay in each other's arms, basking in the glory of their passionate lovemaking. Would you be upset with me if I were to tell you that I'm really hungry? She asked, hoping he wouldn't get upset. It turned out she had nothing to worry about. He caressed her back with his fingertips. I'm sorry. No wonder you're hungry. We hadn't eaten since this afternoon. I know this great little burger place just around the corner. We can go there and get something. Tomorrow we'll go stock up on food. He ordered them both burgers and fries and a milkshake. They sat her down and waited for their food to come. We have 2 days before our classes start up. What would you like to do? He asked. Reaching over, he took a hold of her hand. You could show me around. I'd like to see where you do your painting. I usually do it in the art studio after classes. I will take you there and we'll go around to where you will be going to school. I'm hoping that you will come to my games. You will be my good luck charm. I wouldn't miss your games for anything in the world, she answered, pulling her hand out of his when the food came. The next few months flew by. Marriage was good between them, though busy. He had his classes, football, and was kept busy in his spare time painting. She too was busy finishing high school, at her part-time job in a nearby cafe. Their love and passion grew, getting even more creative in the bedroom. 1.5 years later, they had their first big fight. Hal came over and asked Dante if he wanted to invest in a new software program that he said would make them rich. He explained to them that for $5,000 they could get in on the ground floor. It was for the internet, called Google. $5,000, that's every penny we saved, she said, turning to Dante. I've heard about it. It's going to be the next big thing. If we invest, we could make a killing. I say we do it. Just think what we could do with the money. We could open up our own art gallery and buy a house. I'm doing it. Dante, I'm your wife. Don't I have a say in how we spend our money? Well, it's really my money from the paintings I've sold. The moment it came out of his mouth, he knew it was a big mistake. She stood up, her eyes filled with fury. Your money. I thought it was our money. Go ahead and do what you want with your money, she said, storming off. Dude, I'm not married, but even I know you never say something like that to your wife. Man, you are in the doghouse now. You should go to her, tell her you're sorry, and try and convince her to invest. I'm telling you, from what I've heard, this young man is on his way to being the richest kid in the world. When Dante found her, she was still angry. He knew he had his work cut out for him in getting her to forgive him. Carrie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say it was my money. She whirled around to face him. Well, you did say it, so that tells me it's what you really think. I thought we were a team, that we make decisions together. But you have already decided to invest. I'm going to bed. You can sleep on the sofa. He tried talking to her, but she locked the bedroom door, refusing to let him in. So he did the only thing he could think of. He kicked open the door. We're not going to bed angry, and we are going to discuss this now. She was startled when the door flew open and she sat up in bed. You know you're going to have to pay for that. I will, he snapped. Going over, he sat her on the bed, rolling onto her side, her back to him. She pulled the covers over her. You can talk all you want, but that doesn't mean I have to talk back. I didn't mean what I said. It is our money. I don't want for us to fight or go to bed angry. We have proved to everyone that we could make this marriage work. I know it's a lot of money, but I have a really good feeling about this investment. She sat her up and looked at him, but that money was to go towards the gallery. What's going to happen if this Google thing is a flop? He moved a strand of hair from her face. I'm asking you to trust me on this. I promise if it doesn't work out, I'll sell more paintings. I love you, Care Bear. I love you too. Oh, all right, let's do it. He smiled, cupping her face in his hands. Does this mean I'm forgiven for my poor choice of words earlier? Yes, you're forgiven, this time. Placing his lips on hers, he lowered her down onto the bed, making love to her for hours until she begged him to stop, saying she was getting sore. Hal and Dante both invested $5,000. They were the first ones to do so. If they had waited, it would have cost them much more than that. Time passed and Carrie had finished high school. Dante only had a couple more months to go. After that, they would decide where she would go to college. They talked about going back to South Carolina. He would find work until she got her degree, and then they would look for a building to open an art gallery. He also considered teaching the art of painting. If he had to work, he might as well do what he loved. Now married for 3 years and still happily married, they returned home, where they agreed to move in with her parents while she finished her education. Dante would teach art and live with her parents. They would be able to save enough money to open their own gallery and a place to live. It had been just over 3 years since the two men had invested in Google, and Hal raced over to the Dunn's home. He knocked on the door, and when Carrie opened it, he picked her up and swung her around before setting her down. Where's Dante? I have some fantastic news to tell both of you. He's in the living room with Mom and Dad. What's going on? She asked, following behind him. Hey Hal, what's up? Dante asked, getting to his feet. You're not going to believe it. Remember that company we invested in? Yeah, what about it? Damn man, he said and looked over at Carrie's father. Oh, sorry Reverend. He looked back at Dante. Have you not been watching the news? The kid that came up with it. Well, it's a hit. It's the next big thing to hit the internet. Seeing the stunned look on his friend's face, he shook his head and grinned. We're rich. Filthy rich. Look at this, he said, handing him some papers. Dante took the papers and read them. Carrie looked over his shoulder, and when she saw the figures written down, she felt faint and had to sit down. Is this for real? She asked, looking at Hal. He smiled back at her. It's real, and it's just the beginning. There will be more checks coming our way, and just think, you didn't want your husband to invest. Dante went and sat next to her, putting his arm over her shoulder. Do you know what this means? I am not sure. Care Bear, this will make our dreams come true. We can open up the art gallery we always talked about, and we can buy our dream home. We'll be able to start the family we have been wanting. But to open up the gallery, we'll need more than this, won't we? Hal cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. That's where I come in. I want to come in as your partner, a silent partner, and I can be your lawyer now that I have gotten my license. So what do you say? Can we be partners? Dante whispered in her ear. Then she whispered back into his. Getting up, he walks over to Hal, holding out his hand to shake his. You've got a deal, partner. Great. Now I'm taking us all out for dinner to celebrate. That includes all the parents too, Hal said. Taking out his phone, he called his parents. They went to one of the finest restaurants in town, and several bottles of champagne were ordered and placed on the table. Dante placed his hand on her knee and leaned over to kiss her cheek. All of our dreams are about to come true. So I guess you'll be starting your search for a building to open up your art gallery, Hal's father said to the two men. I know of a couple that is available. Well, I was going to talk to Dante and Carrie about that, he said, turning to look at them. I know where we can buy one that is in a great location, already set up, and has many clients and artists who have and would like to stay on with the new owners. Dante was in awe. He couldn't believe that Hal had given this a lot of thought and already looked into it. That's great. Where is it? Hal took a deep breath. He knew the couple were wanting to live here, close to their families, and wasn't sure how well they would take the news. New York. Chapter 12. New York. They all said at the same time. Carrie, Dante, I know you guys were wanting to sell here and open one, but this place is perfect. It's a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and the owner is anxious to sell. He's offering a great price to the right person. Let's go to New York and check it out before you say no. Dante turned to Carrie. What do you think? If you want to stay here, then that's what we'll do. It's your call. I think we should go check it out before making a decision. She turned to her parents. Mom, Dad, what do you think we should do? Your mother and I would love for you and Dante to settle down here, but it's your life and it's about what you both want. I'm sure the Matthews will agree. Both Charlie and Ruth agreed. It's settled then. We'll go to New York and check it out, Dante said, taking Carrie's hand, gave it a light squeeze. Hal was ecstatic. He raised his glass and made a toast to the future. 2 days later, the trio was on a flight to New York, and 2 hours later, after they landed, they booked into the Plaza Hotel for a 5-day stay. Hal had a room across from Dante and Carrie. They had 2 days to explore the city before meeting with the gallery owner the following day. The 3 of them took in some of the sights. They also visited some of the other art galleries to get the feel of their competition. After having dinner, Dante and Carrie went to their room while Hal, who hit it off with one of the waitresses, stayed behind. I doubt we'll see much of Hal while we're here, he said, removing his clothes and getting into bed. Hal is such a nice guy. I wish he would find someone and settle down, she said, snuggling into him. He won't anytime soon. He's living every guy's dream. Lifting her head up, she glares at him. Oh really? So would you also like to be living that dream of being with different women? He rolled her over onto her back and climbed on top of her. Excuse me for my poor choice of words. What I should have said, it was most men's dream, but not mine. I'm already living my dream. With you? She ran her fingers through his hair, her anger disappearing. You sure know the right words to say to get yourself out of trouble. Now, how about using that magic wand of yours to make my dreams come true? It will be my pleasure, he said. His mouth came down on hers, and his hand moved down her body and under her nightgown. For the next couple of days, they went sightseeing together. Hal was otherwise occupied. Then a time came for them to meet with the owner of the gallery. They were very impressed when they walked in. Carrie was walking between Dante and Hal. She gripped her husband's arm. This place is spectacular, and look how busy it is. I had a good feeling about this place. He placed his hand over hers and smiled at her. I do too. Just then an elderly man walked over to them as they turned their heads, taking everything in and liking what they were seeing. You must be Mr. and Mrs. Matthews and Mr. Cooper. Let me introduce myself. I am Elliot Anderson, the man said, shaking their hands. Mr. Anderson, we are pleased to meet you, and thanks for seeing us, Hal said, shaking his hand. Let me show you around. I think you will like the place. May I ask you a personal question? Dante asked, hoping he wasn't overstepping. Feel free to ask me anything, Mr. Matthews. It's clear that you have a thriving business here. I was just wondering why you would want to sell, and at such a great price. I'm an old man and my health is not that good. I want to enjoy what time I have left, and this place takes up too much of my time. I started this gallery over 40 years ago, and I would love to see it go to someone who loves art, not just the money it brings in. From everything Mr. Cooper has told me about you, I feel you are the right people to take it over. I would ask that you keep on the artists that have been with us for years. From the works that I've seen in here, there could be no way I'd want to get rid of them. I would also like to bring in some new artists, ones just starting out, Dante said, taking hold of Carrie's hand. That's a marvelous idea. Now let me show you around. Upstairs is where there are a couple of offices and a spare room. It's quite large and has an amazing view of the city. It would make a great area for you to paint. How did you know I'm a painter? The older man glanced over at Hal before answering. Mr. Cooper was kind enough to send me some pictures of your work. I must say you are very talented. I believe someday you will be famous. Thank you, Sarah. They came to the staircase and she looked up in awe. This is so beautiful. The art hanging up is amazing, she said as they climbed the stairs. They were shown into the first office. Then the second, and lastly was the spare room, which was quite huge. This would make a perfect studio for you to do some painting. Just look at the view, Dante, she said, motioning for him to come over to the window. He walked over, putting his arm around her waist, and he stared out the window. It is quite amazing. She turned around to face him. So what do you think? He looked over at Hal, then back at her. I think it's perfect, but not as perfect as you, he said, giving her a quick yes on the lips and turning to Mr. Anderson. I'd very much like to make a deal. The older man smiled and shook his hand. Let me take you all out to dinner tonight and we'll go over the details. If everything is to both of our satisfaction, I'll have my lawyer draw up the papers and Mr. Cooper can check them over. Later that evening they met with Mr. Anderson and his wife Kathleen. They discussed all the financial parts, and who all were the clients and the artists who had their works in the gallery. When their meal arrived, they set the papers aside to enjoy the food. Dante not only found the food to be excellent, he enjoyed the conversation with the Andersons. They were a lovely couple who were unable to have children of their own. He really liked them, and his gut told him that they could be trusted. By the end of the meal, they had all developed a strong friendship. Mrs. Anderson was quite taken with Carrie, and the two talked non-stop during the meal. After the food was consumed, another bottle of champagne was ordered, and by the time they were all getting ready to leave, Dante and Hal were over the moon that a deal was made and would soon be the new owners of the gallery. I will have my lawyers fax you all the paperwork when everything is settled. We'll get together again to celebrate, Mr. Anderson said, shaking their hands when they said goodnight and parted ways. Back at the hotel, Hal went to Dandy's and Carrie's room, where he ordered another bottle of champagne so that they could celebrate. Just the three of them. To the three of us, may our partnership and friendship last forever, and may it make us a ton of money, Hal said, raising his glass to the others. The next day, they flew back home to tell their parents the good news. It would be at least a good 3 or 4 months before they took over ownership. Her parents were sad that she would be moving away, especially her mother. I am so very happy for you, but at the same time, it makes me sad to see you leave, Harriet said, giving her daughter a big hug. Mom, it's not that far away and it's only 2 hours by plane. We'll still see each other a lot. I know, sweetheart, it just isn't going to be the same, with you not being in the same town, you and Dante. So have you figured out where you're going to live? We were thinking of renting an apartment, and in a few months we want to buy a house, Dante said, sitting next to Carrie. 3 months later, the papers were all signed and the money exchanged hands. Mr. Anderson and his wife flew to South Carolina to personally congratulate the three of them and to celebrate. It was a good opportunity to get everybody together, and they all got along fine. Even the twins, who were now older, behaved like young ladies. Since Hal was a partner, he was given a bigger office so that he could practice law from there. It would work out well for all of them. With his law clients having to come to see him, they would have to go through the gallery. He was pretty sure that once his clients walked through, they would notice the art and most possibly end up buying some. It was a win-win for all of them. Dante and Carrie took the smaller office, and he would use the other room to paint. The time came for the three of them to fly back to New York and begin a new chapter in their lives. Their families were hosting a goodbye party for them. All of their friends and relatives were invited. Dante was having a beer with some of the guys when his mother approached him and asked if she could have a private word with him. What's up, Mom? It's the twins. They're taking you leaving really hard. You should go talk to them. They're outside sitting on the porch. He couldn't help feeling a little bad. They had always looked up to him and he had been neglecting them lately. Going outside, he went and squeezed between them and sat her down, putting his arms around their shoulders. Hey guys, I'm really going to miss my two Rugrats. Why do you have to go? Joyce asked, wiping a tear away from her eyes. Girls, I'm married now and we're starting a business. It's not like we'll never see each other again. I'll come back to visit a lot and you guys can come to visit me and Carrie. You never should have married her. It's her fault you guys are moving away, Jane said, crossing her arms in anger. Now that's not fair to Carrie, and you know it's not her fault that I'm leaving. It's a decision we made together and I thought you liked her. I do. She's really cool, but I'm going to miss you, Jane said, putting her arms around him. You forget all about me once you meet a cute boy and start dating. We'll never forget you and you better promise to come back lots, they both said at the same time. Let's go inside and sneak some ice cream while Mom's busy with the guests. Though they were older, they still loved their ice cream, and it even tasted better when they were able to sneak it behind their mother's back. The day they were leaving for New York, all the parents got together. Hal's parents gave him a big hug and had him promise to stay in touch, and his mother even told him it was time for him to find a nice girl to settle down with. After all the hugs and kisses were done, the three of them boarded the plane. Dante took her hand in his after they were buckled up. He gave her a big smile and, leaning over, kissed her. "Well, Care Bear, are you ready to begin our new life?" "Yes, I'm so excited to be running my own art gallery," she giggled. "I mean our art gallery." It had been decided that she would be the one mainly in charge of running the gallery with Dante's help. He would be kept busy with painting, Hal would be a silent partner, and since he was starting up his law practice he would be kept busy but would also help the other two if they needed it. "You do a great job running the place. After all, you are at the top of your class in business. I will be right by your side whenever you need my help." He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. "In a couple of years, once things are moving in the right direction, then I would like us to think about having a family. I'm only going to wait 2 years from now to have a baby. I really want us to have children soon," she said, feeling those urges to have a baby becoming stronger every day. "Me too, sweetheart. I've been thinking how great it would be for us to have a baby. I just think with how busy we are going to be for the next 2 years that it wouldn't be fair to the child. In a couple of years, when things have settled down, we'll have more time." "Yes, I agree." She leaned over and kissed him. "But in 2 years, busy or not, we are having a baby." Putting his arm around her, he kissed her passionately. "Agreed," he said when he let her go. Chapter 13. 1 year after they arrived in New York, and their business was thriving. They bought a house in the country. Their investment in Google was making them a ton of money, and Hal's law business was rapidly growing. Dante did most of his paintings at home, and they sold as soon as they were hung up in the gallery. He even took up flying again, getting his pilot's license, and was looking into buying a small plane. Life was good. Their love grew stronger with each passing day. Even Hal started dating a nice woman and seemed happy. But after 6 months, he broke up with her, saying she was pushing him into getting married, and he wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. Carrie had come out of the bathroom and went over to the closet, taking out a dress to wear that day. She was still in her bra and panties when he walked into the room. Seeing her and admiring her body, he felt himself getting aroused. Removing his shirt, he goes over to her, pulling her into his arms. "You should know better than to walk around half naked when I'm around. You know it gets me horny." She giggled, putting her arms around his neck. "I didn't know you were coming up here. I thought you were busy painting." "I was, but my mind was on you, wondering what you were doing." "Well, I have to get ready to go to the gallery. I have things to do before the party tonight. Now scoot and let me get ready." A slight grin crossed his face. Pulling her closer, he started nibbling on her ear. He knew this simple act always got her melting. "I'll leave after I've had my way with you," he said, letting his one hand move slowly down her body. After undoing her bra and letting it fall to the floor, he moaned when he put his fingers inside her panties and felt how wet she had gotten. "Oh baby, I love how wet you get for me," he said. Picking her up, he carried her over to the bed and laid her down. An hour later, they lay in each other's arms. "Now look what you've done. You have really made me late now," she said, moving her fingers over his arm. "You're the boss. You can do what you want," he said, kissing the top of her head. He was so deeply in love with her that he couldn't imagine his life without her in it. "Boss or no boss, I still have so much to do before the party." She sat her day up and looked at him. "You could help me." He reached his hand up, touching her breasts. "I would, but you know I have to go and pick up my plane today. But as soon as I get back, I'll be there." "When will you be back?" "I won't get there until after the party starts, so I'll get out to take you and I'll meet you there." "I am so sorry, baby, but I got a great deal on that plane, but only if I pick it up today. Please don't be upset with me." "I'm not, but try to get there as soon as you can. After all, the party is for you, in honor of your success," she said. Sliding out of bed, she turned to look at him. "Thanks to you, I need to shower again. Care to join me?" "I'll race you to it," he answered, jumping out of bed. He stood behind her, his arms around her, cupping her breasts in his hands. "God, I love these babies. So firm and fits perfectly in my hands," he said, chuckling. "You're so naughty. Now behave." Feeling his hard snake pressing against her, she knew he wasn't going to behave, and she would be even more late for work than she already was. Later, when they were downstairs, and she was grabbing her purse from the table by the front door, he went up to her, pulling her into his arms. "I love you. Drive carefully and I'll see you tonight." I love you too, and don't be too late or you will be sleeping on the sofa tonight, she said, smiling as she kissed him. As she was walking out the door, he grabbed her hand, pulling her back to him. Care Bear, I want us to start a family now. He had wanted a child for some time now, but with them both being so busy, the time was never right. But now he knew it was time. Her eyes lit up. She was actually going to say the same thing tonight. Wanted to surprise him at the party. Really? Yes, really. So tonight we will make a baby. Dante, I've been wanting to get pregnant for so long. She wiggled her eyebrows at him. I'm more than willing to keep trying until I become pregnant. Now stop kissing me. I've got to go. I want you to know I love you so much and you have made me so happy. To think some people said it would never last. We sure showed them, he said, giving her a slap and winking at her. Go now before I change my mind about letting you leave and throw you down right here and have my way with you. Ouch, that stings. I'd owe you one, she said, giving him a quick kiss before leaving. He watched her leaving and waved as she drove off. There was something different about her today. She seemed happier than ever and had a spring in her step. He went and walked over to the driveway and looked back at his home. The moment they had laid eyes on it, they both fell in love with it. They had it all: money, health, and most of all they had each other. He felt truly blessed. She was a very understanding wife. When he had brought up the subject of buying his own plane, he was sure she would object, but instead she told him that whatever made him happy, then he should go for it. He looked up at the sky. It was a beautiful warm day and he was excited to get going. Taking one last look at the house, he smiled and went inside to get ready to leave. Back at the gallery, Carrie was busy making sure that everything was ready for the evening. She called the caterers and made sure her staff had all the artists' works hung up, instructing the decorators on where to place everything. She decided it was time to go home and take a long relaxing bath before the party got started. At home, after she had taken a bath, she set Dante's tux on the bed along with his shoes and tie. It's not that she had to do it, she wanted to. She then got dressed and went downstairs to wait for Hal. He arrived on time. That was one of the qualities she liked about him. My God, you looked absolutely gorgeous, he said when she opened the door. Thank you, and thanks for picking me up. It was my pleasure. Are you ready to go? Yes, she answered, picking up her purse. I hope Dante isn't too late. I'd hate for him to miss his own party. I don't know why he had to pick up that damn plane today of all days, he said, starting the car. He drove off. It had to be today or someone else would have gotten it. He's been dreaming of owning his own plane for a long time now. It's really nice and seats for people, and he's going to take me for a ride. When they got to the gallery, the staff were waiting for them. She looked around and loved what they had done. You have all done a wonderful job. Dante will be so pleased. She looked at her watch. Okay, it's time to open the doors. Make sure to hand everyone a glass of champagne as soon as they walk in. An hour later, Hal went over to where she was standing with another couple. Excuse me for interrupting, but I just wanted to say that everyone is asking for Dante. Just tell them he'll be here soon. All right, but if he's not here in an hour, you're going to have to make the speech. You have his speech with you, right? Yes. Now don't worry, she said, smiling at him. An hour and a half later, Dante still hadn't shown up, so she had no choice but to do the speech. Getting up front, with Hal by her side, she began the speech, thanking everyone for showing up to celebrate the success of the gallery. She also added some words of her own, saying how proud she was of her husband and thanking everyone who had their art with them. I'm sorry he's not here, but I'm positive he has a good reason for not making it. So please, enjoy the rest of the evening. Eat, drink, and have fun. You did real good, Carrie, Hal said, placing a quick kiss on her cheek. Dante better have a good reason for not being here. It's not like him though. He promised me he would be here, and it's not like him to break his promise. Maybe there was a problem with the plane, and it had to be fixed before he could fly it back here, Hal said, seeing the worried look on her face. It might be late, but he'll get here. He hands her a glass of champagne. No thanks, she said, declining the drink. As the night wore on, she was starting to get worried, especially when he wasn't answering his phone. If it weren't for everyone keeping her busy with talking and questions, she would have gone mad with worry. On the plus side, she did make a bunch of sales. Several of Dante's paintings sold right away. Hal was busy flirting with a woman when one of the staff walked over to him, telling him he was needed in the hallway. Not now, he said, turning back to the woman. Mr. Cooper, I'm afraid I can't wait. Hal turned to the male staff. He was ready to give him hell but stopped when he saw the strange look on his face. So he apologized to the young lady and left to see what the problem was. So what is so urgent? He asked the man who was following him. It's to police officers. They said it's about Mr. Matthews. I thought it was better to get you first rather than Mrs. Matthews. Hal reached the hallway, and as soon as he saw the sad, long faces on them, he knew it was bad news. Officers, what seems to be the problem? We're looking for Mrs. Dante Matthews. We were told she'd be here. She is, but I'm Danny's friend and also their partner. He swallowed the lump in his throat. He didn't like where this was going. If there's been an accident, I should be the one to break it to her. The older one stepped forward. There has been an accident. I'm sorry to say the plane he was flying went down into the ocean. How do you know? Hal asked, feeling his stomach dropping. He sent out a distress signal, saying his engine died and he was going down. Planes are out looking for him, but being so late and dark, the chances of finding him tonight is slim to none. But he could still be alive, right? Hal asked, desperate to hear that he could be. The two officers looked at one another before looking back at him. The truth is that it's unlikely he survived the crash. We'll be able to tell you more once it's daylight, and the rescue team can start searching the water. I am sorry, but someone needs to tell his wife. Would you like us to tell her, sir? Hal stood there with a blank look on his face. He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes. No, I think it would be best coming from me. Thank you, and keep us posted. You can reach us at their home. Again, we're sorry for delivering this news. We'll be in touch as soon as we know anything. Thank you, officers, he said, and turning he stopped. Looking into the room, he watched Carrie as she seemed to float around the room, mingling with the guests. She looked so radiant, so happy, and he wasn't sure how to tell her that the man she loved was most likely dead. Carrie saw Hal approaching her. His face was as white as a ghost, and it looked like he had tears in his eyes. What's wrong? She asked, giving him a worried look. I need to talk to you in private. Let's go upstairs to my office. He took her arm and led her out of the room and up the stairs. She thought maybe Hal had gotten some bad news from home. She knew his mother had a heart attack a couple of months ago, and maybe things took a turn for the worse. So she decided to keep quiet and let him talk when he was ready. She had no idea that her world was about to come crashing down around her. Chapter 14. When they got inside his office, he closed the door and told her to sit down, saying he had something to tell her. She sat her down. What's wrong? Is it your mother? He went and sat her down beside her, taking a hold of her hand. No, it's not my mother. It's Dante. There's been an accident. Where is he? I need to go to him, she said, standing up only to be pulled back down. Carrie, his plane went down in the ocean. I'm afraid he's gone. No, there must be a mistake. Carrie, the police were here. They're searching but have to wait for daylight before they can search for his body. There's no way he could have survived. I'm so sorry. Pulling away, she got to her feet. Raising her hand, she slapped him hard across his face. Shut your mouth. He's alive. Maybe it was someone else who crashed. He's probably downstairs now. I've got to go to him, she said, rushing out of the room. He was able to get to her before she got out. Pulling her into his arms, he held her tight against him while she struggled. He knew she didn't mean to hit him. She was in shock, and soon she stopped struggling. But what happened next was so much worse. Her body shook. Her roar of anguish rang out as she collapsed in his arms, crying. Picking her up, he carried her over to the sofa and laid her down. Her eyes were closed and she was no longer crying. He got worried when she suddenly went quiet. Carrie, please open your eyes. You're scaring me. She opened her eyes and then closed them again. A tear ran from her eyes down her face. He's not dead. He can't be. They will find him and bring him back to me, she said. Opening her eyes, she looked at him. She could see by looking into his eyes that he believed Dante was gone. She sat her up, wiping her tears away. Take me home. I need to be there when Dante gets back. Taking a deep breath, he helped her up. Knowing she was in denial, he took her out the back way so that no one would bother them. Getting her safely inside the car, he drove to her place. He went inside with her. There was no way he was going to leave her alone. You really don't have to stay, she said, turning to look at him. Carrie, you shouldn't be alone right now. I will stay with you until we get some word on Dante. Sighing, she nodded her head. All right, if you wish. I'm going to go upstairs and change into something else. Make yourself at home. I won't be gone long. He went into the kitchen and started a pot of coffee. He had a feeling it was going to be a long night. He had just finished pouring the coffee when she came down wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. "I made some coffee for us unless you would like something stronger." "No, coffee will be fine," she said, sitting down on the sofa. Picking up the mug of coffee, she took a sip, but her hands were shaking so badly she had to set it back down on the table. "Carrie, do you want to talk about what's happening?" "There's nothing to talk about. Dante is alive. I can accept the fact that there was an accident, but they will find him alive and well," she said, wiping away a tear that slid down her face. Hal knew she was only trying to convince herself when deep down she knew the truth. He could see it in her eyes. "Carrie, I hope you're right, but please don't get your hopes up." "He's alive, damn it," she snapped. "I'm going to make us a sandwich. I'll be right back." She came back with a couple of sandwiches and more coffee, handing him one. Then she sat her back down on the sofa, but she didn't touch her sandwich. She just stared at it. "BLT, she blurted out. "What?" She looked at Hal. "Bacon, lettuce and tomato with mayonnaise. It's Dante's favorite," she said, then broke down crying. Hal got up and went over to her. Sitting down, he pulled her into his arms and held her. "It's going to be okay. Nothing is ever going to be okay again," she said, closing her eyes. When she finally drifted off to sleep, he slid his arm out from around her, and laying her down on the sofa, he covered her up with a blanket. He then went into the other room to call Dante's parents and her parents to tell them what had happened. It was one of the hardest things he's ever had to do. After ending the calls, he went back into the living room and went over to the matching sofa and kicked off his shoes and laid down. He looked over at her when he heard her crying in her sleep. It was late and he was so tired he finally drifted off to sleep. A knock at the door woke him a few hours later. Getting up, he hurried over to answer the door. He didn't want to wake her up. He was surprised to see both sets of parents standing there, along with the twins, all looking so sad and tired. "You're off here already?" he asked, stepping aside to let them in. "We all took an early flight so that we could get here," Dante's father said. He looked Hal straight in the eyes. His own were red and swollen from crying. "Is there any more word on him? Have they found my son?" Hal could hear the desperation in his voice. Looking at the others, he saw tears in their eyes. "No, sir. We're still waiting to hear from the rescue team." "Carrie, where is she?" Harriet asked as she took off her coat. "In the living room, asleep." "How is she?" her father asked him. "Not good. At first she refused to believe that he's gone. She's still insistent he's alive." He stopped talking when the twins started crying. Going over to them, he kneeled down, drawing them both into his arms. "I'm so sorry, girls. He loved you both so much." Joyce pulled away. "But they haven't found him yet. His body, I mean, so he could still be alive." "Right." Hal didn't know what to say. He just pulled her back into his arms. Carrie could hear voices coming from the front room. Getting up, she walked out into the hallway and found them all by the door, talking. "Mom, Dad," she said. Her throat felt so dry she could hardly speak. Her mother ran over, cupping her face in her hands. "Oh, baby, I'm so sorry," she said, then put her arms around her. Her father joined them, putting his arms around both of them. When they finally let go of her, she looked over at Dante's parents. "I don't know what to say except I'm so sorry." Charlie and Ruth went to her. She put her arms around Carrie. "It's okay, sweetheart. We know, and I know how much you loved him." She placed her hands over hers. "I want to thank you." "Thank me? What for?" "Because you loved my son. You made him so happy, and for that, I will always be grateful. No matter what, you will always be a part of our family." Carrie hugged the twins and then they all went into the living room. When she offered to make everyone breakfast and coffee, the two mothers insisted she sit. They would do it. Upon hearing that they were going to book into a hotel, she insisted that they stay with her, saying there was more than enough room for everyone. After they ate, there was a knock at the door. Hal opened it and two officers came in. Everyone gathered around, waiting to hear the news, good or bad, but seeing the look on the men's faces, they knew it was bad news. The area was searched. They found bits and pieces of the plane. "What about my husband, Dante?" she cried out, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Matthews. We couldn't find him." "You're still going to look for him, right?" "There's no way anyone could survive that type of crash. We can keep searching for a while longer, but to be honest, where the crash happened, we may never find his body." Carrie started twisting her fingers through her hair. He could have clung to a part of the plane. Maybe made it to shore. He's alive. I just know he is. The older man of the two lowered his head. There was no land anywhere near where it happened. He couldn't have lived through the crash when it hit the water. I'm so sorry for your loss, he said, looking at everyone who was staring at him with eyes red and swollen. He saw the hope draining from all of their eyes. This was the part of his job that he hated, giving people bad news. Carrie started sobbing, falling to her knees. Hal was the first one to reach her. Putting his arms around her, he picked her up. She's fainted. I'll take her upstairs and lay her down. I'll come with you, Harriet said, following him. He laid her down, gently stroking her cheek with his fingers. Carrie, wake up, he said, but moved away when her mother came over to the bed. She's just in shock. Would you get a glass of water? Harriet said, sitting next to her daughter, touching her cheek. It's going to be all right, sweetheart. I'm here with you. She slowly opened her eyes. Mom, tell me this is just a bad dream and that Dante is alive, she said, tears falling down her face. He can't be gone. He can't be, she cried out. Sitting up, she threw her arms around her mother, sobbing, making her body shake. When she had calmed down, she drank the water Hal handed her, finishing it all, then handed him the empty glass back. She laid back down, closing her eyes. I'm so tired. You sleep, sweetheart. We'll be downstairs, and I don't want you to worry about anything. We'll all help you through this. Leaning over Carrie, she kissed her on the forehead and motioned to Hal for them to leave the room. Downstairs, the twins were in the other room on their phones while the others talked. We need to make funeral arrangements. I don't think Carrie is up to doing it, Charlie said. Even though he was grieving the loss of his son, he knew someone had to do it. For the next little while, they made plans, saying they would run it past Carrie before finalizing everything. Hal said he would make some of the calls. He wanted to make things as easy for the family as he possibly could. It was Carrie he was most worried about. She was not taking it well, and he felt she was close to a breakdown. I'm sorry. What? He said when he heard his name, pulling him from his thoughts. I was just saying that it was a good thing it was you that gave her the news about Dante instead of a stranger. You've been a good friend to both of them, Reverend Dunn said, taking a hold of his wife's hand. Dante has always been like a brother to me, and I've grown fond of Carrie. I know he would want me to look out for her, to make sure she'll be all right. He looked at all of them. His heart had this ache in it. He was missing his best friend already and had tears in his eyes. Dante was a great man and he loved you all. His love for Carrie was so deep, and she felt the same way about him. They were so deeply in love. I can only hope that I find even a fraction of that kind of love someday. I think after the funeral, that she should move back to South Carolina with us, be close to her family, Harriet said, wiping a tear from her eye. But her life is here. Her business is here, Hal said, not wanting Carrie to move away. It can be sold. She needs to come home, Harriet answered back. I'm not leaving New York. They all turned around when they heard Carrie's voice. She was standing there with her hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. Her mother stood up. I just think you would be better off with us, back home. This is my home. I have to be here when Dante comes back. I'm going to start supper. I'm sure everyone is getting hungry. They all watched as she left the room and headed to the kitchen. They then looked at one another, realizing that she really believed he was alive and coming home. Chapter 15. Oh my goodness. She believes he is alive, Ruth said, her heart going out to her daughter-in-law. I think someone needs to go talk to her. I'll go, Harriet told them. Walking into the kitchen, she saw Carrie rooting through the fridge, pulling out pork chops and some vegetables. Going over, she takes the chops from her, placing them back into the freezer. Mom, what are you doing? I need to make supper, she said, going back into the freezer only to be stopped. Carrie, we can order some takeout. Right now we need to talk about Dante, about what happened to him. She takes her daughter's face in her hands. He's gone, baby. You have to accept it. I know you love him, but you have to face it for your own sanity. No, Mom. I can feel it in my gut that he's still alive. Oh, sweetheart, Harriet said, her eyes filling with tears when she looked at her. Carrie shakes her head. Pulling away, she runs out the kitchen door into the backyard. She stopped when she saw the men outside. Not wanting to see them, she turned to go back inside but bumped into her mother. Mom, she started crying and went into her mother's arms when she held them out to her. Wrapping her arms around Carrie, she held her, letting her get it out of her system, motioning for the others to leave them alone. That last day I saw him, we decided to start a family. Now it's too late. If only we had started sooner, I would have had a part of him with me forever. She lifted her head to look at her mother. It's not fair, Mom. We loved each other so much. How am I supposed to live without him? Oh, baby, it won't be easy, but you're a strong young lady and you will get through this. I promise the pain will ease with time. From what I know of Dante, he would want you to move on, to be happy. I'll never be happy without him. I know it isn't going to be easy, but one day you will. I don't want to forget him, ever. You won't forget him. He'll always be in your heart. Let's go inside and figure out what we want to order for dinner, she said, putting her arm around Carrie's shoulder and walking her inside. For the next few days, the parents made all the arrangements for a funeral service. Even though there wasn't a body to bury, they still felt it was needed to get closure. She wore a black dress to the gravesite where they had gotten a small headstone for Dante. While the minister spoke some kind words about Dante, Hal stood next to Carrie, his arm around her waist. He had tears in his eyes, but held them back in order to be strong for her. She had been so strong the last few days, but he also knew that at some point she would break down. It probably helped to have a house full of family, to help take her mind off what had happened. But once they all left to go back home, that was when he thought she would need him more than ever. For Dante's sake, he would be there to help her through the bad times that would eventually come. Carrie stood up straight. She listened to the words that the minister spoke, along with some others. She was grateful for Hal being by her side. If it wasn't for him holding on to her, she might have collapsed to the ground. After the service was over, everyone was invited back to the house for a light lunch. The twins came over, giving her a hug and handing her some flowers. It's time to go back now. Everyone is leaving, Hal said, trying to steer her away from the headstone. Tell everyone to go ahead without me. I want a few minutes alone, she answered, looking down at Dante's name on the headstone. She still couldn't believe he was dead and wouldn't until there was a body. All right, I'll wait for you by the car. Take as much time as you need and then I'll drive you back home. When she was alone, she brought her hand up to her mouth, staring at his name. Dante, you were my first love and you will be my last one. You gave me respect, love and an amazing life that ended too soon. I don't care what everyone says. I will never be able to move on with someone else. You are the love of my life. Getting down onto her knees, she placed the flowers by the stone. She then covered her face with her hands and started crying. Her sobs were loud, making her body shake. There was a hole in her heart that she knew would never mend, no matter how much time passed. She then became angry, using her fists to pound at the ground as she swore out loud. Damn you! Why did you have to buy a damn plane? You should have been at the party with me. How could you leave me? You promised me we would always be together. You lied. You lied to me. How could you? She screamed over and over again. Hal could hear her crying, and what she was saying, and it pulled on his heartstrings to see how much pain she was in. Walking over to where she was, he got down on his knees next to her. Pulling her into his arms, he held her as she continued to cry. Carrie, it's time to leave now. Let's go back to the house. He helped her up, and with his arm around her, they walked back to his car. After making sure she got in okay, he went and got in the driver's seat. Looking over at her, he took her hand and held it. I hate to see you in so much pain, and I know that Dante wouldn't like it either. He shouldn't have left me, she said, staring out the passenger window. I feel so alone. Hal reached over and took her hand and held it. You're not alone. You have your family, and you have me. Thank you, Hal. You're a good friend. When they got back to the house, it was full of people standing around eating and talking. This was the last thing she wanted or needed, having to mingle and listen to people giving her their condolences and telling her how they knew Dante. She managed to slip away and go upstairs to her bedroom and away from everybody. When everyone started to leave, Carrie's mother went upstairs to check on her. Finding her laying down on the bed, she walked over and sat her down next to her. Everyone is leaving. I thanked them all for you and told them that you were resting. Thanks, Mom. I just couldn't deal with it anymore. That's okay, sweetheart. I'm here for you. Maybe tomorrow, I could help you go through Danny's clothes and belongings and help you pack them up. You could always donate his clothes to a charity. Carrie sat her up, staring in horror at her mother. You want me to pack up his belongings and his clothes and get rid of them as if he never existed? No, no one is touching them. They're going nowhere, she said. Burying her face in her hands, she started to cry. Harriet wrapped her arms around her daughter, stroking the back of her head. Okay, sweetheart, there's no hurry. Whenever you're ready. 1 week later, Dante's parents and the twins left to go back to South Carolina. Her parents were going to stay another week to make sure she would be all right and to try and convince her to move back home with them. It took some time for her to convince her parents that she would be all right staying in New York. "Mom, Dad, I appreciate you worrying about me, but this is my home and I have a business here with employees who count on me. Dante and I worked so hard to open up the gallery and it's a success. It was his dream, and mine too, and I will not sell it or walk away from it. I'm a grown woman and I can make decisions for myself. This is my home and I'm not leaving it." Her father went over and gave her a hug, and placing his hands on her shoulders, he looked at her. "I want you to know how proud I am of you for all that you have accomplished. If you ever change your mind, just let us know. I love you, sweetheart, and you have to promise to come and visit us more often and soon." "I will, Daddy, I promise." Hal drove her parents to the airport. Carrie stayed at home, saying she wanted to get caught up on some housework. The Reverend stopped before going through the gate, turning to talk to him. "Keep an eye on Carrie for me. Make sure she's all right." "I will, sir, and if there are any problems I'll call you immediately." "Thank you, son. I'm glad she has you as a friend in her life." After seeing them off, he decided he would go check on Carrie. Before leaving for the airport, he'd gotten a weird vibe off of her, so he wanted to make sure she was all right. Back at the house, when he didn't get an answer after he knocked, he walked right in, calling out her name. Getting no answer, he got worried and started searching all the rooms. He then went to Dante's studio. He found her frantically searching for something. "Carrie, what are you doing?" "I'm looking for that painting he made when we were going together. It's one of us standing on the beach." "Where is it?" "I don't know what picture you're talking about." She stopped looking and turned to him. "The picture of a couple holding each other. You couldn't see their faces, but Dante told me it was him and I. I've got to find it. Help me look for it." "All right," he said. Going over, he started searching through the pile of paintings that were stacked against the wall. He couldn't remember having ever seen the painting and was beginning to wonder if she had just imagined it. After searching the whole room and not being able to find it, she sat on the floor and started crying. He went over and sat down next to her, putting his arm around her. "Maybe he sold it." "No, he told me he would never sell that one, or the one of me that he took to college with him." "I do remember that one. He had it hanging over his bed and now it's in his office. But the other one, I don't remember it. Maybe it got left back at his parents' place. I could call them and ask if you want me to." "Yes, please do. I know it's early, but you really need to get back to the gallery. Things are starting to slide." She looked up at him, her eyes full of tears. "I can't go back there, not yet." "Then take all the time you need. I'll keep an eye on the place for you until you are ready." She rested her head on his shoulder. "Thank you." Over the next 6 weeks, he was kept extremely busy with his own law practice and helping in running the gallery, so he hadn't been able to go over and see her. He did keep in touch with her by phone, letting her know how everything was going, and that he had hired a male assistant to help with the gallery. Things finally started to slow down. It was now almost 7 weeks since he had seen her in person, so he decided to go over and take her out to dinner. When she opened the door for him, he was shocked to see her appearance. She had lost weight. Her face was pale and it looked like it hadn't seen sunlight in a long time. Looking into her eyes, they were dull, and he could tell she had been crying. "Damn, Carrie, you look terrible. When was the last time you slept?" "I don't know," she said. Turning around, she went back into the living room, and putting Dante's jacket over her, she laid down on the sofa. "This isn't healthy. You need to get up and go outside and start doing things." "Why can't you just leave me alone?" she snapped at him. He stood there staring down at her, shaking his head. He knew she was spiraling down the road of depression, and he had to do something desperate to snap her out of it. "It looks to me as if you haven't been eating or sleeping. I'm going to call your parents and let them know what's going on." He felt guilty for not having come over sooner, but he was just so darn busy with his own business and taking care of the gallery that he didn't have a spare second. Carrie sat up. Her eyes went wide when she stared back at him. No, you can't call them." He went and sat next to her. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I should have been keeping a closer eye on you. You're not well, sweetheart. You're depressed and you need some help." "Okay, you're right. I need to get up and go out. I need to get back to work right away. I'll go back to work on Monday. Just don't call my parents." "All right, I won't. On one condition." "What condition?" she asked, looking at him. "You go upstairs. Take a shower and put on a nice dress and let me take you out to dinner. That's blackmail. He chuckled. Yes, it is. Now go get ready. Chapter 16. The last thing she wanted was to go out, but she knew if she didn't go out with Hal, he would have called her parents, and knowing them they would have shown up. She also knew that Hal was right. She had to get back to work. The gallery was Dante's dream, and she was not going to let it fall apart. For him, she would continue to make it a success. His work would live on forever. After taking a long hot shower, she changed and went out to dinner with him. For the most part, dinner went well, but near the end, she was starting to feel tired and wanted to go home. It was just as strange for her to be out with another man even though he was just a friend. When they were done eating, he could tell that she wanted to leave, so he drove her straight home and went inside and had a drink before leaving. So I will see you tomorrow at the gallery. Yes, I'll be there, and I should meet this new man that you hired. Carrie, you like him. He's a hard worker and you will be pleased with the new artists he has brought in. I told him how you wanted to expand from paintings to sculptures, and just wait until you see what he managed to get. When he was leaving, he leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. The next morning, she showered and changed into a suitable outfit to wear back to work. As soon as she walked into the gallery, she was greeted by her employees. The first thing she did was to take a walk around to check things out. She was really impressed with the new display that had been put up in her absence. It had paintings and sculptures. It was all put together the way she would have done it. It was time for her to go upstairs, say hello to Hal, and to meet the man who he had hired to help with the gallery. Seeing Carrie walk into his office, he got to his feet. Going over, he gave her a big hug. It's so good to have you back. It's good to be back. I was just heading to my office, but I was hoping you would come with me and introduce me to the assistant. Absolutely. He should be there now, so let's go. Entering the office that she had shared with Dante, she felt her stomach churning when she saw a man with dark hair, slender, sitting behind the desk in her husband's chair. Carrie, I'd like you to meet Kirk Hadji. Kirk, meet Mrs. Matthews. He got up and went around the desk, holding his hand out to shake hers. It's an honor to meet you, Mrs. Matthews. I have heard so many wonderful things about you, and what you've done to modernize this gallery is simply amazing. Thank you, she said, swallowing the lump in her throat. Having gotten over the initial shock of seeing someone in her husband's chair, she was able to speak clearly. I like what you've done downstairs. Bringing in the sculptures is something I've been wanting to do. Hal excused himself to get back to his work and to let them get acquainted. Carrie and Kirk sat down to talk. She, of course, took the chair behind the desk. Mrs. Matthews, I'm aware that I was hired just to help out until you came back to work, but I was kind of hoping that you would still need an assistant. I can promise you that I will do whatever you want me to do. I really like this place, and I think I could be of some great help to you. Mr. Hadji, my husband and I run this place together. I couldn't have done it without his help, and I could really use another pair of hands. I would very much like to keep you on as my assistant. I would like that too. Well then, it's settled. You are as of this moment hired on full-time. Let's walk through the gallery, and you can show me what other improvements you've made or want to make, she said, getting to her feet. They went down the stairs and started going through the different areas, where he pointed out things which he felt could be improved. They came to an area where some of Dante's paintings were hanging up. It felt like someone had punched her in the stomach when she saw a certain painting. It was a painting that she had been looking for, the one with her and Dante on the beach in each other's arms. Going over to it, she looked back at Kirk. Where did you find this? Kirk saw the anger flashing in her eyes, and he took a step back, wondering if he had done something wrong. I found it in the storage room buried under some other paintings. When I saw it had your husband's name on it, I figured you'd want it put up. I'm sorry. Have I done something wrong? Take it down. It's not for sale and it doesn't belong here. Kirk walked over and took it off the wall and turned to her. Where would you like me to put it? Have it sent to my home immediately, she said, and walked away. A short while later, Kirk walked back into the office and found her sitting behind the desk. She was just sitting there with this far-off look on her face, looking as if she had been crying. Mrs. Matthews, I'm really sorry if I did something wrong. She looked back at him and shook her head. No, it's not you. That painting is very special to me, and I have been looking for it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. He went over and sat her down in the seat opposite her. I understand, and I am so sorry for your loss. From everything I've heard about your husband, He sounded like a terrific guy. He was. I'm sure you can find another painting to put in its place. I already have Mrs. Matthews. Please call me Carrie. After all, we'll be working closely together, so I think we should be on a first-name basis. I was wondering if you wanted me to find another place to work from. There is that spare room that has all of your husband's paints and stuff. If you want, I could have it cleaned up and have a desk put in there. She wiped the palm of her hands on the hem of her dress. She felt her heart racing. She wasn't ready to get rid of that area yet. No, I mean Dante and I used to work together in this office, so I see no reason why you and I can't. I'll order another desk for you and we can put it in here. There's plenty of room. Over the next 2 months, she threw herself into her work, and Kirk proved to be a big help to her. He was young, fresh out of college, and eager to help make the gallery even more successful than it was. He brought in new clients, new talent, and had a knack for the business. It also gave Hal a chance to concentrate on his law practice, and she liked that he still had his office at the gallery. That way she got to see him all the time. The months flew by, and it was now a year since Dante has been gone. She still missed him, and hadn't been able to get rid of his belongings from the house. His clothes still hung in the closet. Everyone had told her that the pain of losing him would become less painful as time went by, but they were wrong. She still wept for him. It was especially harder at night. His side of the bed was empty. She missed him with every fiber of her being. That is why she spent every waking hour keeping busy at work. She would even bring work home with her to do. Hal had won a big case in court and he wanted to celebrate. Going into Carrie's office, he once again found her head buried in paperwork and flipping through contracts. "Hey beautiful, let's say you put that stuff away and enjoy a celebration dinner with me." She looked up at him and saw the big smile on his face. "You won today, didn't you?" "Yes, I did, and I want to take you out to a fancy dinner with champagne in the works." "I'm really glad you won," she said. Getting up gave him a hug. "I know how important the case was to you, but I'm really way too busy." When she went and sat her day back down, picking up some papers, he went over and pulled them from her hands and sat them down on the desk. "Sweetheart, you haven't gone out in almost a year. And when was the last time you went home to visit your parents?" She let out a loud sigh. "It's been about 3 months since I've seen them, but I call them all the time." He went around the desk and pulled her up onto her feet. "I'm not taking no for an answer. Go home, put something pretty on, and I'll pick you up around 7. "Wouldn't you rather take out one of your many girlfriends?" she said, giving him a small smile. "Nope, I'd rather take my best friend out." "You're not going to leave until I say yes, are you?" "That's right, sweet cheeks. So what's it going to be?" "All right, I'll go. Now leave so I can get some work done." "Okay, see you around 7. He said and left the office. Later she went through her closet, trying to figure out what to wear. It had been so long since she had gone anywhere. She finally decided on a blue dress. She wore the necklace and earrings that Dante had given her. The diamond earrings were an anniversary gift from him. Hearing the doorbell, she took one last look at herself in the mirror before going downstairs. When she opened the door, she was surprised to find Hal with a down-seam red roses for her. "Thank you. They're beautiful. Come on in while I put these in some water." He followed her into the kitchen. "You look really beautiful tonight, but then you always look beautiful." "I bet you say that to all the girls," she said, smiling at him. "It's good to see you smiling. It's been way too long." They went to an Italian restaurant, and after being seated, he ordered a bottle of wine, pouring them both a glass when it arrived. "Carrie, don't you think it's time for you to get back out there and start dating?" "I'm not ready," she said, looking down at her wedding rings. "I don't want anyone but Dante. He's the only man for me." Hal reached his hand over and took a hold of hers. "Dante's gone. He's been gone for over a year now. It's time to move on. Enjoy life." When she didn't say anything, he tried to get her to listen, to take his advice. He would want you to be happy. She looked up at him. "I can't. Not yet, and I still feel that he's alive." "Never mind me. What about you?" "What about me?" he asked, taking a sip of his wine. "When are you going to settle down and stop playing the field?" "I like playing the field," he answered, frowning when she pulled her hand away from his. "To be honest, I haven't found the right one. I doubt there is one out there for me. Dante was lucky to have met you." They enjoyed a lovely meal and another bottle of wine. He only had a couple of glasses while she had more than she normally drank. He couldn't help smiling at her when she started getting tipsy and slurring her words. "I think I should get you home." "Why?" I'm actually enjoying myself for the first time in months, she said, pouring herself another glass of wine. He grabbed the glass from her before she could take another drink. Carrie, you've had enough. I'm taking you home. Getting up, he laid the money down for the meal and helped her up, and with his arm around her waist led her out to the car. When they were seated inside the car, she turned to him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have drunk so much. I hope I didn't embarrass you too much. You didn't embarrass me, and it's okay to get carried away once in a while. I just hope you don't have to bad of a hangover when you wake up. When they got back to her place, he walked her inside. Will you be all right, or should I stay for a while? I'll be okay. Thanks for taking me out. She put her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder. Thanks for everything. I don't think I could have survived this past year without your help. He put his arms around her. God, you smell so good, he said, taking in her scent and the smell of her hair. She looked up at him and smiled. That's what Dante always used to say to me. Looking down at her lips, he felt a warm sensation going through him, and without thinking he kissed her. When she didn't try to stop him, and was kissing him back, he kicked the door closed with the heel of his foot. Putting her up against the wall, his kiss became more demanding, more passionate. Chapter 17. No, stop, she shouted out. Pushing him away, she stepped back. She felt guilty for kissing him. It felt like she had betrayed Dante. I'm sorry, I can't do this, she said as a tear fell from her eyes and rolled down her cheek. Carrie, it's all right. No, it's not. Dante is the only man I have ever kissed. I cheated on him. He's going to hate me. He went and placed his hands on her shoulders. He's gone, and you didn't do anything wrong. I wanted to kiss you. You are a young and beautiful woman. You deserve to be happy and have a man in your life. Don't you know how much I care about you? We're just friends, nothing else, she said, shaking her head. We can be more than that if you would just open up your heart to me. I'm not asking you to forget about him. Just give us a chance. She looked at him, tears falling down her face. I'm sorry, Hal. I don't have those kinds of feelings for you. I shouldn't have kissed you back. It was a mistake. I had too much to drink and was feeling sorry for myself. I want you to leave now. I'll go, but we will talk about this later. When he left, she locked the door and headed upstairs, where she stripped out of her clothes and put on her nightgown. Getting into bed, she reached for the picture off the nightstand, the one of her and Dante on their wedding day. She traced her fingers along his face. She had gotten into the habit of talking to his picture. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kiss Hal. It's just that I've been so lonely and I miss you so much. I promise I'll never kiss another man again. She placed the picture back on the table, turned off the lights and lay there, staring up at the ceiling. Waking up the next day, she was glad it was Saturday and wouldn't have to face Hal. She still felt terrible about what happened. All morning she ignored the phone when she saw it was Hal calling. She just wasn't ready to talk to him. But it was a different story when she got to work on Monday. He was waiting for her in her office. Carrie, we need to talk about that kiss. I don't have time for this, she said, walking past him. I'm sorry I kissed you. I crossed the line. Look, we've been friends for a long time, and I don't want to lose our friendship. Can we pretend it never happened? I give you my word, it'll never happen again. What about the things you said, how you had feelings for me and want us to be together? I know, I shouldn't have said those things. I got carried away when I kissed you, but I've had all weekend to think about it. Maybe I'm not really in love with you. I think I had always been jealous of what you and Dante had, and after I kissed you, I thought I could take his place. Can you ever forgive me? What went down between them had been weighing on her shoulders. She didn't want to lose his friendship either. I would like to start over, so yes, I forgive you. He went over and gave her a hug. Thank God, I lost Dante. I don't want to lose you too. Okay, you can let me go now, she said, snickering. We both have work to do. Now go. When he went to leave, she called out his name. Hal, would you like to take a friend out to lunch? He winked at her. See you around noon. She was glad things were back to normal between them. He really had been a good friend to her since Dante had been gone. Many nights he would rush over to her place when she was having a bad night. He would hold her as she cried. If it wasn't for him threatening to call her parents, she would still be laying around, curled up in a fetal position. 18 months had passed since she lost the love of her life. Everyone tried to convince her to start getting rid of his things. All of his clothes still hung in the closet and drawers. She made several attempts to throw them away, but when she started she couldn't go through with it, putting them all back. On the days that she was really missing him, she would go into his studio, the one he made at the back of the house. For hours she would sit there, staring at the picture he had started but never finished. It was Friday and she took the day off work and was sitting in the studio. She could hear the thunder roaring and felt the windows rattle. She jumped when the phone rang, startling her. Picking up her phone, she saw it was Hal and answered right away. After hanging up, she was confused. He was acting mysteriously. He told her he had to come to see her, and that he was bringing a couple of men with him. He wouldn't tell her what it was about over the phone. Said he had to talk to her in person, and he sounded worried. Earlier at Hal's office, he Saturday back in his leather chair, scratching his chin after listening to the two men who had come to see him. He was in shock. He didn't know how to feel. Should he be upset or happy? His stomach was in knots. What he was just told, he was having a hard time believing. This has come as a great shock. Though it is good news, I need to be with Carrie when you tell her. Just give me a moment to give her a call and then we can go to see her, he said to the two men sitting across from him. He had a hard time convincing her to wait until he got to her place before telling her the news. It was a huge shock, and couldn't help worrying about how she would take the news. Yes, she would be happy, but what if things were as bad as the two men had told them? It could destroy her all over again. She ran to the door and opened it when Hal pulled into the driveway. The two men with him were tall, in their late 50s. They all looked so serious and a chill ran up her spine. Her first thought was that something happened to one or both of her parents. After the introductions were made, she showed them into the living room. She was anxious to find out why a detective and a doctor wanted to see her. "Can I get you, gentlemen, anything to drink?" "No thanks, Mrs. Matthews. We're fine," Detective Murphy answered. She sat her down next to Hal, looking over at the two men. "So what brings you here?" "It's about your husband. We've found him," the detective said, looking back at her. She felt the tears welling up in her eyes. This was the moment she was afraid of. "Where did you find my husband's body?" she asked, letting out a sob. Hal took her hand and held it. "Carrie, Dante is alive." Her eyes lit up and she jumped to her feet, looking back at him. "I knew it. I told you and everyone else that he was still alive, but no one would believe me." She turned to the two men. "So where is he? Why isn't he here?" Detective Murphy looked at her. "We located him in Texas where he was working on a ranch, after getting a tip from someone who thought they had recognized him." "Texas? No, that's not possible. Dante would have come back to me. He wouldn't have gone away like that. You must not have the right man." "Mrs. Matthews, please have a seat and let me explain." He waited until she was seated before speaking. It appears that after the crash, he somehow was able to make it to an island. By floating on part of the wing of the plane he was flying. He was stranded there for over a year before an older couple found him. They took him to the nearest town, gave him some fresh clothes and money. He hitchhiked to different locations, stopping to make money along the way, washing dishes, doing chores for farmers, whatever jobs he could get. "No, he would have come home," she said, starting to cry. "Are you telling me he didn't want to come home? That he left me on purpose?" Hal put his arm around her. "That's not what he's saying." "Then what?" she snapped harshly. "Mrs. Matthews, your husband suffers from amnesia due to the crash. He has no knowledge of who he is or where he's from. Even to this day, he still can't remember his life before the accident," Dr. Arthur said, pushing his glasses up when they slid down his nose. "Why haven't you brought him home?" "He'll be here shortly. We just thought you should know ahead of time before he gets here." "To prepare you," Detective Murphy answered. She looked up at Hal. "So he doesn't remember me?" she asked, sadly. "I'm afraid not." "Well, we were and are so much in love, and once he sees me he'll remember me and our life together. I just know it." "Don't be too upset if he doesn't remember right away," Hal said, putting his arm over her shoulder. He had a feeling that from what he had been told, Dante might never get his memory back. "Mrs. Matthews, I'm a psychiatrist and had been treating your husband for the last couple of weeks. Could you tell me a little something about Mr. Matthews, his personality?" "Dante was a loving and sweet man. He never raised his voice or got mad. He loved me and his family and friends, and everyone who knew him loved him. He was happy with his life, with our life together, and we had plans to start a family. After treating him, I found him to be suffering from depression. That is probably due to being stranded on that island alone. Though he shows no signs of violent behavior, He does have some anger issues. Do you think he would harm Carrie? Hal asked, suddenly feeling worried. No, I don't believe he would physically hurt her. He then looked at her. Mrs. Matthews, I just need to warn you that he may not be the same man he was when you were together. It will take him time to adjust to being back. I understand, but will he ever get his memory back? It's possible, but after all this time it's unlikely. If he does, it may come back in bits and pieces which might frustrate him, making him angry. I do suggest that you don't push him too hard. Maybe take him to places that were special to him. To the both of you, I have no quick fix to offer you. All I can say is have patience. Let him ease back into his old life. She stared at the doctor when she spoke. You don't know him or about the love we have for each other. He will remember. Just then the detective's phone rang, so he answered it, hanging up a few minutes later. That was about your husband. He'll be here in about an hour. If it's all right with you, we should wait for him to arrive. It might make it easier for him to see familiar faces. Of course, she answered. I'll go make us some coffee. I'll help you, Hal said. Getting up, he followed her into the kitchen. Carrie, are you all right? He asked when they were out of the room. I will be once I see him. Knowing he was going to be home soon, it felt like the dark cloud that hung over her head for the last 18 months had been lifted. Letting the sunshine in, she felt alive again. Please don't get your hopes up. Remember what the doctor told you. I know it's not going to be easy. I'm just glad he's alive and coming home. In time he will remember, and then we can continue with our lives and start a family. Okay, well, I should call his parents and let them know, he said, reaching in his pocket and pulling out his phone. Hal, Dante needs time to adjust, and if they come rushing here, it might be too overwhelming for him. Let them know we'll come to them in a few days. I just want him to get used to me and his surroundings. While she was making the coffee and snacks, he went outside to call Denny's parents. He came back a few minutes later and went over to her. They started crying when I told them and they want to see him. I explained everything to them, and they agreed to wait for you to take him back to South Carolina. I told them to give it a week. I promised them it wouldn't be any longer than that. Yes, I know it's hard for them not to see him right away. I'm glad they understand. Picking up the tray of snacks, Hal followed behind her, carrying the coffee into the living room. Chapter 18. When the doorbell rang, they all got to their feet. It was decided that it would be best if the doctor met Dante at the door, since he knew him and not the others. Hal turned Carrie around to face him. Don't expect too much right away. I know, she said, feeling anxious and nervous. She wanted to run to the door and fling herself into his arms, but she stood there patiently waiting for him to enter the room. They could hear the doctor talking for a few minutes before they heard their footsteps walking toward the living room. Her heart was beating as fast as a drum and the palms of her hands felt sweaty. The moment he walked into the room, her eyes filled with tears and it felt like her legs were going to give out from under her. There, standing just a few feet away, was the love of her life. Dante, she said in barely a whisper. He looked the same except for the stubble of hair on his face. His body looked more toned and his muscles rippled underneath his shirt when he moved. He looked at her but didn't say a word. He then looked at the man standing beside her, still not saying anything. Then he saw the woman walking slowly towards him. His eyes traveled down her body and back up to her face. Still, he didn't speak. He didn't know this place or these people and didn't want to be here. But there was also a part of him that wanted to know the truth. He wanted to know who he was in his life before the accident. Her legs felt like lead as she made her way slowly toward Dante. She stood before him, looking into his eyes. His eyes were void of emotion. There was no sign of recognition in them. She wanted to kiss him, but thinking it was too soon for that, she instead put her arms around his neck and hugged him. When she didn't feel his arms going around her, she let go, placing the palms of her hands on each side of his face. She looked deep into his eyes. Don't you remember me? She asked with tears in her eyes. Removing her hands, he stood back. No, should I? He asked in a cold tone of voice. Hearing this coming from his lips broke her heart. She placed her hands over her chest. I'm Carrie. I'm your wife. He looked at her hand, which wore a small diamond ring and the same wedding band that he wore on his finger. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. He looked over at Hal. Who are you? Hal walked over to him. I'm Hal Cooper, your best friend and business partner. I can't tell you how happy we are that you are alive. Welcome home, Dante. He moved away. His eyes scanned the room. So this is my home? Yes, Hal answered. It looks like I've done very well for myself. Yes, you have. You've made quite a name for yourself with your paintings in the gallery. You and Carrie have made it a success. All of your hard work has paid off, making you a very wealthy man. Dante looked at Hal. So she's my wife. Yes, she is. Sweet. Looks like I've done good there too. He looks over at Carrie. I've been told I'm a painter. Have I ever painted you nude? With a shocked look on her face, she shook her head. God no, she answered. What a pity. You have a great body and I wouldn't mind seeing it naked. She and Hal looked at each other in utter shock. This was so unlike Dante to talk to or about her in such a disrespectful manner. Hal didn't like the way he was talking about her. Dante, that is really uncalled for. What's it to you? Oh wait, have you been screwing her while I've been gone? He asked, his eyes turning dark and cold. Hal's face turned red. After what you have been through, I'm going to let that slide. But just for the record, she has been faithful to you. After the doctor had a private talk with Dante, he and the detective left. Would you like me to stick around for a while? Hal asked her, thinking that he shouldn't leave her alone with him. No, it's okay, you can go. Are you sure you want to be alone with him? Carrie, he really has changed. I'll be okay. All right, but if you need me, call and I'll come right back. After she had seen into the door, she went back into the living room where Dante was sitting. Are you hungry? I could make you something to eat. No, I already ate. Well, would you like me to show you around? We could start in your studio. Sure, why not? He said. Getting to his feet, he followed her. Once there, he walked around looking at all the paintings and all of the equipment, paints, brushes, and so on. She then took him through the rest of the house, showing him the bedrooms and finally their bedroom. He walked into their bedroom and looked around. Going to the closet, he noticed all the clothes, turned and looked at her. Do all these clothes belong to me? Yes, she said, watching him. It felt so strange being in their bedroom with him after all this time. Her heart ached to touch him, to have him hold her in his arms and tell her how much he missed her and how much he loved her. You kept all my clothes. Why? I couldn't bear to get rid of them. I love you and I knew in my heart that you were still alive and that you would come back to me. I don't remember you and I don't love you. She had to turn away so that he wouldn't see her crying. It's late. We should go to bed. You want me to sleep in here with you? He asked in a cold tone. We are married, but if you're not ready, I guess you could sleep in one of the guest bedrooms. Yeah, I think that would be best, he said. Picking up the bag of clothes he brought with him, he left the room and went into the bedroom across the hall. She sat her down on the bed. Putting her face in her hands, she broke down and cried. Her shoulders shook and her eyes were red and sore. The way he looked at her, with no love or feelings, she felt as though she had lost him twice. The next morning she was downstairs cooking breakfast when he walked in. I hope you're hungry. I made you your favorite breakfast. Really, and what would that be? Blueberry pancakes and freshly squeezed orange juice and coffee. Pouring him a cup, she takes it over and sets it in front of him when he sat her down. I thought maybe later today I could take you over to the gallery and show you around. I guess so, he said as he took a sip of his drink. Dishing out his food and hers, she took them over to the table and sat her down. Would you like to talk about what it was like being stranded on that island, and what you've been doing when you were in Texas? I don't want to talk about it, he snapped at her. It broke her heart to hear him talking to her in that manner. In all the time that they had been together, he never once snapped at her. Okay, whenever you're ready to talk about it, I'll be here for you. Whatever, he answered in a snarky tone. We have to go to South Carolina and see your parents. They were so heartbroken when you disappeared and assumed dead. They're anxious to see you. I hear I have twin sisters. Yes, Joyce and Jane. I also thought when we're there I'll take you around where we went to school and some of the places we went to. It might help to jog your memory. If we're rich, why would I buy you such a cheap diamond ring? He asked, looking at her ring as he wolfed down his breakfast. It's all you could afford at the time. And you wanted to buy me another one, but I wouldn't let you. I happen to love this one. After they ate, they got ready to leave for the gallery. She drove her car. Whenever you're ready to come back to work, let me know, but there's no rush. What do I do there? You help me run the business side, getting new talent in, ordering supplies, but mostly you paint. You had a small studio next to the office, but you prefer to be outside when you paint. There's a park around the block from the gallery where you like to paint. When they got to the gallery, she showed him around downstairs first. The place was full of people looking at all of the paintings and sculptures. When a tall blonde walked past them, Giving Dante a smile, he turned his head to stare at her. This cut like a knife going into her heart. In all the time they had been together, he never so much as looked at another woman, and there he was, looking like he wanted to pounce on her. Did you get a good enough look? Are we jealous, sweetheart? Ignoring him, she continued the tour. The last place she showed him was his studio. Maybe you should try painting. Everything you need is still here. I wouldn't let anyone touch it. You think I can pick up a brush and start painting when I don't even know who I am? I don't feel it. Whatever talent I had, it's gone, along with my memories. Okay, I've seen the place. Now take me home. The next few days were awkward between them. He barely spoke to her. He would keep busy doing some small home repairs when she was home. She was relieved when it was time to go back home to visit their parents, hoping that it would jog his memory. She wanted her sweet and loving husband back, not this cold man who ignored her when she was around him. She had rented a car for them when they landed in South Carolina, and she drove since he didn't remember the way. Stopping in front of his parents' house, the door opened and his family all came running out, surrounding him. After all the hugs and tears were shed, they were taken inside. He looked around, but nothing seemed familiar. Carrie watched them gather around him, making a fuss, and his mother started pulling out the family photo albums. She thought it would be a good idea to leave them alone to get reacquainted. I'm going to go over and see my parents. This will give you all a chance to talk. Are you sure, dear? Ruth asked, wiping her own tears away. Yes, I'll be back later. Okay, ask your parents to come for dinner tomorrow. Carrie left the house, feeling hurt when all Dante did was shrug his shoulders when she said she was leaving. Pulling into her parents' driveway, she was glad to see them when they both came from the house to greet her. Going inside, her mother made them some tea. You must be so happy to have Dante back. I am, she said, running her fingers over the rim of her cup. Then why do you look so sad, my darling? She asked, lifting Carrie's chin up with her fingers. She could tell something was bothering her. It was written all over her face. A tear ran down her face. He doesn't remember me. I was so sure that once he saw me it would come back to him, but he looks right through me. It's like he doesn't want to be back home. It's like he doesn't even like me. Her father leaned over and took hold of her hand. Sweetheart, you have to give him time. He's been through so much. It has to be hard not knowing who he is and what his life was before the accident. When you both came to us years ago and said you wanted to get married, I would never have agreed if I didn't think you two wouldn't last. The kind of love that you two share is rare and deep. He will start to remember little things, and before you know it he'll realize how much he loves you. But what if he doesn't, Daddy? What if he never gets his memory back? I can't bear to lose him a second time, she said and started crying, feeling her father's arms going around her. He lifted her chin up, making her look at him. His love for you is buried deep inside him. You just have to find a way of drawing it out. Let him get to know you again, and I promise you that he will fall in love with you all over again. Dante fell in love with you before he even had a chance to talk to you. Trust in God to bring you both back together. She thought about what her father had said. If his memory didn't come back, she would try and see if he would once again fall in love with her. I am going to take him to our old high school and show him all the places we went to. Maybe that will help. Yes, that's a good idea. Just remember it will all take time. Something he sees might jog his memory. It might all come at once or just bits here and there. After visiting with them for a few hours, she headed back to her in-laws' place. Chapter 19. She arrived back at her in-laws just as dinner was about to be served. She saw all the photo albums laying on the table. Dante was watching a tape of one of his games, so she went into the kitchen to help Ruth. How did your visit go with your parents? Good. They're looking forward to seeing Dante tomorrow night. How did it go here? Has he remembered anything after looking at the albums? I'm afraid not, but his father thought it'd help him to see one of his games. She wiped a tear from her eye. It's heartbreaking seeing him this way. He seems so lost. How are things between the two of you? She lowered her eyes. Her heart felt heavy. Not good, but I've been told to be patient and to give it time. He's been sleeping in the guest room. He said it wouldn't feel right sleeping in the same bed since he doesn't know me. Oh dear, I've put your bags in his old room. I could get the twins to bunk in together, and you could sleep in Jane's room. No, don't go to any trouble. I think it will be good for us to be in the same room. Maybe I can get him to talk. Back home with him sleeping in the guest bedroom, he's able to avoid talking to me. This way he'll have no choice. I am trying to get him to open up about what happened to him when he was stranded on that island. During dinner, Ruth told Dante that he and Carrie could sleep in his old room. "I've had your bags taken up already." Dante's head turned sharply towards Carrie and then back to his mother. He wasn't sure. He liked the idea of them sleeping together, but didn't want to cause a fuss. "Thank you," he said, frowning when he looked back at Carrie and noticed how she avoided looking at him. That night she was already in bed when he walked in, glancing at her before he started removing his clothes. She could feel the flutter of her heart when she saw him in only his briefs. She knew every inch of his body, could still feel how hard and smooth his skin was against hers. Oh, how she wanted to have him touch her, kiss her and make love to her. It hurt so bad that he showed no interest in her, even though she deliberately wore the skin-piece nightgown she owned. She even had the blankets pulled down to her waist, knowing he could see her breasts through the material. He got into bed, laying on his back and looked up at the ceiling. He may not know her, but he was still a man and laying beside her. Smelling her scent, he felt a surge of sexual arousal race through him. She was beautiful and had on a nightgown that showed off her breasts. The nipples seemed to be beckoning to him. He was sure she wore that particular nightgown on purpose to entice him into having sex. He gave it some thought. After all, she was his wife, but he didn't want to give her false hope. Since he planned on having the marriage annulled, it was obvious that he wasn't going to get his memory back. So it was better that they both move on and started a new life. Apart, while she was gone, he was shown all the family pictures and those of him and Carrie. They did look happy, but he couldn't remember her. He didn't feel anything for her. Well, that wasn't completely true. He did get hard when he saw her lying in bed half naked. He did feel a tinge of regret when he saw the hurt look on her face when he got into bed, ignoring her and laying as far from her as he could. "I was thinking I would show you around tomorrow, show you our old high school and some of the places we used to go to," she said, holding back a sob. "Okay," he said, rolling onto his side, his back to her. He tried to go to sleep. Wiping her eyes, she turned her back to him. He was a totally different man from the one he used to be. It was like he had no feelings of any kind, no empathy. He just didn't seem to care about anything or anyone. She shed silent tears, knowing the man she loved was gone. What really hurt was she thought their love could conquer any obstacles, but now she wasn't so sure. The next day, after having breakfast with his family, they headed out. The first stop was at their old high school. She had him follow her to the football field, and they went on Saturday up in the bleachers. "This is where you first saw me. So we met right here." "Not exactly. When you showered and changed, I was gone by the time you got back out. It was later that night we met. You saved me from a big bully who was trying to force-feed me alcohol. You ended up giving me a ride home and asked me out for the following night. You even came over and asked my father's permission." "That's lame," he said, grunting. "No, it wasn't lame. It was sweet. You won my parents over by being respectful. That's a trait my father liked about you. After that, they never had a problem with me dating you." "Did all of your boyfriends have to do that?" "Dante, you were my first and only boyfriend. You are the only one I ever kissed or made love with. So did we have to get married? Did I get you pregnant?" he asked, staring at her and wondering if he was trapped into marriage. "Do you see a child around?" She lost her temper and snapped at him. "No, but you could have gotten rid of it or had a miscarriage. I was a virgin on our wedding night. You wouldn't do the deed until then. We married young because we were deeply in love, and we couldn't bear to be apart until after we were done with our education. I still love you. I never stopped loving you." "I can't say the same," he said in a harsh tone. She got up and turned her back to him, wiping her tears away. It cut like a knife going through her heart hearing him say that. "Let's go. I'll take you to our favorite place that we always went to for a milkshake." Once seated inside the small diner, he looked around at all the teenagers. "This place is for kids. What are we doing here?" "Back then we were teenagers," she said, and ordered them both a milkshake when the waitress came over. After talking for a while, she took him to the park and they Saturday down. He leaned back and looked around. Nothing seemed familiar. "So did we come here a lot?" "Yes, it was our favorite place and it was where you proposed to me. I thought you had brought me here to break up, but instead, you got down on one knee and showed me the ring. It was so romantic. Don't you remember any of it?" "No," he answered, shaking his head. She stood up. "Come with me. I want to show you something." He followed her, and a few minutes later, they stopped by an old oak tree. "So what did you want to show me?" he asked, getting bored with everything. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a carving in the tree. He looked but only shrugged his shoulders. So, what about it? Once again she felt her heart breaking. After you asked me to marry you, we came over here and you did this, saying we would be together forever. He looked again at what was there. DM love CD. Forever. Cute. But nothing lasts forever, does it? I mean, look at all of the marriages that fail and no one stays in love forever. He turned and walked away, looking out over the river. She saw the anger in his eyes, making her heart sink to the bottom of her stomach. Our parents' love and marriage have lasted. They are as much in love today as they were when they first got married. He turned to her in anger. Well, maybe they are the lucky ones. I guess so, she said, her shoulders slumping. We should go home now. My parents are coming over to dinner and are anxious to see you. Later that night, they all sat around the dining room table. Everyone noticed the tension between the young couple but kept quiet. Her parents also noticed the difference in Dante. He was moody, was aloof toward Carrie, but they hoped once he adjusted to being back to his old life he would change. When Dante was finished eating, he got up, went into the fridge, grabbed a beer and headed outside, not saying a word to anyone. Carrie looked at her parents. Sadness clouded her eyes. You'll have to excuse him. He's tired from today and it's been a bit overwhelming for him. Reverend Dunn laid his napkin down. Let me go talk to him. Going out onto the porch, he sat down across from him. We're all so happy that you are alive, but no one more than Carrie. She always believed you were alive when no one else did. Dante stared at nothing in particular. He didn't know what he was feeling, only that he felt lost and alone. Everyone keeps telling me how our love was so special, how much we loved each other. I've seen pictures of this, but I don't feel anything for her. He looked at his father-in-law. If our love was so great, shouldn't I feel some sort of connection towards her? Son, the brain is complex. You suffered head trauma. I'll tell you what I told Carrie. Give it time and be patient. I might never get my memory back, so I was thinking it might be better to divorce her. This way she could move on and find someone who can love her the way she wants them to. I don't think I'm that man. Dante, don't do anything rash. Get to know her again. He was shocked to hear that he was thinking about divorce, knowing that this would crush his daughter. It might help if you talked about what happened to you when you woke up on that island. I've talked to shrinks. It hasn't done any good and I don't want to think or talk about it. Just then Harriet and Carrie came out. Thomas, it's getting late. I think we should go home down. After all the hugs and kisses they left and Carrie and Dante went inside. I wish you both could stay a little longer, Ruth said, her eyes tearing up. After thinking her son was dead for 18 months, 2 days with him just wasn't enough. I know, Mother, but apparently Carrie has some sort of party plan for me that she insists we go to, he said, looking over at her. Carrie could feel everyone's eyes on her. Actually, our staff planned it. They are all so happy that Dante's alive and it's their way of letting him know how much they appreciate him. All of our clients and customers will be there. Feeling she was being judged, she got up and told them she was going to bed. It was late when he went to bed, looking at her while he removed his clothes and got into bed next to her. Her back was to him and he wasn't sure if she was asleep or not, but when she spoke he wished she was asleep. There was anger in her voice when she sat up to look at him. How could you do that to me? Do what? He asked, putting his hands behind his head and looking into her eyes. Making me out to be the bad guy. You knew about this party and could have told them we would only be here for a couple of days. You said you'd tell them when we got here. Why didn't you? I forgot, so stop your fucking necking. You prick, she snapped. Laying back down on her side, she turned away from him. It hurt so much when he spoke to her that way. He laughed. Someone's bitchy. Maybe it's your time of the month. Or maybe you need a good bouquet, he said. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he pushed her onto her back and climbed on top. I know you've been wanting it. Turning her head from side to side, avoiding his key as she managed to push him off her. Who are you? The man I married would never talk or treat me this way, she said, holding back her sobs. He rolled back onto his back, not looking at her. That man died a long time ago, he said, closing his eyes as he went to sleep. Chapter 20. When he heard the sound of her heels clicking on the floor, he turned around when she entered the living room. Holding a glass of whiskey in his hand, he stared at her. She had on a black and silver dress that had dark curves. Her hair hung down over her shoulders and she wore diamond earrings, ones he was told he had bought for her. She was a vision of beauty, and he was thrilled to have a hot woman on his arms. When they went to the party, He liked the idea of all the men being envious of him. She could see the desire in his eyes, but she ignored it. She was still hurt over the way he had treated her when they were back home and wasn't going to let him touch her. As much as she still loved him, she couldn't be with him. He was no longer the sweet and loving man she once knew. Now he was cruel and talked to her in a disrespectful manner. She handed him his jacket, the one he left on his bed. Her heart fell into the pit of her stomach as she watched him put it on. He was so handsome, his body more toned, his muscles rippling beneath his shirt. She had to look away when she felt her eyes tearing up. If she cried before, he would have held her, but now he would only scoff at her. "You look lovely tonight. That dress fits you like a glove." She turned back around to look at him. He had taken her by surprise. Instead of making some sort of rude and sexual remark, he was actually being nice. "Thank you. You look nice too." Then she noticed he wasn't wearing his wedding band. "You've taken off your ring. Why?" "Don't worry. It was dull looking, so I took it off and polished it," he said, going over to the coffee table and picking it up and placing it on his finger. Looking down at it, he never had the heart to get rid of it. It was the only thing that kept him going when he was stranded on that island, just knowing he had a wife somewhere. Turned out he did, so he couldn't help wondering why he treated her so bad. He kept thinking maybe their marriage wasn't that good after all, even though everyone told him they had the perfect marriage. "We should go now. Don't want to keep everyone waiting," she said, picking up her purse. As soon as they walked into the room where the party was being held, everyone turned their heads towards Dante and started clapping. They made their way through the crowd, stopping at each one and shaking hands. Chatting, then moved on to the next person. He was a little overwhelmed at how many people showed up and how they all seemed to know and liked him. "I hadn't realized how many people cared about me," he said as he picked up 2 glasses of champagne, one for each of them. "You've made many friends. They all like and respect you," she answered, taking the glass he offered her. Just then Hal came over and shook Dandy's hand. "I'm glad you finally got here. Everyone has been asking for you." He then looked at her and gave her a smile. "You look absolutely stunning." "Thank you," she said, smiling back at him. Dante started talking to one of the artists that had his paintings in his gallery. So Hal and Carrie stood to the side and started talking. "So how was the trip back home? Did anything jog his memory?" She ran her fingertips over the rim of her glass. A frown crossed her face. "It was horrible. He was horrible. The man I knew is gone. He's now crude and very disrespectful." Tears filled her eyes. "I've lost him for good this time. He no longer loves me. I don't even think he likes me. I know everyone tells me it will take time and that I should be patient, but it hurts so much. He won't touch me. He hasn't even kissed me." Hal touched her cheek. He felt so bad for her. He was unaware that Dante was watching them. "I'm so sorry, Carrie, but he's only been back a few weeks. Give it some more time." She looked at him and nodded. Can what he had been through and having some head trauma change his personality to this extent? "I don't know, Carrie. I suppose it could, but with any luck, he'll get his memory back and be the man he was before the accident." "Hey." The music started. "Let's dance," he said, taking her hand led her over onto the dance floor. "You haven't told him about the keys we shared, have you?" "No, and I think it's better if he never finds out," she answered back. Dante kept his eyes on them while he talked to an elderly couple. He still had his suspicions about the two of them, and he wasn't about to let another man move in on his wife, even though he couldn't remember her and planned on divorcing her at some point. Going over to them, he tapped Hal on the shoulder. "I'm cutting in," he said in a gruff voice. Hal stood back, letting go of her hand. "Sure, no problem." Dante took a hold of her hand, putting his arm around her waist, pulled her close to him. "Just how close have you and my so-called best friend gotten during my absence?" "I told you before that we're just friends. He helped me get through what was the worst time of my life. I have never betrayed you. You say you don't love me or remember me, so why are you acting like you're jealous?" "I'm not jealous, but since you're my wife I expect you to be faithful to me. If you so much as kiss another man, I will break his neck." This was another trait of his that she didn't like. He had never before been the jealous type. She really didn't know how to feel at this moment. Was he starting to feel something for her, or was he becoming possessive? She had heard of men who didn't love the women they were with, but considered them to be their property. Then when his arm tightened around her, she liked how it felt being in his arms once again. So she put her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. He may have changed, but he still had that manly scent that made her heart swoon. Her body moved in perfect sync to the beat of the music. She knew that this moment of contentment was not going to last, so for the duration of the dance, she was just going to enjoy being in his arms. It felt like old times. That was until the music stopped and he let go of her. The moment he put his arms around her, it was to show how that she belonged to him. It shook him when she put her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. He rested his cheek on the top of her head, taking in the smell of her hair, her small frame feet perfectly against his own frame. "You smell amazing," he said in a soft and quiet voice. Before she could reply to him, the music stopped and he let go of her. "Thanks for the dance, but I think I'll go get another drink. Would you like one?" "No thanks, I'm not much of a drinker." "Okay, see you in a bit," he said and walked away. It hurt her feelings when he just walked away from her. He would never have done that before. She made her rounds, talking to various people. She stopped talking when Dante went to the front of the room and picked up the microphone and started talking. She listened as he thanked everyone for coming and telling them how grateful he was to be back home with his wife. Dante raised his glass. "I'd like to make a toast to my beautiful wife, who remained faithful to me, and to my best friend Hal, who stayed by her side helping her through the last 18 months. To you, my dear wife and my best friend, who was there for each other while I was gone." Everyone took a drink. Dante's eyes turned dark when he stared into her eyes, and then did the same with Hal. When someone started talking to Dante, Hal turned to her. "What was that look all about?" "He still thinks that you and I carried on when he was gone. I keep telling him that nothing ever happened between us, but I don't think he believes me. I don't know what I can do or say to convince him. He's so full of anger and bitterness." "Maybe I should have another talk with him," Hal said, watching as Dante approached them. When he reached them, he smirked. "It seems like every time I turn my back you two are together." Whispering, Hal ran his fingers through his hair and swallowed hard. "I'd like a private word with you. Let's step outside." He led the way, Dante following behind them. Once outside, he swung around to face him. "There is nothing going on between me and your wife. But you want there to be, am I right?" Hal took a deep breath. "You want the truth. I'll give it to you. Not too long ago I did, but she wouldn't have it. I almost lost her friendship when I 𝑘𝒂𝒑 her." "Wait, you 𝑘𝒂𝒑 my wife?" "Yes, but it meant nothing to her. She never stopped loving you. She still loves you. Why can't you cut her a break? Show her you're not so damn heartless. It's like you don't want to try and remember your life with her. Dante, you were so much in love with her that no one could talk to her disrespectfully. You treated her like a princess, made her feel loved, and now you are being a bastard to her." Dante took him by surprise when he put his hand on his chest and gave him a shove. "Who the fuck are you to tell me how to treat anyone, especially my wife? I'm your best friend, or I was. You never used to swear. You never treated her the way you are doing now. If you're not careful, my old friend, you're going to lose her. If that happens, I'll be waiting to help her pick up the pieces." Dante felt his blood boiling and raising his fist punched Hal, knocking him down. "You will never have her, that I promise you," he yelled, pointing his finger at him. Hal wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Wait, what are you planning on doing?" An evil grin appeared on his face. "I'm going to take her home and give her what she's been wanting since I returned. It's going to be so good she'll forget any other man exists," he said. Turning around, he started walking away. "Dante, don't hurt her. She doesn't deserve it," he yelled as he got to his feet. He wanted to get to Carrie before Dante did, to warn her about what he was planning. He went from room to room, checked the bathrooms, and asked people if they had seen the couple. Being told they had left, he tried calling her, but it went to voicemail. He sat her down after leaving a message. Grabbing a drink, he hoped she would hear it and not give in to Dante. She was so vulnerable and could easily fall for his seduction. "Why did you want to leave the party in such a hurry?" she asked once she was seated inside his car. "I'd had enough of everyone and their idle talk, and I felt like being alone with you," he said, placing his hand on her leg, using his thumb to stroke her skin. The warmth from his hand on her leg made her heart start to pound. She ran the tip of her tongue along her bottom lip when she looked down at his hand. She was both excited and a little afraid of him. "You've never shown the slightest bit of interest in being alone with me since you came back. Why now?" "Let's just say that having a talk with Hal, I thought we should talk. Maybe get to know each other again." "Do you mean that?" "Yeah, it's time," he said, smiling at her. Of course, he had only one thing on his mind, and it wasn't to get to know each other all over again. She sat her back. Finally, she had a glimmer of hope. He was now wanting to try and work together, on finding a way back to each other. There was now a chance that he might fall in love with her again. She knew it wouldn't be the same, but she would help him to remember the times they have had together from the time they first met. Chapter 21. Parking the car in the driveway, he got out and went around to open her door. He unlocks the door to their house and lets her go in first, dropping the keys on the small table. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked, turning to her. "A glass of wine would be nice," she answered, going over to the sofa and sitting down. Pouring her some wine, he made himself a scotch on the rocks. Going over to the sofa, he handed her the glass and Saturday beside her. "So tell me about you." "Well, you know everything about me already." "Here I thought I was the one with the memory loss," he said jokingly. She covered her mouth and giggled. "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." She then told him where she came from before moving to South Carolina, and how she met him the day she started the same high school he was in. She told him how they met and how they started dating. So basically, she told him everything that happened up until the day he had his accident and disappeared. Pretty much the same as she had already told him before, with some more facts added that weren't already mentioned. "It sounds like a fairy tale," he said as he moved her hair from her face. "We were happy. What about Hal? He was your best friend and became mine too. You really should try and get close to him again. He misses having you as his friend and would like to get close to you again." "Just how good of a friend is he to you?" She looked at him, her eyebrows raised in frustration. "We have both told you so many times that nothing has or will ever happen between us. We're just friends. He already told me that you both 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. Did you enjoy that kiss and did you want more?" Her jaw dropped open, and she was surprised that Hal told him about the kiss. Getting up, she walked over to the bar and placed her glass on the table. "He shouldn't have told you about that. It meant nothing and I felt bad about kissing him back." He got up and went over to her. Standing behind her, he moved her hair over to the side and 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 her neck. He felt the slight tremble in her body, and could feel the goosebumps that popped up on her neck. "Dante, what are you doing?" she asked as she turned to face him. That single swipe of his lips on her neck sent shivers throughout her. She longed to feel his lips on hers. He put his hand behind her head, his other hand over her breasts. "If you don't know what I'm doing, then it really has been a long time for you," he said as his mouth came down hard on hers. His heart was racing. His manhood hard and his need for sexual relief was growing with every second that passed. When she returned his kiss, he got more aroused. Her lips tasted soft and sweet. He felt her breasts heaving rapidly under his hand, and heard her soft moans flowing into his mouth as he 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 her. It had been so long since she had felt his touch, his kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he picked her up and headed up the stairs to their bedroom. When she was placed on her feet, he turned her around, pulling the zipper of her dress down and letting it drop to the floor, and turned her back around to face him. He cupped her one breast as he savagely attacked her mouth. She reached up and ripped his shirt open. The buttons popped off and landed on the floor. It had been so long since she had felt him. Her hands moved over his chest before going lower and removing his belt. She then pulled down his zipper. He felt her eagerness as he pulled off his jacket and shirt, which were now ruined, and dropped them to the floor. Placing his hand on her chest, he gave her a light shove, making her fall back onto the bed. He looked at her as he removed his pants and briefs. She was naked from the waist up, wearing only her panties. He couldn't help admiring her body. It was perfect. Getting into bed, he lowered his body onto hers, his lips going to her neck. He 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 all the way up until he reached her lips. He wanted to take her quickly, not bother with foreplay or give her any pleasure. He just wanted his own release. But when he looked down into her eyes so brown and beautiful that were filled with love, he felt something tugging at his heart. A familiar feeling coursed through his mind and body. He no longer wanted to just 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 her. He wanted to make love to her. "Dante," she whispered through bated breath, her fingers curling in his hair when he moved down to her breasts, taking one in his mouth and sucking on the nipple, doing the same to the other. She let out a loud gasp when he moved down, pushed her legs apart and placed them over his neck. His fingers dug into the flesh of her cheeks as he devoured her cat. His tongue and teeth licked and sucked savagely, making her scream out his name. Her eyes rolled back in her head when she had the first of many orgasms. She was sweating, her core throbbing and her heart racing like mad. Then she felt his weight on top of her, and felt the blunt tip of the snake pushing its way inside her. She wanted to call out his name, but her mouth was covered with his as he 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 her hard, rough, letting her know he was the one in charge and she liked it. He continued to pound inside her, telling her to come for him. She could feel him so deep inside her, felt the force of his thrusts as he started moving faster until he released inside her. She cradled his head in her arms when he collapsed, his cheek resting on her breasts. Their lovemaking had always been passionate, amazing beyond words, but it was somewhat different this time. He was rougher, more intense, almost like he had something to prove, either to himself or to her. She wasn't sure. "Oh, Carrie, that felt so damn good," he said, moving his head to kiss her breast. "Yes, it was amazing and I've missed you so much and I love you," she said, kissing the top of his head. "Tell me about the time you spent on that island." She felt his body stiffening up. "There's nothing to tell," he said. Getting off her, he got out of bed and put his pants on. "Aren't you going to sleep in here?" she asked, feeling deeply hurt. He looked over at her and winked. "I'm going to sleep in here from now on. I'm just going down to get something to drink. Can I get you something?" "Yeah, a glass of juice." He went down to the kitchen, and opening up the fridge took out the jug of orange juice. He poured himself a glass, drinking it all in one gulp. And just as he was pouring another one, she walked in wearing only the shirt she had ripped open. He could feel himself getting hard again by just looking at her. Only two remaining buttons held the shirt together. "I see you didn't totally destroy the shirt." She walked over to him. Taking the glass from his hand, she drank the orange juice. "Damn, I was so thirsty." Putting the glass down, he put his hands on the shirt she was wearing and pulled it apart. The remaining buttons popped off. He then fondled her breast as he leaned over and kissed her, pressing her up against the counter. He then pulled the shirt off her and threw it on the counter. He then unzipped his pants, letting them fall to the floor. Picking her up, he pushed her up against the wall. Her legs automatically went around his waist when he entered her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, their mouths and tongues fighting for dominance over the other. It made her moan when he pushed his way inside her wet opening. His thrusts were hard and fast. Her back slammed against the wall. After they had both reached a new level of ecstasy, he placed his lips on her neck. He sucked so hard he broke the skin and she cried out, "Ouch, that hurt." Pulling out of her, he sat her down on her feet. His hand went to the mark he had left on her. "Shit, that's going to leave quite a mark for a few days. I'll have to wear a scarf for a while or a turtleneck." He takes her hand. "Come on, let's go take a shower before bed." Once they were in the shower, she wanted to do something special for Dante, so starting at his neck, her lips moved down his chest until she reached his manhood. Getting on her knees, she took all of him into her mouth and gave him pleasure. She had only tried this a couple of times before and didn't really care for it, but after he had given her the best sex of her life, she wanted to please him. When she was done, he pulled her up and gave her a long and passionate kiss. "Thank you, that was so awesome. I take it we had a great sex life." Her arms around his neck, her body pressed up against his, she smiled up at him. "Yes, our sex life was amazing and you were insatiable." After drying off, they climbed into bed naked. His arm went around her when she rested her head on his chest. "Dante, please tell me about your time on the island. It might help to talk about it." He let out a loud sigh. "I don't remember the accident. All I remember is waking up on top of what I guess was part of the wing from the plane. My head hurt. My throat was sore and dry and my vision was blurry. There was nothing around me but water, but I did see something ahead of me. I knew it was land. So I gathered up as much strength as I could and started paddling my way towards what I hoped was land, and not a figment of my imagination. I don't know how long it took me, but I finally made it. Getting off the board, I crawled my way onto the land. I couldn't remember who I was or where I came from. I'm not even sure how long I was there before someone came along. I'm guessing it was about a year." "How were you able to survive?" "It wasn't easy. I ate berries and coconuts, and whatever wild animals I could find. I made a makeshift shelter out of branches and leaves. I was lucky and found fresh water." "Remember that movie, Castaway with Tom Hanks?" "Yes," she answered. "I kinda felt like him, all alone with no one to talk to. I couldn't even make a face on one of the coconuts, since I didn't have a marker or a pen. It was horrible, Carrie. There were days when I thought I was going mad and I wished I was dead. Then I would look down at this ring on my finger, and I knew there was somebody out there waiting for me. I think that was what kept me going. It was horrible. I was so scared and alone." "So why didn't those people who found you take you to the authorities? They could have helped to find out who you were and where you belonged." "The men who picked me up weren't exactly law-abiding citizens. I was lucky they even dropped me off somewhere. They could have kept me prisoner and made a slave out of me. They even had me thinking that maybe I was a criminal and in hiding. So I just started hitchhiking all over. I took odd jobs to make enough money to eat, until I found myself in Texas, and this really nice older couple took me in. So I stayed and worked on the ranch until somebody who was driving through that small town spotted me and thought they recognized me, and here I am. I'm so sorry for everything you had to go through, but I am so glad you're home with me now. Just then they heard the doorbell ringing. It kept ringing constantly, so they both got out of bed, and she threw on a robe and they went downstairs to see who it was. They opened the door to a very angry Hal. Seeing the two of them together, he could tell that they just had sex, so he pushed Dante. "You bastard! How could you do it to her?" "Hal, what are you talking about?" she asked, getting in between them. "Ignore him," Dante barked. "Why don't you tell her what you told me?" He looked at Carrie and pointed to the cut on his lip. "He did this to me at the party after we had words, and then he said he was taking you home to 𝑭𝒂𝒑. He doesn't care about you anymore. He just wanted to use you for sex." Dante grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and shoved him up against the wall. "Shut your goddamn mouth. You don't know what you're talking about." "Is this true?" she asked, looking at Dante with tears in her eyes. "Of course, it's true, Carrie. He's not the man you married. He's not your husband anymore," Hal hissed. He let go of Hal. "Why don't you tell her what you told me?" "Tell me what?" "Hal wants you for himself. You think he was just being a friend to you, when all along he was planning on making you his. But then I came back and spoiled his plans." "Is this true?" she asked Hal, who had a guilty look on his face. "Yes, but it's not the way he's making it sound. I want you to leave now," she yelled at him and opened the door. "Carrie, let me explain." "Not now. Right now I need to talk to Dante, so please leave us alone." She slammed the door behind him and turned to her husband. Chapter 22. Once she closed the door, she turned to look at him. Her heart dropped to the pit of her belly, as she fought to hold back the tears that were threatening to fall. "Is what Hal said true? Is this why you were being nice? Just so you could 𝑭𝒂𝒑 me?" He stood before her, feeling like a real jerk. "Yes, when Hal and I fought, I said those things, and at the time I meant it. I thought I did. He made me mad when he told me he was in love with you. He was supposed to be my friend. When he went to touch her, she pushed him away. But when I got you into bed, something changed. I looked into your eyes and felt a connection between us. I no longer wanted to 𝑭𝒂𝒑. I wanted to make love to you." "You're just saying that. For the last couple of months, you've been nothing but cold and mean towards me. Now you expect me to believe that you are starting to have feelings for me." She felt the tears filling her eyes. He went up to her, putting his right hand on her shoulder. His other hand went to her face, stroking her cheek with his thumb. "I've been lost for so long, angry because I didn't know who I am or who to trust. But being with you, spending the time and getting to know you, you were so sweet and patient with me. I think I'm falling in love with you. I know I've hurt you, but I'm asking you to give me a chance, to show you that I want to change. I'll do anything. I'll get help with my anger and other issues. Telling you about being on that island has really helped me. It was like a weight being lifted off of my shoulders." As she looked into his eyes, she knew he was being sincere. Was her father right? Could someone who lost their memory fall back in love with the person they had been with, one who they once loved deeply? "Dante, I've never stopped loving you, and I never will. So does this mean we can try and start over again?" She looked deep into his eyes. She wished that he could remember what their lives were like before the accident. But if that wasn't possible, then at least they would still have a future together. "Yes, I want that very much." When he kissed her, it felt like the old Dante kissing her. It was sweet and gentle. She prayed that he would fully come back to her someday. "Let's go to bed," he said, sweeping her up into his arms. He carried her up the stairs into their bedroom. He knew he was falling in love with her, and was going to do everything in his power to make their marriage work. The next day they packed a light lunch and rented a boat. She thought it would do them some good to do something they had both enjoyed doing before his accident. She was much better than him at sailing. He was more of a flyer than a boater. He sat her day back and enjoyed the ride, letting her take control of the small boat. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. She had on a pair of white shorts and a pink halter top. She looked so happy as she steered the boat, her hair blowing in the wind. "What?" she asked when she saw him watching her. "You really enjoy this, don't you?" Being far enough away from shore, she turned off the engine and went and sat her day down next to him. "I love being out here. We used to go boating a lot. I love the water and the feel of the wind on my face. It was you that taught me to sail." Just then a small plane flew over them. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he looked up and anxiety took hold of him. She noticed and took his hand in hers. He had a weird look on his face. "Dante, what is it?" He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned to look at her. "I just had a flashback." "So you remembered something?" "Yes, I remember being on the plane as it nosedived into the water, but that's all." "That's a start," she said, hoping that this would be the beginning of his memory coming back. He brought her hand to his lips and gave it a kiss. "Let's crack open that bottle of wine and have something to eat." They spent the next 2 hours talking and eating, sipping on their wine. "I wonder if it would help me to go back up into a plane," he said as he stared up into the sky. No, she really didn't like the idea of him going back up there. It scared her to death after what had happened. "I don't want you to fly again. Maybe it's selfish of me, but I got you back, and I don't want to lose you again. Carrie, that was an unfortunate accident and there's no reason for you to think that it will happen again. When I go to therapy for my anger issues, I will ask them what they think about it, whether it's a good idea or not. Well, let's talk about it later. Right now I just want to enjoy this beautiful day," she said, leaning over to kiss him. After spending a few hours on the water, they returned the boat and then went for a long walk along the water. They came to a small diner and went in and had burgers and fries and a cold beer. She really felt like they were getting closer. He no longer seemed angry. He was more relaxed. That night he made passionate love to her, telling her that he loved her. Hearing him say that and knowing he meant it, she couldn't help crying. The boy she had fallen in love with, the one she thought she had lost forever, was slowly coming back to her. That Monday she made a doctor's appointment for him, upon his request, and then she went to the gallery. When she got there, she went to Hal's office to have a word with him. She stopped in the doorway when she saw him packing up his belongings. "What are you doing?" He didn't bother looking at her as he continued packing up his stuff. "After what happened the other night, I think it's best I find another office." "Hal, you don't have to do that. We can all sit down and work this out." He stopped what he was doing to look at her. "Work what out? I think too much has been said for that to happen. I've lost both of your friendships. Dante will never forgive me for falling in love with you. I don't know what to say. You know I don't have those kinds of feelings for you. I've always been in love with Dante and nothing will ever change that, but I don't want to lose you as a friend." He walked around the desk and over to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "We'll still be partners, and if you ever need anything you can call me. But I can't work in the same building with you knowing that you're with him. I know you'll never have those feelings for me, and I really do hope that the two of you can work things out. I'll have someone come and get the rest of my things. Dante is getting therapy for his anger, and he wants to make our marriage work. He did admit to me what he had said to you at the party, and how he was going to go through with it, but something changed. He told me he had fallen in love with me again. As much as I would love for him to remember how it was between us, I'm so grateful and happy that he is in love with me again as I am with him. I wish you both all the best, and I hope that he follows through and gets the help he needs. I know deep down inside him he never stopped loving you. I'll be seeing you around," he said, giving her a kiss on the cheek. He grabbed his briefcase and a small box he had packed and walked out. Dante wanted to surprise her. Not knowing if he could cook or not, he ordered some Chinese takeout and had it delivered. He opened a bottle of wine and had it ready for when she got home. As soon as she walked in, and he saw the look on her face, he knew something had happened at the office and figured it had to do with Hal. When she walked into the kitchen, he handed her a glass of wine, gave her a kiss, and then stood back, his hand on her arm. "Did something happen today at the office between you and Hal?" "He moved out of the office, said he couldn't stay after what happened." Dante sat her down across from her. "It's probably for the best." "How can you say that? He's been your friend since high school, and he's been a good friend to both of us over the years. The man is in love with you. How do you think it makes me feel knowing that? I trust you, but him I'm not too sure about. He would never touch me, but I guess I can see your point of view. I know I wouldn't like you working with a woman who was in love with you. It's such a shame though, and I hope that someday we can all be friends again." "Maybe," he said, pouring her another glass of wine. "So how did it go at the doctor's?" "It went really well. We had a long talk and I told him about my time on the island and how I've been feeling. He has enrolled me in an anger management program that meets once a week. He thought it would help me to deal with everything." The next couple of weeks flew by. She had told her parents how well things were going between her and Dante, and that they were working on making their marriage work. Though he still hadn't been able to paint, he did help her out at the gallery. and continued his sessions with the doctor in anger management. 3 weeks after Dante had confessed his love for her, she knew she was pregnant. She had been feeling nauseous, and her breasts were tender. So she made a doctor's appointment. After being given the news that she was definitely 3 weeks pregnant, she hurried home to tell Dante the news. She was hoping that he would be happy. With all that had happened to him and what he was going through, she wasn't sure how he would feel. When she got home, she found him in his studio, just sitting there staring at his art equipment. He looked up when he saw her walk into the room and gave her a big smile. Getting to his feet, he went over and pulled her into his arms, giving her a great big kiss. "I've missed you. I've missed you too. But what are you doing in here?" "I don't really know. I thought maybe if I came in here, something might click in my brain. I tried picking up a brush to paint, but nothing came to me. I think we're going to have to face the facts that my painting days are over. I'm sorry, but you never know. It could still come back to you. You always know what to say to make me feel better," he said. Wrapping his arms around her, he gave her a passionate kiss. "I do have some news to share with you. I'm hoping it will cheer you up. Let me guess, you bought some really style lingerie, and you want to model them for me." She giggled, giving him a light slap in the chest. "No, silly. I quit buying those after you kept ripping them off me." He too laughed. "So what is this big news of yours that's going to make me happy?" Taking a deep breath, she stepped back. "I've been to the doctor. I'm pregnant." "Pregnant?" he said as his eyes moved down her body, stopping to stare at her stomach. "We always talked about having a family. I know with the accident and everything else that's going on, that maybe this isn't a good time, but I'm happy about it." When he didn't say anything, she got worried, thinking that he no longer wanted children. "Dante, please say something." He felt his chest rising and falling. He met her eyes with his, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Moving back over to her, he pulled her into his arms, his lips only inches from hers. "We're really having a baby." She felt a sense of relief wash over her. Smiling, she nodded her head. "Yes, 3 weeks pregnant. So are you really happy about it?" "Happy? I'm ecstatic. You have just made me a very happy man. I love you so much." He picked her up and carried her out to the bedroom, laying her down and taking off their coats. They made hot, wild and passionate love. Both sets of parents were thrilled when they heard that they were going to become grandparents and said that they were going to come to visit in the very near future. On a Monday afternoon, they were curled up on the sofa, listening to romantic music on the radio when the phone rang. Dante got up to answer it, and after talking to the person on the other end, he hung up and turned to look at Carrie with a serious look on his face. "Who was that?" she asked, sitting up. "I have something to tell you," he said. Going over, he sat her down beside her and took her hand in his. Chapter 23. "Carrie, I have something to talk to you about. It's important you hear me out and not go all crazy on me. You're scaring me." "What is it?" "I've been doing a lot of research on amnesia and brain injuries and heard of a doctor that claims there is an operation that could possibly restore one's memory. It's a long and delicate procedure. I've already asked my doctor to set up an appointment to meet with this doctor, and I have a meeting with Dr. Ray next week." "Why didn't you tell me before now?" "I wasn't sure if I could get in to see him, and I didn't want to worry or get your hopes up. This is my chance to get my life back, to remember our life together." Pulling her hand away from his, she stood up and walked over to the window. "I don't like it. It's got to be dangerous going in and messing with someone's brain. Too many risks. What if something goes wrong?" she asked, turning to look at him. "It's a chance I'm willing to take," he said, moving over to where she stood. "Yeah, well, I'm not." He went over, cupping her face in his hands. "Carrie, you can't begin to understand how I feel, to not know who I am. I lost almost 2 years of my life. It drives me crazy whenever I go somewhere, and people stop to talk to me, and I haven't got a clue as to who they are. I have fallen deeply in love with you, and I want to remember everything about us. I really want your support. Isn't it enough that you love me now? We can move forward and have a bright future. We are having a baby, one we always wanted. I haven't jumped into this without checking everything, all the good and what can go wrong. I have to do this for me. What sort of things can go wrong? Don't worry about it. How can you tell me not to worry? I'm your wife, not a child that you need to keep things from, so tell me." He started pacing, running his fingers through his hair. "There's a chance my memory won't return. Would stay as it is now?" "Well, that's not so bad," she said, feeling a little better. "But And this is very rare that I might lose all my memories, past and present. He stopped talking when he saw her face drained of all color. The chance of that happening is slim to none. But it could. I lost you once and just got you back. I can't go through that again. I won't. We have a baby coming now. We need you. I'm sorry. You can't do this. I have to. Knowing he wasn't going to change his mind, she started crying and turned to leave. Where are you going? We need to discuss this further, he said, calling out when she headed towards the door. I can't be near you right now, she shouted, slamming the front door behind her. She walked down the path that led to the river. It was her favorite spot to sit and think, which was behind their house. Dante had built a bench for them to sit on when they first bought the house. He didn't know what to do. Should he follow her or give her some time to think about what he had told her? He poured himself a stiff drink but then set it down. He had to go see if she was all right. Her car was in the driveway next to his, so he knew she was on the property somewhere, so he started looking for her. If he had his memory, he would have known she was at their special place. It took some time before he found her down by the river. From the way her shoulders were shaking and her head in her hands, he knew she was crying. He went and sat her down next to her, placing his arm over her shoulders. She turned her head to look at him. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Please don't do this, she begged him. I'm doing it for us. For us, she snapped. How is it going to be for us if you lose what memory you have of us now? She said. Getting up, she walked over to the edge of the water. He got up and went over to her, cupping her face in his hands. We have this connection between us. I felt it the moment I saw you, when the officers and the doctor brought me home to you. If something goes wrong and I wake up not knowing anything again, I believe that I will fall in love with you all over again. But what if you don't? I don't know if I can go through it again. It damn near destroyed me the first time, she said. Her heart was breaking. He pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against him. Whatever happens, I will come back to you. 2 days later, she went with him to see Dr. Ray. She sat her day listening to everything he had to say, but she still didn't feel comfortable about Dante going through with it. She kept quiet but wanted to scream out when the appointment was made for the surgery. It was to take place 6 weeks from now. That night they made love. It was sweet and tender, ending with him rubbing and kissing her belly. How amazing it must be to be able to carry a human being inside your stomach and to give birth. It is truly a miracle, he said, moving back up to kiss her lips. Monday morning, Hal was busy going through some paperwork when his secretary buzzed him, saying that Mrs. Matthews was here to see him. Send her right in. Hi, Hal, she said when she walked into his office and saw him sitting behind his desk. Carrie, it's really nice to see you. Please have a seat. Would you like a coffee or something else to drink? No thanks, she said, looking around at his new office. Nice place you got here, but I miss seeing you every day. We both know it wasn't going to work out if I stayed there. Why are you here? I wanted you to be the first to know. Know what? Dante and I are expecting our first child. His eyebrows raised up. Oh wow, that's really good news. I know how much you've been wanting to have a baby, but how does he feel about it? He's ecstatic. Oh Carrie, he said, shaking his head. It's true. He's happy about the baby and has fallen back in love with me, and I still love him. I always will. Well then, I'm happy for the two of you. I wish you all the luck in the world. There is something else, she said as she played with the strap on her purse. Dante has found a doctor who claims he can operate and restore his memory. Hal leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on top of the desk. I've never heard of anything like that before, but if he can help Dante, that would be great. She then went on to explain what the operation entailed and the risks involved. I don't want him to do it, but he is determined to. If it all goes wrong, and he can't remember me again, I don't know what I'll do, especially with the baby on the way. You just have to think positive. I'm sure that won't happen. He's being very brave, but I know that deep down he's scared to death. He needs a friend to talk to. Are you asking me to talk to him? You're his best friend. He needs you right now. Carrie, the man hates me. He won't talk to me. He doesn't hate you. Not really. Won't you at least try? Take him to the bar and have a few drinks. You two have been friends for so many years and you can be again. I'm asking you to do this as a favor to me. He rubbed his chin and let out a sigh. All right, I'll give it a shot. I'll pop over to the gallery after I'm done here. I just hope he doesn't punch me in the face again. She gets to her feet and gives him a smile. Thank you, and I really want to see you to become friends again. Getting up, he goes around the desk and over to her. Putting his arms around her, he gave her a hug. "Don't worry about anything. Take care of yourself." Later that day, Hal made his way over to the gallery. He was told that Dante was helping to move a sculpture into one of the other rooms. Getting to the designated area, he saw his friend with his sleeves rolled up, helping to carry the huge sculpture, along with some other men over to a spot by the wall. "Nice to see you doing some manual labor for a change," he said with a chuckle. Dante turned around and stared at him, not pleased at all to see him. "What do you want?" Hal walked over to him. "I'm here to take you across the street to the bar." "Why would I want to go anywhere with you?" "Dante, we really need to talk. We've been friends far too long to let a misunderstanding tear us apart. Come on, I'm buying." After letting Carrie know that he was leaving, they walked across the street to the bar, and took a seat in a booth and ordered 2 bottles of beer. "All right, you said you wanted to talk. I'm listening." "Okay, first I want to apologize for having kissed your wife. Second of all, I'm sorry for the fight we had at the party and for the things I said." "Yeah, like how you are in love with her and plan on being there for her when she comes to her senses and leaves me," he said with anger in his voice and fire in his eyes. "I shouldn't have said that, but it is true. I had fallen in love with her, or so I thought so." He stared off into space for a few seconds before continuing. "You two have always had this beautiful and perfect love for each other. It's like you guys are so connected to each other that I guess I wanted the same thing too. She could never love me the way she loves you. She's amazing. You can't really blame me for having feelings for her, but they are not near as deep as yours are for her. I miss having you as a friend, and I hope that you will forgive me and that we can move on. Damn it, we were such a great team, the 3 of us. Can't we move past this?" Dante held up his hand, motioning for 2 more beers. "Are you going to keep hitting on my wife?" "I only want to be friends with both of you." Dante smiled. "I would like that very much. So tell me the truth. Carrie put you up to this, didn't she?" Hal smirked. "Yeah, she did. And she also told me about this operation that you want to have. Do you really want to take that risk of losing the new memories you have made with her? That happening is very rare. I have to do this for myself. I understand how worried she is, but I love her and nothing's going to change that. That's what you said before your accident, and look what happened. It'll be different this time. I found my way back to her, didn't I?" Hal took a long swig of his drink, setting the bottle down. "Carrie's worried that if the worst scenario happens, and your new memories are wiped out this time, you won't come back to her. You have to think of your baby that she's carrying. I'm not just doing this for me, I'm doing it for them too. I wish I could just forget about it and move on with the memories I have now, but I can't. It drives me crazy and I have to do it." "Well then, will you allow me to be with you and Carrie when you have the operation? I could use all the support I can get." For the next 4 hours, they talked, drank, and Hal taught him how to play pool. By the time they left the bar, they were both wasted. Flagging down a taxi, they both got in, stopping to let Dante off at home first. "I'll see you later, buddy. I hope Carrie isn't mad at me for getting you drunk," Hal said when he got him safely inside the door. Dante put his hands on Hal's shoulders. "Don't worry about it. If she's mad, she'll get over it. Maybe if you're lucky, she'll be asleep," he said, slurring his words and chuckling, as he walked away and back over to the taxi that was waiting for him. She sat her day up in bed when she heard him come in. He wasn't exactly being quiet, and it was obvious he was drunk. "Are you okay, or do you need help getting into bed?" she asked, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter when he missed the bed and landed on his bum. Getting up, he pulled off his pants and climbed into bed next to her, putting his arm over her waist. "I didn't mean to wake you. I was trying to be quiet." Touching his face, she smiled back at him. "Well, my love, you did a lousy job at being quiet, but that's okay. Did you and Hal have a good time?" "Yeah, we did. We had a long talk and cleared everything up. We're going to work on getting our friendship back. And I also know that you put him up to it." "You're not mad, are you?" she asked, hoping he wasn't angry. "No, I'm not. You did a good thing." She was just about to say something, but then she stopped when she heard his light snoring and knew he had fallen asleep. Leaning over him, she kissed his cheek and laid her head on his chest. She closed her eyes and was soon asleep. Chapter 24. The next day, he woke up with a pounding headache. His throat was as dry as a bone, so slipping out of bed quietly, he heads downstairs for a drink of water. Taking some aspirins, he drinks a large glass of water. Going back upstairs, he finds Carrie still fast asleep. So he removed his briefs and goes into the bathroom to shower. As the water flowed over his body, he places his right hand on the wall, wiping the water from his face. Not really being much of a drinker, he knew it was stupid to have drunk so much, but that wasn't the only thing bothering him. Though he had told her he wasn't worried about the surgery, the fact was he was scared to death. A smile crossed his face when he felt a pair of soft hands on his back. He turned around, looking into the most beautiful brown eyes he had ever seen. "Now what do you think you're doing?" Putting her hands on his chest, she looked up at him with a huge grin on her face. "I was feeling a little dirty, so I thought I'd come and shower with you. But I can leave if you want me to," she said. Letting go of him, she went to leave but was pulled back into his arms. "I didn't say I wanted you to leave. I could use the company," he said as his lips came down on hers, his arms pulling her closer. She let out a moan, when grabbed a fistful of her hair, and gently yanked her head back, so that he could have more access to her neck. His free hand moved over her breasts and down her stomach, then went between her legs. Her body was pressed against the wall, her breathing ragged. She could feel herself coming as he stroked inside her using his fingers. Yes, Dante, that feels so good. Don't stop. Faster," she screamed, her orgasm coming hard and fast. She then felt him lifting her up, so she wrapped her legs around his waist when he entered her. His thrusts were hard and fast. She could feel his heart beating and heard his moans of pleasure. After releasing inside her, he slowly pulled out and he set her down on her feet. His mouth came crashing down on hers. It was just as intense as he dominated her mouth as he had her body. Both totally satisfied, they washed up, and then dried off after getting out of the shower. Dropping the damp towels onto the floor, he stood behind her. His arms going around her, he placed his hands on her stomach. "You should be starting to show soon." She placed her hands on top of his. Looking over her shoulder, she looked at him. "Are you still going to love me when I get big and fat? You're carrying my child. I can't wait until I can take you places and have people seeing that you are carrying my baby. I will still love and desire you no matter how big your belly gets. Do not think of it as getting fat. That is not the case." She turned around to face him, placing her arms around his neck as her naked body pressed against his. "I love you so much. I love you too. I was thinking it would be nice to go away for a few days before I have my operation. Just the two of us. I'd like that. But where would we go?" "Well, I've been told that we have never gone on a honeymoon. Not a proper one, so where would you like to go?" She chewed lightly on her bottom lip, giving him a big smile. "I've always wanted to go to Italy, and you did say you would take me there someday." "Italy? Yeah, that sounds good, and if that's where you want to go, then we will, but I think we'll need more than a few days. How about a couple of weeks?" It warmed his heart to see her looking so happy. He wanted to give her a romantic getaway, wanted to give her some happy memories in case things went wrong on the operating table. "That sounds absolutely wonderful. I can get our assistant to take care of the gallery, and I'm sure that Hal will help keep an eye on the place." "When will we go?" she asked excitedly. "We'll go right away, just as soon as we can book the flight and arrange things at the gallery." "Yes, I can't wait to go. It is better that we go now because in a few months, I'll be too big to be able to travel," she said, giving him a deep and passionate kiss. It was a kiss that got him so aroused that he picked her up and carried her over to the bed, making love to her once again. Over the course of the next few days, they made plans, booked their flight and hotel room. She had her assistant, Kirk, take over for her for the next 2 weeks. She called both of their parents to let them know they were finally going on a honeymoon. Hal had promised to keep an eye on things while they were gone. He and Dante had started getting close again. It wasn't the same as before, but it was a start. The day they got to the airport and were about to board the plane, he stopped and hesitated before walking up the steps. She placed her hand lightly on his arm. She saw a look of panic on his face and knew what was bothering him. "If you don't want to do this, we don't have to go. We can always wait for another time, when you're more comfortable getting on a plane." He looked at her and placed his hand over the top of hers, gave her a smile. "In therapy, they say to overcome your fear you need to face it. I have to do this. It's now or never." Holding her hand, they made their way up the steps and inside of the plane. Finding the seats, they sat her down. When the plane started taking off, his hand gripped hers. His other hand held onto the armrest. His throat felt dry when he swallowed. Closing his eyes, he tried not to think of that day his plane went down. Though he didn't remember it from memory, he had seen it all go down in his dreams. "Dante, you're crushing my bones," she said when he started squeezing her hand, making her wince in pain. "I'm sorry. I hadn't realized what I was doing. Have I hurt you?" She smiled when he loosened his grip. This was the man she had fallen in love with. Sweet and caring. I'm all right. You can do this. You are the strongest and bravest man I have ever known. You have always loved flying, though you had always preferred being the one doing the flying. Are you okay? I will be, but I could use a nice stiff drink. He waved the flight attendant over and asked for a scotch on the rocks and then turned to Carrie. Would you like a drink too? I'm pregnant. Remember? He chuckled. I remember. I meant, would you like some milk or juice or water? No thanks, not now, she said, noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead. After he downed his drink in one gulp, he turned and smiled at her. That's much better. He reached his hand over and placed it over her stomach. How's our little guy doing in there? She let out a giggle. Little guy? Do you think it's a boy? It doesn't matter to me what we have. I just want to make sure that the two of you are okay. We're both doing good, and I'm so glad my morning sickness seems to be gone. During the flight they talked. He told her more about his experience on the island. There were times I was so cold I honestly thought I was going to freeze to death. But during the day it was so hot. But at least I was able to swim in the water to cool off. At night I slept in a cave covered with leaves and branches that I sort of made into a makeshift blanket. I ate so much fish and coconuts, and I never want to eat them again. It broke her heart to know all the hardship he had gone through. The worst part was the loneliness. No one to talk to. I didn't even have any memories to reflect on. There were days I felt like giving up, but I would look at this ring on my finger and know that there was somebody out there waiting for me. So I kept myself fit. I jogged, exercised, and swam. Were there any wild animals on the island? There were some. I found a knife in my jacket pocket and used it to make myself a weapon out of some branches. Any wild animal that tried to attack me, I killed them. Cooked them over a fire, got my protein that way. What did you use to start the fire with? He laughed. I rubbed 2 sticks together. It took forever, but it worked, so maybe I was a Boy Scout when I was younger. I still have nightmares about being on that godforsaken island. I know you do. I can hear you mumbling in your sleep, and sometimes you start thrashing around in bed. She leaned up and kissed the side of his face. You're home and you're safe now. He looked into her beautiful brown eyes and his heart melted. I can see how I must have fallen in love with you all those years ago. Can I ask you something without you getting mad at me? Anything, he answered. After you got off that island and you were traveling all over, did you ever meet someone? She asked, lowering her head and beginning to wonder if she really wanted to know the answer. I met a lot of people during my travels. No, I mean, did you meet a woman and had sex with her? Do you really want to know? Her face turned a light shade of pink. She felt an ache in her heart thinking that he had. I don't know. Maybe it's better if I don't know. He takes her hand and bringing it to his lips kissed her fingers. I had plenty of opportunities to sleep around, but then I would look at my finger and see the wedding band, and I knew I belonged to someone else. I didn't have it in me to have sex with anyone else. She felt the tears welling up in her eyes as her heart started beating fast. This made her feel so much better. Seeing her tears, he placed his hand on the side of her face. I'm going to tell you something that I should have told you when I returned home and saw you again. I felt this weird connection to you, but I was just too angry and bitter to realize what it was. I couldn't sleep with anyone else because I knew I was in love with someone, and that someone else turned out to be you. I'm so sorry that I treated you like shit when I came back. Dante, you went through so much. The plane crash, being stranded on that island and then brought back home where you knew no one. I understand that you were scared and confused and angry. I won't lie to you. It broke my heart the way you rejected me and the way you spoke to me. But I knew that wasn't the real you. But you did slowly start coming back to me, to being the old you. Damn, you are just too good to be true. I love you so much, and do you know what I'd like to do right now? No. I'd like to rip off your clothes and make love to you. She covered her mouth to stop from laughing out loud. I don't think the other passengers would appreciate that, so you're going to have to wait till we get to our hotel. Okay, but be warned, once I get you inside that room, these clothes that you're wearing right now are going to be totally destroyed. Putting his arms around her, he pulled her close. He then kissed her passionately. She put her arms around his neck when he leaned her back into the seat, kissing him back with as much passion as he was, and they continued making out like a couple of horny teenagers. None of the other passengers seemed to notice, and if they did, they paid no attention to the young couple. When they finally stopped kissing, she rested her head on his chest. His arms wrapped around her, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Neither one wanted to discuss the operation. All they wanted was to enjoy their honeymoon and forget about everything except each other for the 2 weeks that they would be in Italy. Chapter 25. She felt safe and comfortable with his arms around her, as she laid her head on his chest. Even though he didn't remember their past together, they were going to make new memories. He was feeling more comfortable being on the plane, which helped her to relax, and soon she was asleep in his arms. Dante looked down at the woman asleep in his arms. She was so pure of heart, and after the way he had treated her, she still stood by his side, believing in their love. He closed his eyes, praying that after the operation he would regain his past memories. If not, then let him keep the present ones. After almost a 9-hour flight, they finally landed in Italy. She rolled the window in the taxi down as they drove to the hotel, taking in the sights as they went through the busy streets. "I want to see and do everything while we're here," she said with the excitement of a child on Christmas morning. Then when they got to the hotel and stepped out of the cab, her face lit up as she looked around. "This hotel is gorgeous. I can't wait to see our suite." While the bellman was unloading their luggage from the taxi, he pulled her into his arms. "I can't wait to get you alone. I have several surprises in store for you while we're here." Putting her arms around his neck, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. He was being the man she had fallen in love with so many years ago. "Just you loving me and us being here is all I need. I feel so happy," she said, pulling his head down to kiss him. When they got to their honeymoon suite, he handed the bellman a nice tip and then took their luggage to the bedroom. "Stay right there and don't move," he said, going into the bedroom. She waited patiently for him to return, wondering what he was up to. He came back with a smile on his face and walked up to her, standing behind her. "Now close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to." She closed her eyes, feeling his hands on her shoulders as he guided her. "What's going on and where are you taking me?" "You'll see, just don't peek." He walked over to the patio door and opening it he turned on a switch. It was night and quite dark outside. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Her eyes widened in delight when she saw the little flickering bright lights that decorated the balcony. There was a table with candles and plates with food covered up. "Dante, this is so beautiful, but how did you arrange all this without me knowing?" "I have my ways," he said. Moving behind her, he put his arms around her. "There's more," he said. Walking her over to the edge of the balcony, he waved his arm. She looked over the balcony when she heard music playing. There were 3 men playing musical instruments, and one was singing a romantic love song. He turned her around to face him. Taking her one hand, put it on his shoulder, and the other one he held it. "May I have this dance?" he asked, putting his arm around her waist. Her eyes glistened with tears. She couldn't believe that he had gone to all this trouble. "This is the most romantic thing you have ever done for me. I love you so much." "I love you too. And this is my way of making it up to you for the horrible way I treated you when I returned home." She rested her head on his shoulder. A single tear trickled down her cheek. "I'm never going to forget this night as long as I live. From the first moment we met years ago, I knew you were the man I was going to grow old with. There could never be another man for me. You are the love of my life." After they danced a couple of dances, they sat down to eat. When they were done eating, he got to his feet and held out his hand for her to take. "I have another surprise for you. It's in the bedroom." She rolled her eyes at him and smiled. "I hate to break it to you, but that really isn't a surprise." He let out a chuckle. "No, not that." He takes her hand. "Come with me." When they got to the bedroom, she saw a box on the bed. Looking at him, she lets go of his hand and goes over to the bed. She opens the box and her face turned a light shade of red. "You want me to wear this now?" "Yes. I'll go into the other room. Call me when you're ready," he said as he walked away. Just thinking of her in that outfit got him hard. He went and poured himself a scotch. He was going to make their time here a good one, showing her how much he loved her. 15 minutes later, he turned around when she entered the room. "Holy shit," he said. Putting his drink down, he wiped the drool from his mouth. She looked down at his crotch and saw how aroused he was, and she smiled wickedly. "I'm guessing you like what you see." "Oh yeah, I like it a lot," he said. Taking off his tie and unbuttoning his shirt, he removed it, tossing it onto the chair. "Walk towards me, slowly," he ordered her and leaned back to watch her. She licked her lips provocatively as she walked toward him, swaying her hips. Seeing the lust in his eyes turned her on, making her wet and her core throb. Standing before him, she placed her hands on his chest. "Too bad we forgot to bring the handcuffs," she said, sliding her one hand down to the bulge inside his pants. "Oh, but sweetheart, I did remember to bring them," he said with a wicked smirk on his face. "What do you want and what would you like me to do to you?" "I want to get dirty, really dirty, and I want you inside me." He placed his hands on her waist and forcefully drew her closer. "Someone's being very naughty. Looks like I'll have to punish you." He put his mouth on her neck, his kisses soft as he moved down. Getting on his knees, he kissed along her thigh. Moving between her legs, he placed his mouth over her cat, rubbing against her over the material of the panties. He smiled to himself when he felt how wet her panties were as she moaned, running her fingers through his hair. Moving back up, he covered her mouth with his. The kiss was deep and rough as he pushed her up against the wall. His one hand moved down and inside her panties, stroking her until he felt her orgasm and felt her sweet juices flowing out. He then picked her up and carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. "Dante, where are you going?" she asked, sitting up when he went to walk away. He opened his bag and pulling out the handcuffs, he held them up. "Don't worry, I'm going to need these," he said, removing his pants. Getting into bed, he pushed her down and straddled her. Taking her hands, he cuffed them to the bed. "There, now I can do whatever I want, and you won't be able to stop me." "Oh, you're making me horny," she said, feeling his hardened shaft pressed against her. "Making you smile and horny are my two favorite things." He realized his mistake of cuffing her to the bed. Before removing her bra so reluctantly, he used his hands to rip it apart. "Oh, Dante, you've ruined it," she said in a pouty tone. "I'll buy you another one," he said as he put his mouth over one of her erect nipples. He moaned when he tasted it. It felt like ripe berries as he sucked on it, drawing it deep into his mouth before doing the same to the other one. He moved down past her stomach. He slowly removed the garter belt and panties, kissing up her leg until he reached her wetness. She was a quivering mass of pleasure when his finger slid over her wetness and inside her. She arched her hips, wanting more. She let out a gasp when his lips blew a steamy and hot breath over her sex. His tongue was all over her, lapping at her wetness, drawing her into his mouth and sucking. Her body convulsed when she had her first orgasm. She screamed out his name over and over as another orgasm hit her. He was all smiles as he wiped his mouth and looked at her. "Does my baby want more?" Her chest heaving, her breathing heavy, she opened her eyes to look at him. "Yes, I want more. I want you inside me, but first uncuff me." "Not yet. When I'm done with you," he said, spreading her legs as he embedded himself deep inside her. He enjoyed watching the expression on her face when he slowly entered her. It was one of pure delight, her eyes lighting up and the O shape of her mouth when she moaned as she closed her eyes. He moved slowly, wanting to torment her. He loved it when she begged for it. "Dante, stop teasing me and give it to me hard. Is my girl being a little impatient?" She opened her eyes to look at him, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Uncuff me now," she said in a demanding tone. "I can't. As you can see, I'm a little busy right now," he said as he started thrusting faster, making her moan. He was beginning to sweat, his balls hard, and his snake was in dire need of relief. It was time to give them both what they wanted. Raising himself up on his hands, he looked down at her as he gave several loud moans and grunts before releasing inside her, bringing them both to an amazing and earth-shattering orgasm. Before collapsing on top of her, he undid the cuffs, tossing them on the floor, and felt her arms going around him. "Oh," she moaned softly into his ear. "You have really gotten good at this over the years." Giving her another kiss, he rolled over onto his side, stroking the side of her face. "I think it's this good because we love each other." He then touches her stomach. "I can't wait until our baby is born." "Me either, but sometimes I wish we had started our family a long time ago." He rested his head in the palm of his hand and stared at her. "What are you hoping for, a boy or a girl?" "It doesn't matter to me. What about you?" "I think a girl would be nice first, then a boy. But then again, if we had a son first, he could protect his little sister from bullies and other boys." "As you did with the twins," she answered. Seeing him looking confused, she continued, "I was told by your mother that you were always keeping an eye on the twins, keeping them from danger. You were a great big brother." "I'm glad to know that I was. I just hope I'll be as good a father." "You're an amazing brother, husband, and you'll be a great dad. Dante, thank you for the best first night in Italy. Everything was perfect. There's so much more to come. I have another surprise for you in the closet. Go check it out," he said, laying down with his hands behind his head. "Now." "Yes, now," he said, pulling the blankets off her. He watched as she walked over to the closet but naked. He thought she looked great from behind. She opened the door and squealed when she saw the beautiful white gown hanging there. Taking it out to get a better look at it. "Oh my God, it's gorgeous but so terribly expensive. Where will I ever wear it?" she asked, turning to look at him and seeing he was holding up 2 tickets. "What are those?" "These, my darling, are tickets to Italy's most popular opera house, the Teatro alla Scala, which I will be taking you to tomorrow night." Hanging the dress back up, she went back over to him and jumped into bed, landing right on top of him, earning a grunt. "Thank you, thank you. I have always wanted to go to the opera, but you hate it. Said you'd never go to one." "Well, I don't remember if I like it or not. Maybe I will now." "Wait, how did you know that I love the opera?" "I called your mother and asked her what you liked. Now, we have a busy day and night ahead of us tomorrow, so we should get some sleep. Unless you'd like to ride my roller coaster." Pinning his hands above his head, she smiled down at him. "Buckle up, baby. It's going to be a long and bumpy ride," she said as she placed her lips on his. Chapter 26. "Good morning, beautiful," he said as he leaned over to kiss her. She responded with a smile when his lips landed on hers. It always felt like she was in heaven when he kissed her. His strong, muscular body against her had her heart racing and her core throbbing. "Morning," she replied when they stopped kissing. "I have a busy day planned for us today. I thought we could go sightseeing, take in a museum or two, then after have a nice romantic dinner, before we get ready for the opera." "That sounds lovely, but I'd like to do something first," she said, smiling up at him. "Really? And what would that be?" She pushed him down onto his back and straddled him. "I'd like another ride on the roller coaster." Putting his hands on her waist, he flipped her off and onto her back so that now he was the one on top. "You were in charge last night. Now it's my turn," he said as he started kissing her passionately. They decided to go out and have breakfast instead of ordering room service. They walked past the shops until they found a nice cafe where they could eat outside. When the waiter came over, she ordered for both of them since she knew how to speak Italian. Dante was impressed with how fluently she spoke the language. "So, you speak Italian?" "Yes, I studied it in college and took extra classes, hoping to come here someday." He scratched his head, confused. "Do I also speak the language?" "No, you don't, but I have taught you a few words." After they were done eating, they hailed a cab and went to one of the museums. After a 2-hour tour, they then went to an art gallery. As they were walking around looking at all of the art, a gorgeous, dark-haired Italian man walked up to them and started speaking in Italian. She introduced herself and Dante to the man, and when he took her hand and went to kiss it, Dante stopped him. "I don't think so. She's my wife," he said in English, not knowing if the man could understand him or not. She turned to him. She could see he was jealous. "Dante, this is the owner of the gallery. He was just welcoming us." He looked at the man and held out his hand to shake, but his eyes were still filled with anger. "You have a really nice place here." In broken English, he answered back, "Thank you. I am very proud of it. I hope you enjoy some of our exhibits. If I can be of any assistance, or you have any questions, please feel free to ask me." "Thank you, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure we can manage on our own," he said, taking Carrie's hand as they walked away. "Don't you think you were being a little bit rude? I didn't like the way he was looking at you. These Italian men think they're God's gift to women. You've got no reason to be jealous. Did you not find him attractive?" "Well, yes, but my God, have you not looked in the mirror lately? You are so much more handsome than any other man I have ever met. I'm only interested in you. Let's get out of here and go do some shopping." He cupped her chin in the palm of his hand, staring deeply into her eyes. "It's just that I love you so much and I get jealous when another man looks at you. You were never the jealous type before." "Well, I'm not the same person I was back then. I guess I'm a little insecure when it comes to you." "Why?" she asked. This came as a shock to her. He had always been secure with their relationship, and even when he came back and fell in love with her again, he had never shown any insecurities. "Because you are so beautiful and you might be tempted." "Now you listen to me, mister. I love you and I am only attracted to you. You are the love of my life, and there is not another man on this earth that can hold a candle to you. You have always trusted me in the past, so trust me now and in the future." He pulled her into his arms, with people walking by them. His lips came crashing down on hers in a long and passionate kiss. "I trust you," he said when he finally released her. They ended up spending the rest of the afternoon shopping, where she bought a couple of new outfits and then they stopped to have a romantic dinner, before going back to their hotel suite to change for the opera. He was standing in front of the mirror when she came from the bedroom wearing the white gown he had bought her. He felt the flutter of his heart as his eyes moved down her slender form. Seeing the slit in her dress that went high up on her thigh, he got aroused. "Damn, I knew you would look great in this dress, but I hadn't realized how stunning you'd be." She walked up to him. Putting her arms around his neck, she pressed her body into his. "Thank you. I feel really shy in this." His lips met hers, and his hand went to the slit in her dress and between her legs. "Oh, forget about the opera. Let me peel this dress off you and take you back to bed." Giving him a light shove, she pushed him away. "Oh no, you don't, mister. You promised me a night at the opera, and that's exactly what we're going to do." He smiled as he wiped his mouth. "Have you always been this bossy?" "Only when it was necessary," she said as she picked up her purse. She placed her arm through his. When they entered the opera house and were shown to their seats, she found it thrilling to be up in one of the balcony's box seats. This way she could see everything. Dante looked down when she crossed one leg over the other. The slit in her dress revealed a lot of her leg, and the last thing he had on his mind was the opera. But then when the lights were dimmed and the music began, he sat back in his seat, holding her hand. After 10 minutes of listening, he realized she was telling the truth. He hated it, but seeing how much she was enjoying it, he decided to bite the bullet and not say anything. There was nothing like being at an opera. The lights, the music, and all the action she found to be so exciting. She turned her head to look at Dante, wanting to thank him again for bringing her here. She rolled her eyes when she saw he was asleep, giving him a nudge to wake him up. "You were sleeping," she said when he opened his eyes and asked her what was wrong. "No, I wasn't. I just had my eyes closed so that I could enjoy the music." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Liar, I could hear you snoring," she said as she stifled a giggle. "If you're not enjoying it, we can leave." "No, I know you're enjoying it, so I can stick it out." Just then the lights came on and the music stopped. He smiled to himself. "Looks like it's over anyway. This is only the first half. There's a 20-minute intermission before the next part," she said, noticing the look of shock on his face. "We could get up and stretch our legs and maybe go for a drink if you want one." "Yeah, I could use a drink," he said. Getting up, he took her hand and they went into the lobby, where he ordered a scotch on the rocks for himself and a juice for her. 15 minutes later they were once again seated. "So I was wondering, how long is the second half for?" "Only another 2 hours," she replied quietly. After an hour he started getting a little antsy. This really was not his thing, but he was willing to do it for her. His eyes started to feel heavy and he fought to keep them open. A sigh of relief escaped his lips when it ended, and he clapped when everyone else did. When they got in the cab to go back to their hotel, he put his arms around her, loving how she felt in them. "Did you really enjoy it, sweetheart?" "Yes, I did, and thank you for taking me and sitting through it even though you hated it." He brought his face close to hers, stroking the side of her face with his fingers. "There is nothing I wouldn't do for you," he said as he leaned over and gave her a kiss. That night when they got into bed, she showed him her appreciation. This time it was her turn to handcuff him to the bed. In just 1 week they had packed in so much sightseeing, going to art galleries, museums, and shopping. They were walking through the narrow streets, stopping at all the small booths that held everything from clothing to baked goods. It was a hot and sunny day, and she was starting to feel a little dizzy. She started sweating, her heart started beating fast, and she was having trouble breathing. Dante noticed the sudden change in her and caught her just as she passed out. Luck was on his side. A doctor and his wife were walking nearby, and when they saw what happened, they rushed over to the young couple. "What happened?" the elderly man asked. "I don't know. She just passed out," he said, and was relieved when she opened her eyes. "Carry her over to the tree where there's some shade. It'll be cooler there." Not knowing what else to do, he did as he was told. He was glad that the man spoke English. Laying her down on the grass, he put his hand on the man's chest when he went to touch her. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "It's okay, son. I'm a doctor." "Oh, I'm sorry." The man looked at Carrie and gave her a big smile. "Now, dear, can you tell me what happened?" he asked as he felt her pulse. "I don't know. I just all of a sudden felt really hot and things went bright, and the next thing I knew, I'm laying here on the ground." "My wife is pregnant, sir. Could that be a reason as to why she fainted?" "It is possible, seeing that it is very hot out today. Maybe you ought to go home and get some rest." She took the water that the man's wife offered her. "We're from New York and we're on our honeymoon." "Oh, So I take it this is your first time in Italy? She smiled weakly at him. Yes, I've always wanted to come here. I told my husband I wanted to see everything. Perhaps you have overdone it a little. In your condition, you need to take it easy and slow down a little. He looks up at Dante. She is going to be fine. Just got a little overheated, so I suggest you take her back to the hotel, so that she can rest for a couple of days. Dante helped her up, keeping his arm around her waist. Thank you, sir. And from now on I'm going to make sure she takes it easy. After they talked for a few minutes, he picked her up in his arms and carried her back to the hotel. He was glad that she didn't make a fuss about it and allowed him to carry her, her arms going around his neck and her head resting on his shoulder. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, he said, kissing her forehead. What for? I should have known better than to take you to as many places as I did in such a short time. Don't blame yourself. It was I that insisted we do and see everything, but I do think that a couple of days' rest will do me a lot of good. The following day they stayed inside. He ordered room service and they watched movies. That night, making love to her, he was gentle and tender. Over the course of the next few days, he made sure that the things they did would not tire her out. He took her on a romantic boat cruise. They picnicked in the park and went on short walks. I promise I'll bring you back here again someday and we'll do and see everything we missed this trip. She laid in his arms. Our time here is almost over. It seems too short, she said, feeling sad. What was really bothering her was the fact that once they returned to New York, he would soon be going in for his operation. His arm around her, he stroked her hair. He knew exactly what was really bothering her. The operation, which was also worrying him. It was too short. I should have booked it for 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks. We still have 2 days left. I was thinking you might want to go see a ballet tomorrow night. She looked up and smiled at him. Do you really want to go? He swallowed hard, wondering if it was a mistake to go ahead and buy the tickets. Don't I like ballet either? Not really, but given the choice, you would always take it over the opera. I gather you already have the tickets. I do. It was another surprise I had in store for you. I can wear my new dress again, she said excitedly. If you want, we can go shopping and get you a different one, he said, knowing women didn't like wearing the same dress too often. No way. My dress is so beautiful, and there are not too many places I can wear it to. She smiled up at him. Have you rested enough and are ready for round 3? Without using his words, he pushed her down and got on top. I'm always ready. The next night he found that he actually enjoyed the ballet. It was Beauty and the Beast. Since it was an early show, they later went to a fancy restaurant and had a romantic dinner, followed by a couple of hours of dancing. They clung to each other as they swayed to the beat of the music. Each one worried about the outcome of the operation, but neither one wanted to talk about it. I love you and I always will, he whispered into her ear. I love you too, now and forever, she replied. Chapter 27. The morning they were to leave to go back home, he woke up early and turned his head to look at her. He just laid there, staring at her while she slept. As nervous as he was about the surgery, he was just as excited to have his memories back, but mostly the ones of them from the beginning. He wanted to know every detail of their time together, and not from what everyone told him. Knowing that she had only been with him gave him a warm feeling inside. To know he was the only one she had ever kissed, well, except for that one between her and Hal, which he still hated thinking about. He couldn't wait any longer for her to wake up. He felt the urge to kiss her, so moving so that he was over her. He placed his lips on her neck and moved up to her lips. The blood in his veins grew hot when he felt her arms sliding around him, and a soft moan escaped her lips when she kissed him back. Oh, Dante, she whispered when she felt his hand caressing her. Do we have time for this? Our flight leaves soon. He looked down at her face, his manhood hard as a rock, and he felt how wet she was. We'll make the time, he said as he started making love to her. He didn't give a damn if they missed their flight. They could always catch another one. They barely made their flight and got there just as the door was about to close. She got seated and turning to him, she touched his face in a loving caress. Thank you for an amazing 2 weeks. I loved every single minute of it. Our parents will be coming next week, so I need to get their rooms ready. I don't see why they have to come. There's nothing they can do. Dante, they want to support you when you go for your surgery. This has all been hard on them too, thinking you were dead and your memory loss. I know, he said, taking her hand. He kissed it. I was thinking that when we get back home we should hire Mrs. White full-time instead of part-time. I mean, what with you working and the baby on the way, you need to take it easy. I think that's a great idea, but when the baby comes I will be taking time off, and after I will only work part-time. I want to spend as much time with our baby as possible, maybe have more babies later on. He grinned from ear to ear. I'd like that. Maybe you should stay home full-time, forget about work. She glared at him. Dante, how can you say that? A woman can work and raise a family. Besides, you know how much I love running the gallery. Okay, he said, holding his hands up in surrender. It was just a suggestion. And if you want to work part-time, until the kids are older, you have my support. My mission in life is to make sure you are happy. So whatever you decide to do, I'll back you. You're getting to be a smart man, she said, giving him a sweet smile. Well, happy wife, happy life, he said, leaning over to kiss her. Hours later, when their plane landed, Hal was there to pick them up. He shook Dandy's hand and gave her a quick hug. You two look so happy. I take it you had a great time, he said as he helped load their luggage into the trunk of his car. It was fantastic. Dante took me everywhere and he even went to the opera with me. Hal raised an eyebrow when he looked at him. You went to an opera. You hate them with a passion. I did it for Carrie, he answered, drawing her close to him. It really wasn't that bad. She laughed out loud. He slept through part of it, she said as she got into the car. So Hal, what have you been up to since we've been gone? Hal smiled at her and Dante. Well, I've met someone. What else is new? She snickered. No, it's different this time. She's amazing. Her name is Melissa Montgomery and she's a nurse. I met her when I had to take a client to the hospital. I want you both to meet her soon. You'll love her. Sounds serious. I can't wait to meet her, Dante said with a smile on his face. He was glad that Hal had found someone who he seemed to have fallen for. Once at home, they all went inside. I think I'll go lay down for a while. Dante turned to look at her. A worried look crossed his face. Are you feeling all right? Yes, I'm just a little tired. Why don't you make Hal a drink and talk? She reached up and gave him a kiss. Then she thanked Hal for picking them up. The men went into the living room and Dante poured them both a shot of whiskey. Is Carrie all right? She's just tired. Had a busy 2 weeks. She did give me a scare about a week ago when she fainted. Turned out she was overdoing the sightseeing thing, but that was my fault. How so? Hal asked. I was trying to cram a month's worth of activities into 2 weeks without giving her condition any thought, not to mention how hot it was. If anything had happened to her or the baby, I would never have forgiven myself. Hal stayed for a couple of hours. They talked mostly about his new girlfriend. He confessed that he was falling in love with her. I've never met a woman like her before. She's strong, beautiful, and refuses to sleep with me until she gets to know me better. I think I'm going to marry that girl. I know now how you felt when you first saw Carrie. After Hal left, he went up to check on her. He was a little worried, so he decided he would make an early doctor's appointment for her the next day. Going inside their bedroom, she was fast asleep. It was late, and being tired, he took off his clothes and got into bed. She didn't even stir when he pulled her into his arms. She just placed her arm over his stomach, her head resting on his chest. The next day they went to the doctor's and after being examined, was told she and the baby were doing just fine. But as she was pregnant, it would be wise to slow down a bit, get plenty of rest and exercise. Dante felt much better, knowing his family was all right. He also talked to their housekeeper, who was happy to work full-time for them and would start right away. 2 days before his surgery, their parents arrived. Mrs. White had a pot roast cooking in the oven and a salad made up in the fridge so that Carrie wouldn't have to be stressed and making dinner for everyone. The twins couldn't make it, as they had exams to do, but they did write a long letter to give him. In it they talked about how much they loved him, what it was like growing up together, telling him all the things they had done together. It brought tears to his eyes when he read it, making him more determined than ever to get his memories back. Both mothers brought a bunch of gifts for the baby, sleepers, blankets, and other clothing for the baby. They were both thrilled that they were going to be grandparents. So how have you been feeling, dear? Ruth asked her during dinner. I've been feeling good, just a little tired, that's all. You're not even showing yet. When I was carrying Dante I was huge, but the twins, oh my lord, I was humongous. Carrie must take after me that way. When I was carrying her I didn't start showing until I was almost 7 months pregnant. That's true, but her mood swings were up and down constantly, Thomas said with a chuckle. When dinner was over the women cleaned up, while the men went into the other room to watch a game on TV and enjoy a glass of bourbon. The Reverend and I We're hoping to have a few words with you about this operation you're having, Charlie said as he took a sip of his drink. I know what you're going to say, and I've made up my mind to go through with it. It is a very dangerous operation, and there are no guarantees that you will get your memory back. From what I've heard, you could also lose the ones you've got now, and there are other complications that could happen, Charlie said as he rubbed his temples. Not to mention what it will do to Carrie if things go wrong. It will crush her if you were to forget her again, Thomas said. He was not just worried about Dante, but also his daughter and their unborn baby. There is a good chance that I will get my memory back. I have to take it. I love Carrie with all of my heart. And if by some chance I lose my present memories, I just know that our love will bring me back to her. Then I will say my prayers for you and for Carrie. We'll all be by your side to help you through any obstacles that you may encounter, Charlie said, giving his son a hug. Nothing more was said on the subject when the women came into the room. The next day, the three men went golfing, while the women went shopping for baby furniture. They ended up getting everything they needed for the baby's room, both mothers insisting that they pay for it. Later that night the guys barbecued and enjoyed a couple of beers. They eat outside on the back patio. It was a good night for all of them. Stories were told about Carrie and Dante by both sets of parents. They all knew right from the start that their children were meant to be together, that they had a special kind of love. Well, it's getting late. I think we'll turn in, Ruth said, motioning for her husband to follow. Yes, we'll turn in too, Thomas said when Harriet stood up. Carrie was in the kitchen getting something to drink when her mother walked in. I was just getting a glass of milk for your father. You know how he likes warm milk. It helps him to sleep. She gave her mother a big smile. Yes, I remember. Let me get it for you, she said, taking out the milk, poured some into a pot. Is Daddy having trouble sleeping? He's worried about tomorrow. He's been praying for Dante. She went over to Carrie and moved her hair from her face. We're also worried about you. All the stress can't be good for you. I'm okay, Mom. She took Carrie's face in her hands. You can't fool me, young lady. You've always worn your heart on your sleeves. Her lips began to quiver. I'm scared, Mom. What if when he wakes up he's forgotten me again? I don't think I could go through that again, she said. The tears fell from her eyes and rolled down her face. Harriet put her arms around Carrie, stroking her hair. I know, baby, but you must keep the faith that everything will turn out all right. Whatever happens, you are a strong woman and can get through it. You also have a child that needs you. She wiped her tears away. Now you go upstairs, put a smile on your face and tell your husband that you know everything will be all right. You're right, Mom. Thank you. Anytime, baby. I'd better get this up to your father. Night, honey, she said. Taking the glass of milk and leaving the kitchen, she went upstairs. When Carrie got upstairs, Dante was awake, waiting for her. Climbing into bed, she cuddled into him. I want you to know that no matter what happens tomorrow, I love you and will never give up on us, even if you lose all memory of us, she said, holding back a sob. He rolled her onto her back and got on top of her. I will always come back to you, he said, looking deep into her eyes and could see such sadness in them. Don't be sad, sweetheart. Everything is going to work out fine. You'll see. Dante, make love to me. I was planning on doing just that, he said. Lowering his body onto hers, he started kissing her passionately. He took his time, wanting it to last and to give her a lot of pleasure in case things went wrong. His hands and lips moved over her, wanting every inch of her to be etched into his brain. He couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness, hoping with all of his heart that he would at the very least keep his present memories. When they were both exhausted and satisfied, they held onto each other as if their lives depended on it. Don't forget me, she said in barely a whisper as a tear slid down her cheek. He lifted himself up to look at her. You'll always be in my heart and I will fight to come back to you. In a few short hours, he would have to be at the hospital, and was glad that his family was going to be there with him because the truth was he was terrified. Chapter 28. Carrie found it hard to sleep that night. She kept thinking about Dante and the surgery. It was scaring her to death thinking about the outcome. As the sun came up, shining light into the room, she touched his chest. When he started to stir and open his eyes, she moved over on top of him, their naked bodies pressed together. I love you, she said, looking into his eyes. He wrapped his arms around her, stroking her back. You do know what happens when you climb on top of me, don't you? He asked, feeling his manhood getting hard. She smiled back at him. Yes, I do. He flipped her over onto her back and got on top. I love you, he said as he lowered his head to kiss her. His hand moved down her body when the kiss turned more passionate. There was something bittersweet in their lovemaking. It was much tenser than ever before. Both thought this could be the last time they would be together. At least for a while anyway. He wanted them both to remember this forever. So he poured all of his love and passion into making love to her. Later they showered and got dressed, knowing their parents would be waiting downstairs for them. Taking her hand they entered the kitchen where their mothers were making breakfast. "Oh good, you're here," Harriet said as she and Ruth started dishing out the food. "Thanks, but you two didn't have to do this. I could have." "Oh don't be silly. We wanted to and we made both of your favorite breakfast. Pancakes, French toast, bacon, home fries and toast," Ruth said, smiling at them as she poured them some freshly squeezed orange juice. They all made small talk, not wanting to talk about how in a few hours, Dante would be laying on the operating table. They had all tried to talk him out of it, but the more they pushed the more determined he was to go through with it. So they gave up. After breakfast was eaten, and the idle chatter ended, Dante took Carrie's hand and looked at the others. "It's time for me to go pack my bag for the hospital. Please excuse us." They went back upstairs, and while he took out his small case, she got out the things he needed: toothbrush, clean underwear and other items. Her eyes glistened with tears as she started putting the items into his bag. Her back was to him. But when she felt him standing behind her, and his hands went on her shoulders, she turned around. Burying her face in his chest, she started crying. "I'm sorry. This is the last thing you need right now." He held her tight against him, feeling her pain. "I know you're scared, but you don't have to be. I have a good feeling about this." He lets go of her and places her face in his hands. "I left you once. I won't again. I promise," he said, lowering his lips onto hers, gave her a long and tender kiss. When they arrived at the hospital, he was taken into his room and changed into the gown which was provided for him. Everyone was then allowed to go into the room to be with him and Carrie. Hal showed up moments later. There was a beautiful nurse with him. She was of medium height with long blonde hair tied up in a ponytail. They knew this had to be Melissa. He introduced them all before she had to go on duty. He went over to Dante and Saturday on the edge of the bed opposite Carrie. "So what do you two think of her? Isn't she the greatest?" "She seems really nice," Carrie said with a smile on her face. "Yes, she does seem really nice. Don't blow it with that girl," Dante said, giving him a light punch in the arm. Dr. Ray walked in and over to Dante. "We'll be taking you into surgery in 10 minutes. Are you ready to do this?" "I'm ready," he answered, taking hold of Carrie's hand. When the doctor left the room, everyone gathered around him. His mother leaned over and kissed his cheek. "I love you, son. We'll see you soon." "I love you too, Mom," he said, then looked at his father. "I'm going to be all right. Just keep an eye on Carrie for me. Make sure she's okay." Charlie had tears in his eyes. "I don't tell you this enough, but I want you to know how proud I am of you. I always have been. You are a good son, husband, and soon-to-be father. I'll see you when you wake up. I love you, son," he said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Both Reverend Dunn and Harriet wished him well, saying how he was more like a son to them than a son-in-law. "Now let's all hold hands and I'll say a prayer." They all closed their eyes and listened as a prayer was said. When it was over, Dante asked them all to leave him alone with Carrie until he was taken to the operating room. Hal went over and patted his shoulder. "You're the toughest and strongest man I know, and I'll be here waiting for you to come from surgery. You may not remember, but you are my best friend. You have been more like a brother to me. I love you, man. You're not going to cry on me, are you?" he asked, rolling his eyes at Hal and smiling. "Now will you please leave me alone with my wife?" When everyone was gone, he held out his hand for her to take and pulled her close. "Dante, I love you," she said as a tear rolled down her face. Reaching his hand up, he touched her face and wiped her tears away. "Just know that I love you and our baby," he said, touching her stomach. "Please try not to worry. I want you to take it easy and get some rest. You need to take care of that little angel that is growing inside of you. No matter what happens, I won't leave you again. Trust me." Putting his hands on her face, he pulled her down for a kiss. Just then they came in to get him. She held his hand as they wheeled him out, but once they got to the door heading into the operating room, she had to be held back by her father. "Come sit down, sweetheart," her father said, putting his arm around her. They went to the waiting room and sat her down. He hated seeing his only child in pain, but knew there was nothing he could do. All he could do was hold her. 3 hours later, Melissa came with drinks and snacks for them all. She spoke quietly when she saw Carrie was asleep on the sofa. "I thought you could all use a drink," she said, glancing over at a worried-looking Hal. They all thanked her, saving Carrie's for when she woke up. Hal got up and walked with Melissa down the hall, and being far enough away, he stopped her. "Tell me the truth. Is Dante going to come out of this with his memory back and alive?" She looked into his eyes, feeling bad for him. He was being so brave in front of the others, but in reality, he was scared to death. "Hal, no one can say for sure how it will turn out. Just tell me the truth. Dr. Ray is the best around. His success rate is high. His chances of recovering all his memories are good. He may not remember everything right away. It will come back slowly over the next few days. It can also go several different ways. He could keep his present memories and not the others, or vice versa. Worst case is all his memories, past and present, will be wiped out." He leaned against the wall, his head lowered. "If that last part happens, it will destroy Carrie. She won't be able to handle going through that again." She moved closer, lifting his chin up so that he had to look at her. "You must not think the worst. Have faith that all will come out all right. That family in there needs you to be strong, especially Carrie. They are a close-knitted family. Nothing like mine. My father and mother didn't even want me. I was an accident. Dante's family were mine too, and Carrie's family also became like a real family to me." With no one around to see her, she placed her hands on his face and drew him in for a kiss. After a long kiss, she backed away, not wanting to get caught. "How about after he comes from surgery and I get off duty, you come to stay with me tonight?" His eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You want me to spend the night with you? We've never done that before. We haven't even had sex yet." "I'm ready now," she said, smiling. "I have to get back to work. I'll check in on you all later." Before leaving, she whispered in his ear, "Make sure you bring something to wear, if you catch my drift." He went back to the others. Carrie was now awake and eating the snack that Melissa had brought for her. "I was told it's going to be a while yet, so if you all want to go home and get some rest, I can stay. I'll let you know when he comes out of surgery." "I'm not going anywhere," Carrie said, setting her sandwich down. "Me either," the others said at the same time. To pass the time, they started talking about Dante in the past, how he started painting when he was still a toddler, and how one day he painted pictures on their living room wall when he was 7. Carrie listened to them tell other stories, many involving Hal. Looking at the clock and seeing it was going on 5 hours, she got worried and snapped at the others. "You're all talking as if he is dead. He's not. He's alive," she said. Snapping at them, she got up and walked away. Hal got to his feet and turned to the others. "Let me go talk to her." She walked down the hall until she found another waiting room which was empty, so she went in and sat her down. Her eyes were closed, but felt a presence and opening. Her eyes saw Hal standing there, a worried frown on his face. "Please go away. I want to be alone." Ignoring her request, he went and sat her down beside her. "Don't be upset with them. It's just their way of coping." "I know, and I didn't mean to snap at them. Let's go back. They are all worried about you." He stands up, holding out his hand for her to take. "Why is it taking so long?" she asked, her eyes tearing up again. "It's only been 5 hours. The doctor did say it could take anywhere from 5 to 8 hours. Just be patient. Everything is going to be all right. You'll see." When they got back to the others, she apologized to everyone. "I'm so sorry. I had no right to act the way I did." Charlie went and put his arms around her. "It's okay, sweetheart. We know you didn't mean it. You are under so much stress right now. Let us all help each other through this." They all gathered around for a group hug. An hour later, Melissa made her way back to them with some news. "I wanted to let you know the operation is over and things went really well. The doctor will be out in a few minutes to talk to you." "When can I see my husband?" "Soon. They're just finishing up. And when he's taken to his room, then you can see him. I just wanted to let you know," she said. Giving them a smile, she left them alone. When 20 minutes passed and the doctor hadn't shown up, they started to get worried, but then they saw him as he walked out and towards them. From the look on his face, they knew something was wrong. Carrie felt her heart racing. She felt dizzy, and when he got to them, she stood up. "Dante, how is he and when can I see him?" The others stood too. Fear filled their hearts and minds when they saw the sorrow in the doctor's eyes. "The operation went as expected. We managed to fix the problem, but a problem arose that we weren't expecting." "What problem?" Hal asked, hoping that Dante was still alive. The doctor looked at Carrie. "I'm afraid your husband is in a coma." "Coma? But he will come out of it, won't he?" "We will have to wait and see." "What happens if he doesn't?" Charlie asked, holding onto his wife's arm. He didn't know a lot about coma patients, but he knew that if they didn't come out of it soon, they never would. "We can put him on life support, hoping that in time he will wake up. If that happens, we have no way of knowing what problems will arise." "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Matthews. You can go see him in about 30 minutes. I promise we'll do everything we can for him." Carrie stood there. She just stared at the doctor when he walked away. "I'm going outside for some fresh air," she said in a quiet and somber voice and walked away. The others were in shock. They couldn't believe this was happening and were worried about Carrie. She hadn't shed a tear or caused a fuss. She just calmly left with this empty look on her face. "Thomas," Harriet said, looking at her husband. She was afraid for Carrie. She had this vacant look on her face and knew the only one that was best suited to go talk to her was Thomas. He always had a special way with her, a bond between father and daughter that was special. "Everyone, stay here. I'll go to her." Chapter 29. When Thomas got outside, he saw her cross the street. In the park, she was kneeling on her knees, and her face was buried in her hands, and he knew she was crying. Going over, he placed his hands on her arms, pulling her up onto her feet. "Daddy, I've lost him for good this time," she said, her voice cracked and her sobs loud and hard. He wrapped his arm around her. His free hand holding the back of her head pulled her into him and kissed the side of her head. "No, you haven't, sweetheart. He's still alive and can wake up any minute now. You have to have faith in God." She pulled away from him in anger. "How can I have faith in him when he has taken Dante away from me more than once? How can he be so cruel as to take the only man I love away, just when we were moving on with our lives and having a baby? There's always a reason for what happens. We just have to keep our faith. I know you're angry, you're hurting, and if I could take your pain away, I would. You have a child coming. He or she will need you no matter what God has planned for Dante." "Oh, Daddy, I'm so scared," she said, going back into his arms for comfort. He held her, letting her cry it out, and when she had stopped, he took her face in his hands, wiping her tears away. "Let's go see Dante." She nodded her head. When they entered Dante's room, the others moved away, giving her room to be by his side. She lovingly touched his face. To her, it looked like he was having a peaceful sleep. She noticed that his hair was all shaven off under his bandage. "Why did they shave it all off? I thought they only had to shave one side of his head," she asked, leaning over to kiss his lips. There was a nurse in the room, and as she was checking his vital signs, she spoke up. "Your husband told them he didn't want half his head shaven, so he told them to shave it all off." "Dante, I'm here, darling. Please wake up for me. They say if you talk to someone who's in a coma, they can hear you, so keep talking to him. It might help to draw him out," the nurse said to Carrie. "If anyone can bring him back, it'll be you, sweetheart," her mother said, putting her arm over her shoulder. It was getting late and everyone was tired, so they all decided to go home and get some sleep. But Carrie refused to leave. Hal stayed until Melissa got off duty. He tried to talk her into going home, said he'd give her a ride home. "I'm staying, but you go ahead and take Melissa home. I'll see you tomorrow." "Carrie, you need your rest too," he answered back. "I can sleep on the sofa in here," she said, wishing he would leave already. Not even the devil himself could tear her away from Dante. "All right, but if you need me for anything, call me and I'll be right back." Giving her a hug, he and Melissa left. For 2 days she stayed by his side, refusing to leave. Hal's girlfriend managed to arrange for another bed to be brought in so that Carrie had something more comfortable to sleep on besides the small sofa. Everyone made sure she slept and ate, bringing her clean clothes. On the third night after everyone had left for the night, she was sitting on the bed next to him, holding his hand while she talked to him. A nurse came in to check his vital signs, and she gasped when she felt his hand moving. "Is something wrong, Mrs. Matthews?" "His hand moved," she said, looking back at the older nurse. "Look, he's doing it again. Did you see it?" "Yes, I'll go get a doctor," she said, fleeing the room. Carrie hovered over him. "That's it, Dante. Open your eyes." She felt her heart leaping for joy when his eyelids opened and closed again. "Come back to me," she cried out quietly. A doctor who was on duty that night walked in and over to them. He then checked Dante out, telling him to open his eyes. When his eyes opened, he blinked when he saw the doctor staring down at him. "Where am I?" he asked, feeling a little confused. his brain foggy and his head hurt. "You're in the hospital. You've had an operation on your brain. You've been in a coma for a couple of days. Can you tell me your name?" He didn't notice Carrie. His eyes were on the doctor. "Dante Matthews." "How old are you?" 28. The young doctor smiled. "Can you tell me who this woman is?" he asked, pointing to where she stood on the other side of the bed. He turned his head to look at her. "She's my wife." A tear trickled down her face and she touched his cheek. She let out the breath she was holding in. "You remember me," she said, bending over kissing him gently on the lips. She was glad he remembered her. It meant his present memories were still with him. But now the question was, did the operation restore his past memories? Her question was about to be answered. "How could I not remember you, 𝑘𝒂𝒏?" he said, trying his best to smile. "Oh my God, you hadn't called me that since before your accident. Do you remember our lives together?" she asked, feeling her heart beating fast with anticipation. "I met you when we were in high school. The second I saw you I knew you were the only one for me." "Okay, I think that's enough for now, Mr. Matthews. You need to rest now. Some things will be a bit fuzzy for a while, but in time it will all come back to you." He looked over at her. "Would you like me to call your family and let them know your husband is awake?" She smiled back at him, taking Dante's hand and holding it. "Yes, if you don't mind. It will be my pleasure, but seeing it's really late, I'll let them know they'll have to wait until tomorrow to come. He really needs his rest, and having too many people show up now would be too hard on him." When he left, she Saturday on the bed, holding his hand. "You came back to me," she said, tears of joy running down her face. "Don't cry, 𝑘𝒂𝒏. I told you I wouldn't leave you again. I had you and our baby to fight for, a reason to live and to remember," he said, caressing her cheek. "So how do you feel about being married to a bald man?" "I don't care if you're bald or missing a limb. I love you and so happy to have you back. Everyone will be here tomorrow to see you, so you better get some sleep." "Stay with me," he said, clutching her hand. "I'm not going anywhere," she said, kicking off her shoes, got into bed next to him. She felt his arm going around her when she rested her head on his chest. She laid awake, listening to him breathing. She said a silent prayer, thanking God. Hal was the first one to show up. He went and hugged Dante, something he rarely ever did with another man. "You gave us all quite a scare, but I'm so happy you came back to us. But you are going to look so ugly bald," he said, laughing at his own joke. Dante just rolled his eyes and then looked at Carrie. "I really owe you an apology for being mean towards you when I was brought back home. I turned into Hal there for a while. Thank God I'm back to my old self." "Hey," Hal said, pouting. They laughed, letting him know he was just joking, even though it was partly true. The others soon showed up and his mother cried, hugging him. They stayed for a couple of hours. All were relieved to find out he had gotten all of his memories back. Even though some things were still not clear, he assured them it would all come back to him eventually. Not wanting to tire him out, they decided to go home and let him get some rest. "Take Carrie home with you," he said when they were about to leave. "No, I'm not leaving you," she said, getting upset that he would even suggest it. "Baby, you need to rest, to sleep in a proper bed, and have a real home-cooked meal, not this hospital food. Besides, I won't be able to sleep knowing you're here. I didn't know I was being a bother to you." He grabbed her hand, pulling her closer to him. "That's not what I meant. If you stay, I'll feel like I have to stay awake to keep you company, and I really need a few hours of sleep. I'll feel better knowing you and the baby are being taken care of. Go home, eat, sleep in our bed, and come back tomorrow." "Well, I could use a decent shower, and it would be nice to sleep in my own bed." "All right, I'll go, but I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning, and will stay until you get released from here." She leaned over, giving him a long kiss before leaving. "Go take a nice relaxing bubble bath, while Ruth and I make dinner." "Thanks, Mom," she said, giving her mother a hug. Upstairs she ran a bath, putting in some bubbles. Laying back, she closed her eyes, thinking about the past few days. It had been a stressful time and she had been worried about the baby. She was afraid that she might lose it. But Melissa had one of the doctors give her a checkup and everything was fine, making her feel so much better. Getting out of the tub, she put on a dress and feeling tired, she thought she would lay down on the bed for a few minutes, but ended up falling asleep. When dinner was ready and Carrie had come down, Thomas said he'd go check on her. When he got to her room, he knocked and getting no answer, he opened the door and peeked his head in. Seeing she was asleep, he went in and over to the bed and sat her down, moving her hair from her face. He couldn't help thinking about when she was a little girl. She was his princess and he loved her with all his heart. He wondered where the years went. They flew by way too quickly and now she was all grown up. Carrie opened her eyes and smiled when she saw her father. "Dad, what are you doing here?" "Your mother sent me up to get you. Dinner's ready. How are you feeling, sweetheart?" She looked happy and yet so tired. The last few days had been tough on her. "Dad, the other day in the park, I said some things I shouldn't have. I lost my faith in God for a while. I'm so sorry and I hope He will forgive me," she said, putting her arms around him, gave him a hug. "He does, sweetheart. Now let's go eat," he replied, hugging her back. The five of them ate and later went into the living room to talk. Carrie was sad to hear that Ruth and Charlie had to leave in a couple of days. Charlie had a big court case to take care of. Thomas and Harriet were going to stay for a few more days. That night when she was in bed, her mother came in to say goodnight. "I just wanted to say goodnight," she said, tucking Carrie in. "Mom, I'm a grown woman. You don't have to tuck me in," she said, giggling, but in a weird way she liked it. "You always be my little girl and just think, soon you will be tucking your own precious angel into bed." "Carrie, I'm so happy that everything has worked out, that Dante is going to be all right. I hope later he will be able to paint again. He has such great talent." "I hope so too. Good night, Mom." The next day after having breakfast she headed to the hospital. The others were going to go later on. When she got there and walked in, she saw him with a nurse who was getting ready to change his bandage. Dante stopped the nurse when he saw Carrie. "You might want to wait outside while my bandage is being changed. It won't be a pretty sight." He didn't want her to be grossed out, but mostly he didn't want to see pity in her eyes. She moved closer to the bed. "You'll need me to do it when you come home," she said, then looked at the nurse. "Will you show me what to do?" "I would love to," the nurse replied. "Carrie, are you sure about this?" She kissed his cheek. "You're my husband and I love you." "So yes, I do." When the bandage was removed, she felt tears pricking her eyes but wouldn't let him see. After she cleaned his head and placed a fresh bandage on, she leaned over and kissed him. "When we get you home, I will be your private nurse." He smiled brightly. "We'll have to get you a nurse's uniform," he said, wrinkling his eyebrows. Just then the door opened and Hal walked in, carrying a small bag. "Hey buddy, you're looking much better today. Here, I got you a gift. I figured you'd need it for when the bandage comes off," he said, handing him the bag. Dante pulled out a New York Yankees baseball cap and smiled. "Yankees? Well, I'm not a baseball fan, but thanks. It will come in handy. Your hair might not grow back. I could always buy you a wig." "How would you feel about being a blonde?" Hal asked, laughing out loud. "TSK, TSK," the nurse said, shaking a finger at Hal. She then looked back at Dante. "Don't worry, sir. Your hair will grow back. So don't listen to your friend," she said before leaving. Dante laughed. "I don't think she likes you." "That's okay. I know a nurse here that loves me." Carrie gave him a huge smile. "Is there something you want to tell us?" she asked, but already guessed what it was. Hal pulled out a ring box and opening it showed them the ring inside. "I'm going to ask her to marry me. I know we haven't known each other very long, but like you two, we know we're meant to be together." She hugged him. "I'm so happy for you, but you better put it away before she gets here. I met her on the way in and she told me she'd pop in." Chapter 30. Charlie and Ruth walked into Danny's room and over to him with big smiles on their faces. "We have a surprise for you," his mother said, winking at Carrie. "If it's a wig, I don't want it," he said, smiling back at her. "No, son, it's much better than that," Charlie said, and going over to the door opened it. "Come on in, girls." Dandy's eyes widened and he sat straight up in the bed. "Jane, Joyce," he said, holding out his arms to them. When they ran over to them, he wrapped his arms around them. "My God, look at how beautiful and grown up you both are," he said with tears filling his eyes. "We missed you so much," Jane said, wiping her tears away. "You're going to look funny bald," Joyce said, grinning at him. "Oh, I don't know. I think I'll look as a bald man." He looked over at Carrie. "Did you know they were coming?" "No, it's a surprise to me too," she said. Going over gave them both a big hug. "It's a wonderful surprise and I'm so glad you're here. Can you stay for a while?" "No, we have more exams, so we will be flying back with Mom and Dad," But we have a couple of days, Joyce answered for both of them. She went back over to Dante. When can you go home? Not for a few more days, I'm afraid, but I'm so glad you two are here. So you have all your memories back? Jane asked, sitting down beside him on the bed. Most of them, but they are all slowly coming back, he said, putting his arm around Jane. I do remember how much you both love ice cream, and how you would sneak some when Mom was busy. Ruth crossed her arms in a huff. Why, you little sneaks. Everyone laughed, and the twins filled Dante in on everything they had been up to in the last couple of years. Thomas and Harriet showed up with Hal, and they were thrilled to see the twins, and after a while, they noticed Dante was getting tired, so they went home. Carrie stayed behind with Hal, who was waiting for Melissa to finish her shift. So have you asked her yet? Dante asked, his arm around Carrie's shoulder. I'm going to ask her tonight. I'm taking her to a romantic dinner, and going to put the ring in a glass of champagne. I know it's cliché, but I think she will like it. When Melissa came in, they visited for a while and then left. We're finally alone, Dante said, pulling her into his arms, gave her a passionate kiss as he lowered her down onto the bed. God, I want you so bad, he said, his kiss turning more urgent and demanding until she stopped him. Dante, stop, it's way too soon for this, and it's not the right place. She gets up and sees him pouting. Honey, I do want to, but you know that you need time to heal. I know, but you're so damn SI and I'm horny. She went and sat her day back down next to him. You think I'm SI even in my condition? It made her feel good hearing that from him. I'm more attracted to you now than ever. Whenever I look at you, I get butterflies in my stomach and my heart starts racing. Almost 10 years of marriage and I still can't get enough of you. You're more beautiful today than the first time I saw you. For the next 2 days, their families came to visit, and it came time for them all to leave to go back home. Even Thomas and Harriet decided to go home early and fly back with the others, seeing that Dante and Carrie were going to be all right. A week later, he was allowed to go home but was warned to take it easy. When she had him settled in, she went to the gallery to see how things were going, stopping first at Hal's office to see how things were going with him. He had called them after he proposed to Melissa, and was happy as a pig in shit when she said yes. Hal stood up when she entered his office. Carrie, it's so nice to see you, but may I ask why you are here? Is it Dante? Is he okay? He's doing much better and is in bed resting. I'm here to ask you to draw some papers up regarding Kirk. Dante and I have talked, and we feel he has been doing such a great job. With the accident and me being away so much, he has had to take over running the place. He's done an amazing job, so we decided to make him manager of the gallery. I'll have the papers drawn up right away and sent to you. So tell me, how are you and the baby doing? She patted her stomach. We're both doing really good. I go for a scan in a couple of weeks. I'm barely showing yet and I hope everything is okay. Don't worry, I know women who didn't start showing until they were in their 7th month. Yeah, my mom was the same way. I'd better get going. I want to talk to Kirk and catch up on some work. I really have been ignoring the gallery for far too long. Giving him a hug, she left. Kirk smiled when he saw her walking into the office and got to his feet. It's so nice to see you, and how is Dante doing? Everyone keeps asking about him and when he'll be back. He's getting better and should be back to work soon, but I need to have a word with you. Please have a seat. Kirk's face went pale and sitting down, he lowered his head. I think I know where this is going. Now that you both are getting back to normal and coming back to work, I guess my job here is coming to an end. Oh God, no. That's not it. Kirk, you have been such a great help to me, to us. Dante and I have had a long talk. With me being pregnant and him still in the mend, we need you more than ever. I plan on only working part-time once the baby comes, so we were wondering if you would consider becoming the manager of the gallery. His eyes lit up. Manager? But you're the manager? I won't have time. Plus you have done so much and we trust you. No, of course. You'll get a raise. So are you interested? She asked, going around the desk to stand in front of him. He got up and hugged her. Realizing what he was doing, he let go of her and stood back. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. She giggled. That's okay. So I take it you are accepting our offer? Yes, I will, he said, grinning ear from ear. Just wait until I tell my boyfriend. Now we have 2 things to celebrate. 2 things, she asked, curious. Yes, Donnie and I had decided to move in together. That's wonderful news, she said, smiling. She reached into her purse and pulled out a check and handed it to him. Dante and I wanted to give you a bonus for all of your hard work. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Kirk took the check and stared at it. $10,000. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. You deserve it. No. I would like to see the books, and maybe you can run by me what's been happening in my absence. It was almost 6 o'clock when she finally headed home. She was wanting to check on Dante. When she got there, she went straight upstairs, expecting to find him in bed, but he wasn't there. Going back downstairs, she goes into the kitchen, knowing Mrs. White would be making dinner. Hello, Mrs. Matthews. You're home late, dear. Where's my husband? He's supposed to be in bed resting. He's in his studio. I told him he shouldn't be out of bed, but he is a very stubborn man. He's been in there for hours. I had to force him to eat some lunch. She headed to the back of the house, furious, but her anger went away when she opened the door and stood there watching him. She couldn't believe it. He was painting. He had the smile on his face, and the way he was using the brush, making strokes on the canvas, reminded her of the old days when he painted. It was like he came alive. The way he moved to the beat of the music playing on the radio as he painted up a storm. He happened to glance up and saw her standing there, wondering if she was going to give him proper hell for being out of bed. Oh, hi, Care Bear. She moved closer to him. You're supposed to be resting. That's all I've been doing for over a week now. I needed to get out of bed. So I came down here, and all of a sudden, I got this overwhelming desire to pick up a brush. Taking her hand, he sat her down on the edge of the desk and put her between his legs. I thought I had lost the passion, but with that brush in my hand, it drew me over to the canvas, and before I knew it, I couldn't stop. I'm back, baby. She put her arms around his neck. I should be mad at you, but I'm not. To see you this way makes me so happy. He put his hands around her waist, pulling her close. He gave her a passionate kiss, then suddenly stopped. Do you want to see what I painted? Oh yes, I do. He took her over and showed her one of the pictures, and she was shocked to find he had painted another one in just a few short hours. These are so beautiful. It's the island I was stranded on. Once I got started, I couldn't stop. I want to paint one of you when you start to show a nude. She whirled around to face him. She had a look of shock on her face. You can't be serious. I won't agree to that. Well, it won't be a complete nude. No way, she said, shaking her head. He put his hands on her waist, pulling her up against him. Let's compromise. You can wear a nightgown, and once it's painted, I'll hang it in our room, where no one else can see it. I really want one of you pregnant. Well, as long as I'm not naked, then okay. I'm hungry. Let's go eat, he said, giving her a kiss. They head to the kitchen where Mrs. White was dishing out the food before leaving for the night. I can't wait until the stem bandage comes off. My head is itchy. That night in bed, he wasn't going to wait any longer to make love to her. So when she got in next to him, he climbed on top of her. I've missed being inside you, Care Bear, he said, his mouth going to hers to stop her from talking. He was full of hot lust and desire and was happy that she didn't try to stop him. Heck, she even wrapped her arms around him, spreading her legs when he moved his hand under her gown and inside her panties. Throwing caution to the wind, she kissed him back with heated passion, feeling his hardened shaft rubbing against her thigh. She did not resist when he pulled her nightgown over her head, throwing it to the floor, then pulled down her panties. She wanted him as much, if not more, than he wanted her. So how was it making love to a bald man? It was amazing, better than it's ever been before. But what? He asked, looking at her as he towered over her. I have to admit, I miss running my fingers through your beautiful thick hair, but I know it'll grow back soon. Rolling onto his back, he pulled her into his arms and snickered. Running? More like yanking on my hair. He smiled at her. Sometimes you get a little carried away. That's why I have to pin your hands above your head. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was hurting you. Why didn't you say something? She asked, feeling guilty. It didn't hurt that much, and sometimes it actually turned me on. Now I'm tired. You've worn me out. Our lives are going to be good from now on. We're having a baby and I can paint again. But most important, I love you with all of my heart. I love you too. Chapter 31. Morning, Care Bear, he said when he saw she was awake and got on top of her. Looking down at her sweet lips, he had to kiss them. Her arms went around him, caressing his shoulders. They made passionate love, taking their time exploring each other's bodies as if it were their first time. My day is always better when we started off this way, he said, moving off her and onto his back. For the next few days, she went to work and he stayed hidden in his studio painting. His bandages were finally removed, and when they went to her scan, he wore the baseball cap that Hal had given him. A couple more weeks went by, and Hal invited them out to dinner with him and Melissa. But Dante felt self-conscious about his hair that was slowly coming in, so he invited them to come to their place, saying that Mrs. White would be happy to make them one of her gourmet meals. So Hal brought over a bottle of champagne, and while they waited for dinner to be ready, Carrie took Melissa upstairs to see the baby's room while the guys had a drink. Coming back downstairs, Hal went over, putting his arm over Melissa's shoulder and looked at his two best friends. "We have something to tell you both." He looked at the woman he loved and smiled, turning back to the others. "Melissa and I eloped. We got married today at City Hall, and tomorrow we're going to Hawaii for a 3-week honeymoon." Carrie and Dante went over, giving them both a big hug, though they were shocked and a little disappointed that they weren't there to see them get married. "We're really happy for you, but what was the rush? I mean, didn't you want to be married in a church with family and friends around?" Dante asked, handing them both a glass of wine. "We didn't want a big wedding, just the two of us. You know, my mother and father, they wouldn't have come anyway." He looked at Dante. "You don't have to wear that hat. My hair is starting to come out. Looks like hell, so I'd rather keep it on." They all Saturday down to a lovely meal of chicken tikka masala. The chicken was marinated in yogurt and spices, and served in a tomato cream sauce and served with rice. For dessert, Mrs. White had made them chocolate-covered strawberry mint cheesecake. "Damn, your housekeeper sure knows her way around the kitchen," Hal said, patting his stomach. "That was the best meal I've had in a long time. Maybe I should steal her away from you." They then went into the living room and talked. Later, Carrie was now 7 months pregnant, and she was starting to feel very uncomfortable and tired a lot. He was worried about her, so he made a doctor's appointment for her, and they said they would do another scan, just to make sure she and the baby were okay. Sitting in the office, he held her hand, waiting for the doctor to come in. "I'm really starting to show now," she said, running her hand over her belly. "I know pregnant women get tired, but I don't think I should be feeling this way. Not this tired and weak." The doctor came in and sat her down behind his desk. He began by asking her questions about her eating habits, and if she was getting plenty of rest and exercise. After taking her blood pressure and checking the baby's heartbeat, he then went to get the scanner ready. As she was laying on the table, and the doctor started the scan, he looked at the screen. "This is interesting," he said, staring at the screen. "What is?" she asked, hoping it wasn't anything serious. "I have no idea how we missed this. It should have shown up on the last scan." Dante was starting to get worried. He looked at her and saw the frown lines on her forehead and knew she was worried too. "Missed what?" he asked nervously. "There are 2 babies." "2?" Both Carrie and Dante said at the same time, looking at each other with mouths wide open. "Yes, you're having twins. Congratulations. Would you like to know the sex of the babies? I know you didn't want to before, but maybe you've changed your minds." They were overjoyed with happiness knowing they were having twins. "No, we want to wait," she said, smiling at Dante. When they were left alone, he leaned over to kiss her, then pulling back smiled at her. "It looks like we need to buy another crib and all the other things. I can't wait to tell everyone the news. I love you, Care Bear." "I love you too, and no wonder I've been so tired." Before leaving the office, the doctor told her she had to take it easy from now on and to get plenty of rest. He also assured them that the babies were doing good and healthy. A week later, she gave in to his request to paint her, so she bought something that she thought he would like. Putting it on and doing her hair up, went down to the studio where he was working on another painting. When she walked in, he looked up and smiled when he saw her. "I won't go totally nude, but will allow you to paint me in this. Is that okay with you?" "Damn, you are so beautiful, and yes, this will work for me, but I'll have you lay down on your back with your face turned towards me," he said. Removing the junk off of the sofa, he placed a pillow down for her head to lay on. Taking her hand, laid her down, adjusted the angle of her head, and placed one hand on her belly. "This is perfect. You're perfect," he said, kissing her belly before getting up and started painting. After a couple of hours, she had to stretch. Sitting up, she yawned. "How much longer do I have to lay here? I'm getting tired of laying still." Wiping off his brushes, he knew he would have to go slowly so as not to let her get tired or uncomfortable. "That's it for tonight. We'll just do it a couple of hours a night until it's done." "Can I see it?" she asked. getting up off the sofa. No, not until it's finished. He goes over and takes her hand. It's late. Let's go to bed and I'll help you out of this nightgown. He had more in mind than just that, winking at her. Seeing that she was carrying twins made the decision not to go back to work until the twins were born and old enough to be left with a nanny. So Kirk was once again left with running the place on his own until Dante was ready to go back. Hal and Melissa were back from their honeymoon, bringing gifts for the twins. Now with all the extra baby things bought and the furniture, all she had to do was rest until the babies came. She was getting closer to her due date. Only 3 weeks until the birth when Dante took Hal for a drive, stopping at a private airstrip where there were several small planes. Hal turned to Dante when he stopped the car. "What are we doing here?" Dante stared straight ahead at the planes, swallowing the lump in his throat before answering. "I've arranged to fly one." "Are you out of your fucking mind? I can't believe Carrie agreed to let you fly again." "She doesn't know." Hal turned to him, staring in disbelief. "How could you not tell her? She has a right to know. Damn it, if anything happens to you, it will kill her. You can't do this." "Nothing's going to happen, and I won't be alone." "Well, I'm not going up with you," Hal said nervously. "Not you." One of the pilots. He looked over at Hal. "I've never been afraid of anything before until the crash. I have always loved flying, and if I don't go up now, I never will. It's important that I get over my fear. Carrie will never let you get another plane. She won't even want you flying." "I know. This is a one-time deal, just to see if I can do it." He got out of the car, turning to look at Hal before going over to the plane. "You must never tell Carrie about this or she will kill both of us. Just be careful and any sign of trouble bail out." Dante would be the first one to say he was scared when he got behind the controls and started the engine, but once he was in the air, the love for flying came back to him and his fear disappeared. For almost an hour, he enjoyed the feeling of being up amongst the clouds. Hal wiped the sweat from his brow when the plane landed, glad that everything went well, and he was never going to speak of this day ever again. It was now only days away until the babies were expected. His hair had all grown back, so he had long ago stopped wearing the baseball cap. For most of the pregnancy, it went well. There were no problems, except for the constant craving for chocolate and ice cream, and her mood swings were like a bouncing ball, up and down constantly. He was glad to be back at the gallery, helping out from time to time, leaving poor Mrs. White to deal with her. The painting he did of her hung in their bedroom where he could see it first thing in the morning and the last thing he looked at before falling asleep. Besides her, of course. He was shaken awake at 3 in the morning. One look at her and he knew she was going into labor. "Is it time?" he asked, getting out of bed. "Yes, and it hurts. My back is killing me." He helped her up and after getting her dressed, he called the hospital to let them know they were on their way. He grabbed her overnight bag and carefully got her down the stairs and out into the car. He may have appeared calm to her, but inside, he was a complete and total wreck. Driving, he would every now and then look over at her. He could see she was in pain but didn't complain. He had heard how some women screamed and called their partner names, but she didn't, not even after hours of labor and then giving birth, though she did squeeze his hand so hard. He thought for sure she had broken a couple of bones. When he saw his son and daughter for the first time, he didn't try to stop the tears from falling down his face. "You did so good, Care Bear," he said, holding his son while she held the baby girl. He then gave her a kiss, telling her again how much he loved her. Hal and Melissa showed up later with tons of gifts for the babies. He held the baby girl while she held the boy. "So what had you named them?" he asked, smiling when the baby held onto his finger. Dante was sitting on the bed next to Carrie, his arm over her shoulder. "We're naming the girl Lydia and Sean for the boy." "Those are wonderful names, but they are so tiny," Hal said, looking at them. "Both 5.5 pounds. Trust me when I say that's a good weight, seeing I had to carry them," Carrie said, smiling back at him. "Well, they're both beautiful," Melissa said, giving the new parents a big smile. "Hal and I are going to spoil these 2 angels to death." Chapter 32, Epilogue. 2 years later and the twins were celebrating their 2nd birthday. With the twins still asleep, Dante took advantage of the situation. Going back into the bedroom, he looks down at Carrie. She was still naked from last night, the sheet barely covering her body. He gets in and kisses her awake, loving how she ran her hands over his shoulders and started kissing him back. "Dante, the twins will be up soon," she moaned into his mouth. "They are fast asleep. We have plenty of time," he said, smiling down at her. "I love you so much." We are of two hearts but one soul. He then made love to her, showing her how much he loved and desired her. Later she laid snuggled in his arms. We have such an amazing life and I'm so happy. We have two beautiful children, a fabulous home and a thriving business, a perfect marriage with no secrets. He started feeling guilty about the one secret he had been keeping from her, so he decided to confess. There is something I haven't told you and I think I should. She looked at him, worried about what he was going to say. What is it? Before you had the twins I flew. It was just one time. You flew after we talked and you agreed not to. How could you? Care Bear, I needed to conquer my fear. And I did. Why didn't you tell me before we made love? I'm not crazy. I knew you'd be mad and wouldn't have had sex with me. Please don't be angry with me. I should be angry. Do you miss flying? I really do, but I know how much you're against it. Besides, I don't have time now. I would like to take it up again someday. She sat her day up, pulling the sheet over her. It's not right that I stop you from doing what you love, so if you want to then I won't stop you. But I will worry about you every time you do. You're the best wife ever, he said, lowering her down onto the bed, and started kissing her but had to stop when the twins began making noise. I guess we'll have to continue this later tonight. That night they had a party for the twins. Though the grandparents couldn't make it, they did send plenty of gifts, but Hal and Melissa along with a few others showed up. Mrs. White, who was not only the housekeeper was also now the nanny, was there along with Kirk and his boyfriend Donnie. After the party and everyone was gone, except for Hal and Melissa who stayed, and when the twins were bathed and put to bed they sat around talking. We have something to tell you, Hal said, taking Melissa's hand and smiling at the others. We're having a baby. I knew it, Carrie squealed, going over to hug them. I knew it the moment you refused the wine I offered you. So how far along are you? 2.5 months, Melissa said, holding up 2 fingers. Okay, no more to say, so let's sum it up. Carrie and Dante never did have any more children. Not their choice. It just never happened, but they continue to be happy and deeply in love. Dante's paintings continue to make money. He also took up flying again, taking Carrie on many rides. She later went back to working full-time in the gallery when the twins got older. Hal and Melissa ended up having 3 kids, all girls. The 2 men's friendship continued to grow. The 2 women became the best of friends. Both families and parents remained close, spending as much time together as possible. Joyce and Jane met twin brothers and eventually married them, having children of their own. If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.